Well, Durud, patriots. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 115 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Gamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, what is going on today?
Oh my God, President Trump just posted. And Goldie, he basically exposed them. He exposed the division. You want to bring it up?
Yes, I will bring it up right now. Guys, for those of you who have been watching Iran Revolution Live, you are all ahead of the curve. Look at this. Look at what President Trump just posted minutes ago. So he writes, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such a time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded, one way or the other.
Wow. Goldie, remember when we said that President Trump might have sent General Munir to Tehran to see who's in charge, to investigate who is actually making the decisions? It's possible that General Munir came back and told President Trump, these people, there's nobody in charge. There's nobody in charge. These people don't have their SHIT together. So this is Goldie. Remember this? We told everybody that the problem that the Islamic Republic has when it comes to responding to the Americans is that they can't respond because they don't have a response. But the reason why they don't have a response is because they can't agree to a response, and the reason why they can't agree to a response is because they are divided. So how could they even call and tell the Americans, here's a response, where they can't even disagree upon a response?
Armin, this also lines up with what we were speaking about earlier, where we were saying that this naval blockade is actually incredibly damaging to the Islamic regime because they are losing $500 million a day. And their storage facilities have filled up, and now they're starting to fill up oil tankers because they don't have anywhere else for the oil to go. So they're filling up the oil tankers, but there's nowhere for those to go. And they're losing $500 million a day. And remember, we were talking about, and I was saying, like, I think the ceasefire, one of the reasons this is happening is because President Trump knows that there's internal divisions. And now he is like, so with this post, he's pretty much confirmed that he is aware of the internal fractures, right? The internal factions and the infighting. So he's confirming that he's aware of that. And I think this is all part of the strategy to just let them go after one another.
Yeah, he's taking full advantage of the division, and he's thinking when your enemy is attacking itself, don't interrupt them.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt your enemy when it's destroying itself. Right now, if you're attacking, you could actually get them focused on you. No, let them focus on each other for now. Right?
Exactly.
Right.
So that is like President Trump knows exactly what's going on. And then, I mean, that's the most recent one. But he's also posted a few other things. So never allow the traitor Democrats like low IQ Hakeem Jeffries or crying Chuck Schumer or the totally corrupt fake news media, such as the phony and decaying Wall Street Journal, the failing New York Times, or dying 60 Minutes to demean or criticize Operation Midnight Hammer, which totally obliterated the nuclear dust location to the point where bloodthirsty Iran has been unable to get to it or dig it out. Space Force has cameras on every inch of the three sites that were so brilliantly hit last June. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then Armin, he also posted
Yep.
about the women that are planned to be executed. So he said, to the
Okay.
Iranian leaders who will soon be in negotiations with my representatives, I would greatly appreciate the release of these women. I'm sure that they will respect the fact that you did so. Please do them no harm. Would be a great start to our negotiations. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
But Goldie, I thought President Trump hated the Iranian people and he wanted to do genocide on all Iranians, according to like the interpretations of Western commentators on his, the ending a civilization post.
Yeah.
What is this then? What is like? I don't understand. Like, is he concerned about these Iranian women, or does he want to do genocide upon all Iranians? This is confusing. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, we understand. I know you're saying
I know.
that
I'm kidding.
yeah, tongue-in-cheek
Yeah, yeah,
sarcasm. So, but I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
guys, it just goes to show this is what we have been saying from the beginning. This conflict
Mm,
is not with the Iranian people, it's with the Islamic regime,
right.
right? And the Islamic regime is the same enemy of the Iranian people. So Iranians and Americans and Israelis, we're all united. We're all united here.
Yeah. And this, first of all, this is like huge appreciation that President Trump did that, to bring like the level of attention that this gets because of that one post is more than anyone else could ever have done to bring attention to this matter. It also exposes the regime one more time because so many people have forgotten about how evil, like after the massacre of early January by the Islamic Republic, there was a lot of people around the world that were thinking about, oh my God, the Islamic Republic is evil. But then people get distracted very easily. And now, when we're talking about these military operations, they're focusing on that. And they sometimes, it's just easy for many people to forget what an evil entity we're dealing with here. So I'm really grateful that President Trump is reminding the whole world of the nature of what we're fighting against right now.
Yeah. He also, I can't remember where it was, but he also mentioned China. Was that in
It's Goldie is China. That's how you should say
China?
it.
Maybe it was not a Truth Social post, but there was somewhere where he spoke about the new, like the cargo ship that was seized and how that was basically,
Oh,
okay, maybe
really?
it's not here. So it was probably on an X post somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Um because President Trump commented on that and he confirmed it. Oh yeah, here we go.
Right.
Look at this, Armin. So remember the ship that was seized? Listen to
Mhm.
this. I mean, there were some rumors going around, but I didn't want to say anything because I was waiting for confirmation. But listen to this, and I have the full interview as well from Rapid Response. But here's like a 20-second clip. Listen to this.
4 or 5 weeks ago. So we've used this to restock, and they probably have done a little bit of restocking. We caught a ship yesterday that had some things on it which wasn't very nice. A gift from China, perhaps. I don't know, but I was a little surprised. But because I have a very good relationship, and I thought I had an understanding with President Xi, but that's all right. That's the way war goes, right? But I will tell you that we have our military is incredible. What we
Wow.
So
Wow.
so apparently the cargo ship that was seized, China was sending material
Raw
to
material.
the Islamic regime that would have helped with its, nuclear, sorry, not nuclear, missile and ballistic capabilities.
Yeah, it's the raw material you need to build rocket fuel.
Yep,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, that's not very nice, as President Trump just said. Like, not very nice, China. Yeah,
Not very nice.
not very nice.
Yeah. So that's sort of the crazy updates. But you know what I think? I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to misinterpret this statement, right? They're just gonna see the part about the ceasefire, but they're going to completely forget
The
and
blockade.
disregard the military blockade.
Yeah,
They're gonna, the 2 points. They're going to disregard the military blockade, but they're also going to disregard the part where President Trump is talking about the fracture of the IRGC.
right. Oh, Goldie, this is going to make many regime support, because regime supporters follow President Trump every day, right? So they're now going to notice, like, this is a mirror to them. This is going to highlight, this is going to expose them to themselves, and it might increase the internal division, because now Trump is showing it to the whole world that they're divided. Do you think it might motivate them to get their act together? But I don't know how, because they're so divided. Like, their interests are so unaligned that I don't even know if they wanted to get united, how would they do it?
So I'm hearing some rumors, but obviously it's completely unconfirmed. We don't know if it's true or not. But there are some rumors that apparently Ghalibaf and Araqchi and someone else apparently are under house arrest, but there's no confirmation on this. It was from this account that is not necessarily the most reliable. So, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see what what that's all about. But it's there's definitely a lot of internal like infighting. So okay, so this is what it was. This is what it is. So I don't know how reliable this account is. So, we're going to take this with a grain of salt. Guys, this is just rumor at this point. This is rumor. It's completely unconfirmed. But apparently this this Saudi analyst is claiming that the Revolutionary Guard placed Ghalibaf, Pezeshkian, and Araqchi under house arrest. Negotiations with America are halted. The world awaits Trump's decision. So
What's the source? Where's the source?
Know. Yeah, well, exactly. I don't know, but this is the rumor that's going around, completely unverified. So I mean, this could be just like Islamic regime, propaganda and lies. Because guys, so you have to be very careful with rumors like this, because what this is trying to do is the Islamic regime could be putting out this fake rumor to basically make it seem as if like Ghalibaf, Pezeshkian, and Araqchi are the good guys, and that's why they're under house arrest, right? Meanwhile, they're all evil, all of them. They're all evil. They're all terrorists. They're all vicious and violent. So I've actually started to notice, Armin, that there's more and more articles coming out where they're, trying to describe Ghalibaf, Pezeshkian, and Araqchi as, like moderates, right?
Ghalibaf is moderate too now. Wow.
Yeah, which is very, very dangerous, right? Incredibly dangerous, because there is nothing moderate about Ghalibaf. He's a very, very dangerous individual. And remember, this is Ghalibaf, right?
My God, America. My God, America. My God, America. My God, America. My God, America.
So
Ghalibaf was actually ahead of the rest of the regime when it comes to suppressing university students at Kuya Danishgah back in the day. back in the day, like he has a huge history of being one of the most brutal of the suppressors. So I think he was more hardline than the so-called hardliners back then. I mean, all of the reformers used to be more radical than the so-called hardliners today.
Look at this. Guys, this is from last year. This is Ghalibaf last year, February 8, 2025.
آقا فرید ما با آمریکا مذاکره نمی‌کنیم. این روشن تموم. یه وقتی از من سوال کردم آقای غالیباف بین هریس و بین ترامپ فرق وجود داره؟ در یک چیز نشست خبری داشتم با خبرنگارا. گفتم بله حتما فرق داره برای گفتم چه فرقی داره؟ گفتم فرقش چیه که ترامپ قاتل شهید سلیمانیه. مگر ما میتونیم بی تفاوت بشیم حتی بین اون دو نفر؟ حتما برای ما فرق میکنه. اینکه حضرت آقا میفرمایند شرافتمندانه نیست، خب شرافتمندانه نیست.
So let me just read this out really quickly for people who are tuning in, listening, and they're not watching the screen. So this is Ghalibaf, the so-called moderate, which is utter nonsense. And so he's saying the leader Khamenei said we will not negotiate with America. Here, let me just mute this. We will not negotiate with America. This is clear, and that's it. Once I was asked, Mr. Ghalibaf, is there a difference between Harris and Trump? You know, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. During a press conference that he had with journalists. And he said, yes, there is definitely a difference for us. They asked, but what's the difference? I said, you know what the difference is? Trump is the murderer of martyr Soleimani. Can we really be indifferent even between these two? It certainly makes a difference to us. When His Excellency Khamenei says it's not honorable, well, then it simply isn't. So this is the so-called moderate Ghalibaf. Now, Armin, what's really crazy about all this is that the Islamic regime, other people within the IRGC are now saying that they will not resume talks or negotiations with the with the United States unless and until the military blockade is removed. But President Trump has said that he's not going to remove the blockade. So where does this leave the Islamic regime?
So this is going to, if the blockade it continues to be successful, it's going to bankrupt them, and because the blockade is a very cheap way for the United States to put pressure on the Islamic Republic. It doesn't take that much military power to maintain the blockade. So basically, it's a really good way to continue hurting the Islamic Republic without putting any American soldiers' lives at risk, and without spending that much money on military operations. And you're hurting them with like the return on investment is very high. So Goldie, what was going to happen at some point, maybe if they started a revenue, is that they're going to start printing money like crazy, and whatever the inflation rates, the inflation, guys, in Iran is like the food inflation in Iran right now is the highest in the world. Do you guys know that? Right now, the food inflation in Iran is higher than anywhere else in the world. But that's not going to be anything compared to what is about to hit Iran if the regime loses money, and to be able to pay their suppressing forces, they're going to increase printing money, and maybe they're going to sell their gold reserves in the central bank to be able to continue to pay the security forces to keep everything in check. And then if they get even more desperate, they're going to start cutting the payments for teachers, nurses, government employees, and other people to be able to and they will call it a war tax or something like that, to be able to continue to pay the suppressing forces. And this is what I would do if I had no morals and I was the Islamic Republic. I will go and start making documentaries regarding the food insecurity in Iran, and also regarding the people not being able to pay for their healthcare, and people who have cancer or need medicine and they can't afford it. And then I will turn that into a documentary, and then I would say that this is what the American blockade is doing, and I will create content for American media as a way to try to politically pressure President Trump back home in the United States to say that the Iranian people are going hungry because of the blockade, even though I was the one who's printing the money that is causing the inflation, because I want to make sure that I'm still in control, even though I am the one who is me, the Islamic Republic. Guys, I'm speaking on behalf of, like, as if I was the Islamic Republic, even though I am the one who's cutting all of these payments to the people, and I'm the one who's refusing to go to the negotiating table. But the hardship, I would sell it as the result of President Trump's blockade. I will cause the Iranian people to suffer and say to the world that the blockade is doing this to the Iranian people as a way to get sympathy in the United States, and make leftists and other people, anti-Trump people, to use it as a way to try to paint President Trump as a monster. That would be, if I was the Islamic Republic, that would be the most effective strategy. If I can't remove the blockade militarily, because I have no more ships and I have no air force, then I will try to remove the blockade politically. That would be my strategy if I was the Islamic Republic.
You're absolutely right. I mean, that's the only strategy the Islamic regime has, really. And guys, remember, the Iranian people have been impoverished since the Islamic regime took over in 1979. What they try to do is they try to blame the sanctions that were imposed previously. However, the sanctions had nothing to do with food or resources or anything like that. The sanctions were purely for military sanctions. And then think about this: if the Islamic regime was so impoverished that they couldn't, feed their own people, how the heck did the Islamic regime spend billions and billions of dollars building underground nuclear facilities and building at least 30 underground missile cities, right? So this whole narrative of the sanctions or the blockade being the reason for why Iranian people are poor and have no food, it's utter nonsense. The Islamic regime is 100% responsible for Iranians being poor and not having food. And Iranians themselves know that. So it's very frustrating for us when we hear these non-Iranians try to blame the sanctions or the blockade for why Iranians are poor or don't have food. It's not that at all. It's the Islamic regime, because they talk about these sanctions, but then when you ask them, okay, well, what about the underground nuclear facilities? If the country is so poor, how is it that the Islamic regime spent like $3 trillion building these underground nuclear facilities? Where did they get the money for that? Where did they get the money for all of the weapons and missiles and the underground missile cities that they built all over the country, right? Where did they get the money for that? Where did they get the money to send to Hezbollah and Hamas and all these like terrorist proxies, right? The reality is the reason that Iranian people are poor is because the Islamic regime is stealing the money for themselves. And this military blockade has zero impact on the daily lives of Iranian people, because the Islamic regime has already forced everyone to be poor. 60% of Iranians live below the poverty line because of the Islamic regime. And even when Obama sent, billions of dollars in cash, the Islamic regime just took the money for themselves. It wasn't invested in the Iranian people whatsoever. So, yeah. Armin, I have this phone call interview with President Trump, but it's 37 minutes long. So before I play this, if you have any sort of like breaking news or updates or shorter things, let's go to that. And then, maybe we can play this this phone interview that President Trump had, because it's the full interview here from this morning.
I don't have news updates. Just two short things that
Yep.
I want to point to people. One is that when it comes to the IRGC people, if Ghalibaf has any friends, any important friends within IRGC, it's possibly Ali Abdullahi, the head of Khatam al-Anbiya. He might be the closest person to Ghalibaf. Because historically they have been very close. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's close to Ghalibaf right now, but just wanted for you guys to know the history of Abdullahi and Ghalibaf. They have been historically close with each other. And just wanted to give you an update regarding the channel. I got the handle changed. Now. So now I have a handle to Liberty
I love that.
Politics.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. So I put a dash there because Liberty Politics was taken. So I basically put a dash in between. Do you think that was a good idea?
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Okay.
That's excellent. That is excellent. Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. So now the name is changed, but also the handle is changed as well. So just wanted to let you guys know.
Now it all lines up. I love that.
Yes.
Okay, I sent you the link to the interview so that you can pull it up, because I know you like to add commentary, and we all appreciate your commentary very much.
Oh, thank you. All right, let's bring this. Nice. Okay, let's go through this.
Join us now on the Squawk Newsline, President Donald J. Trump. President Trump, welcome. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Well, thank you very much, Joe.
You are very welcome. Can you give us, I think it's on everyone's mind, the latest on where the Iran negotiations stand? We now know Tehran has publicly confirmed that it will send representatives to the meeting with Vice President Vance. What do you expect? What are you hearing at this point, sir?
Well, as I said 2 days ago, when they said they won't send them, I said they'll be sending them. They have no choice but to send them. What I think.
So, Goldie, this is before President Trump made his post regarding. So
this is from this morning.
This morning. So now, so are they sending or not? They're sending. So they're not sending. Is that canceled?
I believe so.
Okay.
Is that we're going to end up with a great deal. I think they have no choice. We've taken out their Navy. We've taken out their Air Force. We've taken out their leaders, frankly, which does complicate things in one way, but these leaders are much more rational. It is regime change, no matter what you want to call it, which is not something I said I was going to do, but I've done it, indirectly maybe, but I've done it. And I think we're in a very strong negotiating position to do what other presidents should have done during a 47-year period. Yes.
Guys, I know a lot of people obviously disagree with the use of the word regime change by President Trump. However, I notice it's really annoying the regime supporters in Iran. And to me, if it's annoying them, I'm good. I'm happy with it. Obviously, yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead. And I'll add something.
So obviously, we don't call it regime change until we have Pahlavi leading Iran. But with President Trump using this vocabulary, if it's hitting a nerve on when it comes to the regime, then I mean go with it. Yeah, but go on, Goldie.
Yeah. So this regime change term, this is really adding more fuel to the fire when it comes to the internal divisions within the Islamic regime. So I think that's why President Trump is continuing along this line of messaging. Of course, we Iranians, we've always said, it's not going to be regime change until we have a revolution. So I also think it's important to remember that post from President Trump where he talks about regime change, but that he differentiates regime change from revolution. So it's really important for us to just continue with the messaging and supporting President Trump and saying, yeah, sure, regime change, but it's not over until the Islamic regime is overthrown and we have revolution. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I'm really interested, Armin, in this interview because his Truth Social post that he posted about an hour ago is the first time that he's acknowledged the internal fractures. So I'm curious to see what he says about it because he hasn't acknowledged prior to that post that he's aware of the internal divisions and internal fractures. So maybe even in this interview, but then when the way that he wrote it, let me just bring this up really quick. So he says, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly. So he already knows. He knows that there's been this internal fracture within the IRGC. And so I think that kind of ties into his strategy of what he's talking about regime change. And oh yeah, they're definitely going to come to the table. I 100%, think they're going to come because he knows that by saying that, he's putting the different factions against one another as well. Because the factions are pointing at each other and going, okay, well, who agreed to go? Who agreed to go? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because, and Godi, you're so right, because there's so many pro-regime people who are not aware of the internal division as much as the other pro-regime people who are following everything. So there are some pro-regime people who are just going with the flow and like, just tell me what to chant and I'll chant it. And there are other pro-regime people who are just following everything online and they're commenting on it and they're more active. So the good thing about this post by President Trump is that more of the pro-regime people who are clueless regarding the division are now going to become aware of the division. And I bet you, we're going to see next time, Goldie, at some point where you basically show us Saddam like state TV from Iran, I bet you they're going to be like, there's no division here. We're very united. He's lying. There's no division. There might be, guys, there might be some propaganda by the Islamic Republic highlighting unity, suggesting that this is a lie. This division post by President Trump is a lie. So we'll see. We'll see if that happens or not.
47 years where these bloodthirsty people have been killing a lot of soldiers, a lot of our soldiers, and a lot of other people. They've killed 42,000 people over the last 2 months. And, you get to a point where people don't want to mention that. They don't like mentioning that. 42,000 unarmed protesters, innocent unarmed protesters, many of them hung. So we're not dealing with the nicest group of people, but we're dealing with them very successfully. And the blockade has been a tremendous success. They said 2 days ago, we will open the strait. I said, no, we're not going to open the strait until we have a final deal. No, we want to open the strait. They said, we're not opening. We totally control the strait, just so you understand, for all the fake news out there.
And Mr. President, we've seen 100 days of the largest protests in Iran since the revolution in 1979. And I know how much you respect and admire and are concerned with the Iranian people.
Wow.
Themselves. And this is...
I'm actually surprised. This is what they're opening with. Like, guys, like, it's not an afterthought. It's the starting point of the conversation. I'm actually really surprised. This is so nice to see that, the whole topic of the Iranian people was the beginning of the conversation, not an afterthought.
Yeah.
I think in large degree, one of the reasons you decided to embark on this whole thing, maybe among other things, but the timing was right. If we get close in negotiations right now, but the deadline for the ceasefire is tomorrow, if it looks like things are progressing...
Guys, sorry, I'm pausing a little, but let me just say this. I know I saw even some Iranians in the chat saying they're annoyed by President Trump saying regime change. Look at, we have no bigger voice in the world than President Trump talking about the massacre that happened in early January. So you might disagree with the vocabulary, but look at, is that as important as the fact that the most powerful man in the whole on earth is talking about, and he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. This is not about American interests. American interest is about the missiles, the uranium. Those are American interests. Talking about the Iranian people suffering and what we had to deal with the Islamic Republic is not part of America, and he still talks about it. So if you're like, oh, like I don't like it, I don't like it makes me like President Trump a little bit less that he's talking about regime change. Nobody else is doing more than President Trump to bring international attention to the fact that the Iranian people have been oppressed for the past 47 years. I think like if you're not grateful for this, then you don't have your priorities right.
I think, Armin, also a lot of people aren't familiar with political nuances. ببین دوستان وقتی که پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میگه رژیم چینج، داره یه کاری میکنه که اینا به جون هم بیافتن. الان ببین چقدر هار شدن همشون، قالیباف و وحیدی و عراقچی و پزشکیان و همشون افتادن به جون هم. این this is all part of the plan. So just stay the course. and ببین وظیفه ما به عنوان ایرانی اینه که فقط بگیم مثلا میخوایم رژیم نابود بشه و فقط پهلوی میتونه ایران رو نجات بده. So that's just what we have to do. So let President Trump do what he's doing, because President Trump که این حرفا رو میزنه داره با رژیم صحبت میکنه, right? He's giving this message to the regime because he knows that this is going to cause them to fight amongst one another. But Armin is absolutely right. The fact that President Trump, like, listen to the beginning again, right? Like, go back and listen to it later. But he basically says, we have some sort of regime change. These people are more moderate, but then he's still calling all of them bloodthirsty. So he's still acknowledging that they're all terrorists. But he's just doing something that's making them attack one another internally. That's the important part here.
Okay, let's continue.
Saying, will you not necessarily extend it to a definitive amount of time, but will you let it keep going if there's progress in the talks before taking?
Well, I don't want to do that. We don't have that much time, because by the time both parties get there, they just got the okay to go forward, which I knew they were going to do anyway. I mean, I don't think they had a choice. They have to negotiate. And, the one thing I'll say is this: Iran can get themselves on a very good footing if they make a deal. They can make themselves into a strong nation again, a wonderful nation again. They have incredible people. But they seem to be, bloodthirsty. They're led by some very, very unfortunately tough people. And I don't mean tough in a good
way. They could have a really good country if they weren't so evil.
Way. I think it's very negative for the country, because we're much tougher than they are, like not even close. But they have to use reason, and they have to use common sense, and they can get themselves into a great position to make themselves into a great country, but a legitimate country, not a country based on death and horror.
And I think regimes only respond to certain things, and I understand your threats to bomb the bridges in the electric grid, but I don't think the regime cares about the people of Iran. And if you did that, I'm sure it's the last thing you'd probably want to do, but it would hurt at least some of the people that we care about and why we embarked on this in the first place. So that would be, I'm sure, a last resort for you.
It's not my choice, but it will also hurt them. It'll hurt them militarily. They use the bridges for their weapons, for their...
Exactly, it's dual use. He's not doing it. Does hurt the people, but it hurts. But if there's no way, it's like, guys, it's like chemotherapy. When you do chemotherapy, it hurts your body, okay? But it hurts the tumor. It hurts the tumor. The whole point is to get rid of the tumor, and it's true that it's hurting the non-cancerous cells as well. But if you decide to do chemotherapy, you have accepted the cost of harming your healthy cells, because if you just allow the tumor to grow, it will be more devastating to your healthy cells than the chemotherapy itself. That is the point.
But it would hurt at least some of the people that we care about and why we embarked on this in the first place. So that would be, I'm sure, a last resort for you.
It's not my choice, but it will also hurt them. It'll hurt them militarily. They use the bridges for their weapons for their missile movements. You know, they're trying to move the missiles because we've obliterated most of their missiles, and they're trying to move their missiles around, even during the ceasefire, which I think was a good thing because we're totally loaded up. We have so much ammo. We have so much of everything that we've like a much more powerful than it was 4 or 5 weeks ago. So we've used this to restock, and they probably have done a little bit of restocking. We caught a ship yesterday that had some things on it, which wasn't very nice. A gift from China, perhaps. I don't know.
Wow.
But I was a little surprised, but because I have a very good relationship, and I thought I had an understanding with President Xi. But that's all right. That's the way war goes.
Don't trust the CCP. Never trust the CCP. They will backstab you every single time.
Right. But I will tell you that we have, our military is incredible, what we've done. I mean, think of it. In the first 3 days, we took out their entire Navy, 159 ships. 159 ships, and wiped out their Air Force, wiped out their anti-aircraft, all of their anti-aircraft apparatus is all gone. All of their radar is gone. Their leaders are gone. You know, their leaders are gone. The whole thing is gone. And frankly, this should have been...
Did he just laugh a little bit when he said the leaders are gone?
In the first 3 days, we took out their entire Navy, 159 ships. 159 ships, and wiped out their Air Force, wiped out their anti-aircraft, all of their anti-air leaders are gone. You know, their leaders are gone.
Look at the guys, like he says, the leaders are gone, and then he laughs. Look at Wait, listen.
Gone. All of their radar is gone. Their leaders are gone. You know, their leaders are gone. The whole thing is gone. And frankly, this should have been done a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier because they were a lot less lethal a long time ago.
So to be clear, you're saying that you need at least the prospects for a signed deal today and tomorrow, or else you would resume bombing Iran.
Well, I expect to be bombing because I think that's a better attitude to go in with, but we're ready to go. I mean, the military is raring to go. They are absolutely incredible. You know, I built the military in my first term. I'm using it now. The military, when I took it over from Barack Hussein Obama, they had just, it was so depleted, so sad. And I built it in my first term. You remember those big numbers. You talked to me about it once. That's a lot of money for military. I built it. We did a great job with our military. And we're using it now and rebuilding it too. We've done a lot of rebuilding also in my first year of the second term, but we have we have the most powerful military in the world. Everybody knows it.
Since we're kind of tight on time, can we just talk about what something else happening today, and that is your pick for Fed Chair Kevin Warsh on Capitol Hill. We've had a couple of guests today say the best thing that we need now is for Jay Powell to leave in May like he's supposed to, and to have Kevin Warsh.
Should I skip this part? We're not talking about Iran anymore.
Skip it. I mean, see if does he speak about Iran later, or was that the only part where he speaks about Iran?
So let me go a little bit forward.
Or him being confirmed, Kevin Warsh. It's kind of
very quickly. I would have, if I were president, I would have won Iraq in the same amount of time that.
Oh, we're back to Middle East. Let me go back here.
And it's going to drive up the price of oil and.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back. There's some
doing a good job. I said, fellas, I got a little bad news for you. I'm going to put a little wrinkle in your numbers. Why, sir? We're going down to a place called Iran, and we're going to make sure that they never have a nuclear weapon because they'll.
We're going to go to this place. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. We're going to go on a journey to this land called Iran.
All
right. Oh my God.
Down to
whenever he says that, Armin, it reminds me of that commercial from Iran Air.
Really?
Let me pull it up for you. So this was a commercial from 1978, back when Iran was still a normal country, right? Like a year before the terrorists took over. And so Iran Air was advertising nonstop flights from New York to Tehran. And let me just pull it up really quickly, because whenever President Trump says excursion, it reminds me of this.
Well, here we are in Tehran, the exciting capital of Iran. I boarded this new Iran Air 747 special performance jet in New York City. The non-stop flight took exactly 11 hours and 15 minutes, and we flew 1 mile higher than other jets. So we had an unusually smooth flight. I enjoyed the excellent food, a first-run movie, Persian hospitality, and even slept a little. Now refreshed and relaxed, I'm ready to explore Tehran and all the other pleasures that can be found in the land of 1,001 nights.
Armin, we're the land of 1,001 nights. And then you hear like the Middle Eastern music like in the background. I love it.
Land of 1,001 nights. Let Iran Air take you on a journey to adventure you will never forget. Romantic, exciting, breathtaking Iran.
Iran Air. We take you there. We take you back.
Back when we used to be a normal country. Guys, can you imagine? Back in 1978, there were nonstop flights between New York and Tehran. That's when we were a normal country. And Iran Air was advertising this as a land of 1,001 nights and, beautiful and romantic, which is true. It was. I mean, Armin, honestly, why are you laughing?
The tagline was pretty straightforward. Like, Iran Air will take you there and take you back. I mean, like, yeah, that's what airlines do. that's what I mean. It's pretty clear. Yeah, like, well, what do you do? We'll take you there and then we'll take you back. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I love the tagline.
This is back when we were a normal country.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, one more time.
Well, here we are in Tehran, the exciting capital of Iran. I boarded this new Iran Air 747 special performance jet in New York City. The non-stop flight took exactly 11 hours and 15 minutes, and we flew 1 mile higher than other jets. So we had an unusually smooth flight. I enjoyed the excellent food, a first-run movie, Persian hospitality, and even slept a little. Now refreshed and relaxed, I'm ready to explore Tehran and all the other pleasures that can be found in the land of 1,001 nights. Let Iran Air take you on a journey to adventure you will never forget. Romantic, exciting, breathtaking Iran.
Iran Air. We take you there. We take you back.
Thank you.
Thank you for confirming to the non-Iranians that you will take them back home and you won't keep them as hostages. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
No. See, guys, we didn't have a culture of taking hostages. Okay, back then. You see, it's confirmed. You can come back.
Yeah, you can come visit. You can come visit, and then you can go home and you're done. Yeah, that's Iran. That's Iran. But the Islamic regime takes hostages. They're evil, right? But like Armin, back in 1978, there were nonstop flights, 11-hour flights between New York and Tehran, right? Like it's wild to me. And guys, that's what we're fighting for, right? We just want to go back to being the normal country that we were before the Muslim Nazis took over in 1979. So
yes.
Like, I will take this commercial any day. I want to see this commercial revived. I even want like the cheesy like Middle Eastern music, like no, come visit the land of 1,001 nights. Like I'm all for that.
Isn't that Arabic though?
No, 1,001 Nights is Persian. Nope.
Okay.
Well, even like the name of the princess, Shahrazad.
Okay.
Scheherazade is Shahrazad. 1,001 Nights is Iranian. Then the Arabs stole it from us, like they did with everything else, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Hezar Yek Shab.
Okay, so
right,
did we? So I just wanted to say, guys, back then, the Iranian passport was so powerful. Like it was like one of the most recognized. You could go anywhere with that visa free. Like it was right now. Like you need to apply for a visa with Iranian passport. You can't go anywhere without a visa. But back then, with an Iranian passport, you could just go to Europe, to United States. Like many Iranian people back then didn't know what a visa is. They're just like, I have my passport, I go buy a ticket, and I go to a country, just like I'm an American citizen or a Canadian citizen. But now it's not like that anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah. So Armin, just a quick note, really quickly. So before we go, because you were asking about 1001 Nights. So 1001 Nights, they call it Arabian Nights because they, culturally appropriated that from us, but originated primarily from Persian and Indian traditions. The core framework is based on the Sassanid Persian book Hezar Afsan, 1,000 Stories. The story of Shahrazad is an Iranian invention predating Islamic influence, which was later translated into Arabic and expanded with stories from Egypt, Iraq, and beyond. So the whole concept of 1001 Nights comes from the Persian Empire, from the Sassanid.
So does that mean that the genie used to be a div and then turned into a genie?
Probably. Hadman div bude.
Okay, so guys, that means that the genie from Aladdin used to be a div before it turned into a genie, because genies are Arabic. Okay, genies are Arabic, jinns, and divs are Persian.
Oh, Armin,
what?
Look at this. Oh wait, this one is low quality, but this is gonna blow your mind. Okay, totally unrelated, but this is gonna blow your mind, and you're just gonna go, wow.
Bukalamun? Bukalamun?
Bukalamun
Polo. Bukalamun Polo. What? Wait, was this in Aladdin? Like,
yes.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So you know that scene in Aladdin, the Disney movie Aladdin, where the genie's like, Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, and then he's like doing all the various things, like he's introducing himself to Aladdin. So at the part where he's like taking Aladdin's order and he's writing down on the paper, he writes down Bugalamun Polo, and that's a P. Remember, there's no P in Arabic.
Oh yeah, they're not Arabs. These people are not Arabs. Yeah. But then he's not a genie then. If he can read that, then he's not a genie. He's a div. They should change his name.
Yeah, it's genie. It is what it is. But
so
guys, this translates to turkey and rice. So the scene where here. So the scene where the genie is like taking Aladdin's order and then he brings him like a turkey, that's because on top he's actually writing turkey and rice in Persian.
Where's the rice then?
Well, I don't know.
He's missing the rice.
Maybe it's a stuffed turkey.
It says Bukalamun Polo. It didn't say Bukalamun Khali Khali.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Just be happy. But yeah, there you go. So guys, even in the movie Aladdin, when the genie is writing down Aladdin's order, it's Persian. There you go.
Yeah. I'm happy, but Iranians don't eat bukalamun without rice. We always have khoresh or something. So
well, maybe he brings the rice after. That's fine.
Okay.
You know what? If anything, like if you're gonna complain, you should say why doesn't it say zereshk polo? Because if it's bukalamu, it should be zereshk polo.
Guys, that's a peh. That's a peh. The Arabic. There's no such letter in Arabic. The peh. Yeah. Interesting.
There you go. All right, so let's continue.
Okay. It's amazing how we went from President Trump going to saying that let's go to Iran. We went all the way from that to Bukalamun polo in Aladdin. How do we get here again? Oh, by the way, people in the chat were saying, what is a div? Div is
It's like a
like,
demon.
you know, so, like a demon, but you know, sometimes they're not bad, right? Demons are always bad, I guess, right? So yeah, div is like so the Christians have demons, the Arabs have jinns, and then in English for some reason they call it genie, and then the Iranians have divs, and div has the same root of the word divine, and divinity has the same root of divine and divinity. Wait, and also in Hindu, what do you call gods in divine beings in in Hinduism? It has the same. It shares the diva. Yeah, it actually shares the same root with diva. So diva, divine, divinity, they have the same root. However, in Zoroastrianism, divs are evil, and in English and Indian languages, things that are related to divine are holy. Yeah.
The whole group, Howard, they're all doing a good job. I said, fellas, I got a little bad news for you. I'm going to put a little wrinkle in your numbers. Why, sir? We're going down to a place called Iran, and we're going to make sure that they never have a nuclear weapon because they'll use it to blow up, because they're religious fanatics, and they will use that weapon to blow up the world, but they'll start with Israel in the Middle East, and we're not going to let that happen. And they said, wow, that's going to be bad. I said, yeah, it's going to hurt the market, and it's going to drive up the price of oil and whatever it is, but that's peanuts compared to what would happen if we let this happen. And I told them, 47 years other presidents wanted to do it. They never had the guts, the courage to do it. I said, we have to do it. And they understood that, very professional. They're great guys, great people. Jameson's doing such a great job, all of them. And so I said, we're going down and we're going to do our little thing. And we did. And we've, knocked out, we've totally won the war. If you read the New York Times, you think, oh, gee, when are we surrendering? We have totally beat them militarily and otherwise. I mean, I wish you could hear the conversations we have with them. We are victorious. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. And they can't get the nuclear dust because it was obliterated by the B-2 bombers that went in. They never got the credit they should get. They've tried to get down there. We have cameras from Space Force on it all the time. They've tried to get down. They can't get down. That place was obliterated. They did such a good job. The left tries to make it, tries to demean all the time, like, oh, well, maybe it wasn't totally obliterated. It was, and they can't get it, or they would have tried to get it. But the fact is,
yeah, and every time they try to go get it, the Israelis start shooting at them, so they could. So all of the nuclear dust is still under that rubble, and the Islamic Republic has never been able to take it out of there.
That we took this little journey, and if you would have told me that the Dow is almost, I'm looking at your thing. I mean, literally, we're at 50,000. And if you would have told me that oil is,
the S&P is at historic highs, and people are like, "Oh my God, President Trump is ruining the economy." Meanwhile, the stock market is at record highs, and President Trump, guys, even President Trump is surprised. President Trump thought that they're going to take a huge hit to the markets, but no,
is at 90 as opposed to 200. I would,
yeah, exactly. President Trump watches our show. President Trump watches our show. Remember,
Why
guys,
do you
we
say
said
that?
because that was because we said here on the show that so many people told us that this military operation will make the oil prices hit 200, and we said that it never even hit 120, and now it's below 100, and now President Trump is. By the way, guys, I'm joking, okay? But look at this. This is exactly what we say here.
Took this little journey, and if you would have told me that oil is at 90. As opposed to 200, I would.
As opposed to 200, guys, these are line by line. The words on Iran Revolution Live.
Frankly surprised. And you know what is happening? Boats are finding other sources.
Because the prediction, guys, was that we would have been hitting 200 by now. And I don't know why we don't get, the military operation more credit, given that we're at 90. At 90, people keep saying like, oh, oil prices are up. Yeah, compared to where they were before, but compared to where they were supposed to be, they're so much lower.
They're going up to Texas and Louisiana. They're going to Alaska. They're going to other places. It's an amazing phenomenon. You know, when there are problems, people find out how to take care of things. And
yes, and guys, President Trump is so correct about here, and this is going to have a permanent effect. Okay, because of the unreliability of the Strait of Hormuz, that means that all of these consumers, all of these oil, tankers and people who buy oil and gas, they are now going to find permanent ways to rely on other places. So the relevancy of Strait of Hormuz is going to get a permanent hit from this, because many different companies and organizations are going to figure out how to change the supply chain and the reliance on the Strait of Hormuz, and that experience will always be there. And the new change and the new networks that have been created because of this will be more reliable next time.
The Strait's very important, but people have found out. I mean, you're taking a look. Look at your numbers right now. I'm looking at where the stock market's up and where it's, look at that S&P. The numbers are what they were when we started this whole thing. I thought they'd be down 20% or down a very substantial amount. Even when it was down more a couple of weeks ago.
Look at that. It recovered everything. You see that? This is the loss from the military operation. And guys, I was saying, I was even surprised. If President Trump is surprised, I was surprised. I said, guys, eventually it will recover. Eventually it will recover. Okay? And I didn't say it would recover this fast. And guys, by the way, I know that it might fall again, but the fact that we are at pre-military operation levels, that is like, what the hell? Like, we've never had a military a war at this scale and with this little impact on the global economy. And guys, before you criticize me, I'm like, Armin, this is not the global economy. It's S&P 500 is American. American companies are global companies. Last time I checked, Starbucks, McDonald's, Windows, Intel, they have customers globally. Okay, so American companies, American index funds are a representation of global economy, not American economy.
I was surprised. I thought it would be down much more, and I thought the oil would be much higher. And I'm very happy to say that it wasn't. And when it's over, and it will end, when it's over, they want it to be over immediately. And I just looked at a little chart. World War I, 4 years and 3 months. World War II, 6 years. Korean War, 3 years. Vietnam, 19 years. Iraq, 8 years. I'm 5 months. Okay, 5 months.
5 months. We're like, it's over. We lost. We haven't even started. What are you like? Hey, hold on. 5 months. 5 months, and people are already judging. Unbelievable.
I would have won Vietnam very quickly. I would have, if I were president, I would have won Iraq in the same amount of time that we won, because essentially we've won here. Okay, I mean, people can play games. The Democrats can say, well, we should have done better. No matter what. If I did it in 1 week, they'd say we should have done better. Look at Venezuela. I took it over in 45 minutes. It was basically a 45-minute.
But President Trump, how come you couldn't do it in 15 minutes? 15 minutes, you should have done that.
By the way, a very strong military country. And we took it over in a day, but let's be nice. But we basically took it over in 45 minutes. We took it over during the attack in 45 minutes.
So slow. Not impressed.
Mr. President,
and they would say, I'm surprised I haven't said it, that you should have done it in 30 minutes. It took too long,
Oh, man! President, he copied my joke.
That's what you said.
That's what I said. Guys, he copied my joke.
I'm surprised I haven't said it, that you should have done it in 30 minutes. It took too long, So it's tough. But we can't let traitors like Schumer put pressure on you where they say, we want out. Think how bad that is. I'm negotiating with these people, and they're telling us, we have to get out now. We have to get out now. We have to get now. And they were in a war for 18 years. They were in a war for, think of that, Vietnam, 19 years, Iraq, 8 years. So
Right.
I want to make a good deal. I'm not going to be rushed. I have all the time in the world. I want to make not a good deal. I want to make a great deal. I don't want to do this, go through this. And, you know, I mean, if you look at this, what we've suffered in terms of losses, we lost 13 men, and that's terrible. I wish we didn't lose one. But if somebody would have said, we've done this and obliterated that country, obliterated it, and we lost 13 men, people would have said, that's not possible to have done that.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about this because these are historically low losses for both Israel and United States ever since October 7th. Like Israel had historically low losses in lives, and United States also in this Operation Epic Fury. But it's really hard to communicate that, because if you say that, some people might think that you're dismissing the like how valuable the lives of each one of these soldiers are.
I mean, every single life lost is a tragedy at the hands. You know, every single life lost at the hands of the Islamic regime is a tragedy. So you know, President Trump is not diminishing the loss of life, but you know, Armin is right. Like these are historically low losses, and you know, ultimately we have to respect the decision of those servicemen and women who decide to join the military.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, that's actually a very good way to putting it, Colby.
It's not possible.
Right.
So we've done a great job, and I don't want to be rushed by people that are really treasonous as far as I'm concerned, where they're, and it's just, you know, I watch this low IQ guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a totally low IQ person, and he's always ranting and raving, oh, this war is so terrible, terrible. They shouldn't be saying that when we're in the midst of a negotiation, because it does hurt us somewhat. It gives the other side some hope. And I don't.
Oh my God, Goldie! This is what you point out all the time when you show how the Islamic Republic keeps highlighting the people who attack President Trump as a way to get more united, for their own propaganda. President Trump is now acknowledging that these messages coming out of the people who are attacking him is helping the other side, and it weakens America's position. This is why when you're dealing with a foreign enemy, you need to be united behind your behind the commander, behind the leader of the military operation. This is actually, look at this one more time. He's confirming that this hurts them.
Oh, this war is so terrible, terrible. They shouldn't be saying that when we're in the midst of a negotiation.
Look at this
guy, Hakeem Jeffries, is a totally low IQ person, and he's always ranting and raving, oh, this war is so terrible, terrible. They shouldn't be saying that when we're in the midst of a negotiation, because it does hurt us somewhat. It gives the other side some hope, and I don't want them to have hope.
I don't want them to have hope. Yes, yeah. It gives the other side some hope, and I don't want them to have hope. Yeah, okay, that's
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you about Anthropic, if I could, for a second, because this is a company that your administration has declared a supply chain risk. And I want to understand the determination for that. There's a view by some that it's political.
Okay, this is very interesting to me, but because it's not relevant, I'm going to skip. Should we play it? The Anthropic case is very interesting, but I think it's not Anthropic. It's not related to Iran.
Then let's just go forward to the next part.
Okay.
They came to the office. They came to, and I think we'll get along with them just fine.
So do you think a deal will be made so that Anthropic will be allowed?
Honest people, they are, and they're a very smart group. She told me that they should have a great look at.
I'm gonna come back, listen to this later.
I mean, if you want, we can listen to it now. If you're interested in this.
No, it's okay.
I'm
it's
okay.
Had lived and ran the company. Tim is done, and I got things done.
We'll make an analogy here. You saw what inflation did to the Biden legacy.
Okay, see if there's any Iran stuff.
We should have the lowest interest rate in the world. When I was a young, we can't do that. And you'll see that, you know, we had a little setback with the Supreme Court. They said I can charge.
No Iran here.
I went into baseball, Major League Baseball, or
We're now doing baseball.
right, but the result was the same. Missile shot at one of our great.
Oh, we're back. We're back to Iran. We keep going.
It's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster.
Yeah. All right, Iran again.
Been very easy to do and made everybody happy. Tariffs so stupidly. It's so sad to see, and it would be nice if the court system and the Supreme Court. We have a many-time murderer. It's really hard to get him out of our country, but we don't stop.
Mr. President, just in terms of putting things together, there's a story earlier this week about United potentially wanting to buy American. Senators from both sides of the aisle have warned that.
No trouble. And I'd love somebody to buy Spirit. It's 14,000 for defense companies and aerospace companies. We used to have hundreds of them, and now we have like a very small number. And you get one bid, and it makes them lazy. And I came down very hard on them 2-3 months ago because it takes too long. We have the best equipment in the world. We have the best, you know, the Patriot systems, the Tomahawk systems. We have the best stuff in the world by far. You know, the other day during this crazy war, we had 111. There's a dispute as to 111 and 101. I want to be exactly accurate with you people, because otherwise you'll write stories that I exaggerated. 101. We had 101 or 111. Nobody's able to get it right, but the result was the same. Missile shot at one of.
Oh yeah, this is the story. 101 missiles coming at USS Abraham Lincoln, and guess how many of them? Guess how many of them they shot? President Trump is going to say. How many of them were shut down before they reached the USS Abraham Lincoln? That's right. 101. The answer is 101.
Great assets out in that area. A ship. And out of the 111 missile shot, every single one of them were shot down, going at 3,000 miles an hour, right? Yes, you know, not easy. It's like a needle in a haystack. They used to call it impossible to do. So they go 3,000 miles an hour. Every single one of them was shot down.
Yes.
Mostly by Patriots. But every one of them was shot down. Think of it. 111 missiles coming at.
I'm pretty sure it was 101 last time. Now there's 111.
And every one of those missiles is now lying at the bottom of the sea, like the Navy, like the Iran's Navy is lying at the bottom of the sea. It's amazing, but we got to make it faster. So I have a push. You know, Raytheon took billions of dollars, many. I don't even want to tell you how many because I'm embarrassed, for stock buybacks instead of buying plants. So I made it illegal for them to do that. No defense company. They have to build new plants. So we have plants. Raytheon now is building 5. They're all building. Lockheed's building 3 or 4. They're all building plants because we need speed. We don't want, you know, you order a Patriot and they say, we'll have it to you, sir, in 3.5 years. We want it in a week. And that's where we are now. They're building plants all over the country. And they're going to do well for doing it.
We appreciate all your time. If you have time, I want to ask you one more question.
Go ahead.
And, you know, we have allies now in the Middle East. Maybe some are, we can maybe count on more than allies in other parts of the world.
That's
but
true. They're much better allies than NATO, that I can tell you.
The UAE asking the U.S. for some type of financial lifeline. I don't know if it's a solvency problem. It's more of a liquidity problem. And I know we did, Secretary Bessent did something with Argentina that worked out. Is there some type of swap possible, currency swap with the UAE to help if they...
Wait, UAE is having liquidity problem?
They need it, and
really? Why?
Do you think there would be
Well,
backlash?
that's actually interesting because I saw a post from the UAE saying that they have no liquidity problems. So I don't know what's going on there. Because I saw that post from the UAE just like a couple hours ago, and I was like, "Wait, where is this coming from?" So now I guess it's coming from this interview here.
From here,
yeah.
Okay. Interesting. They were responding to this, I guess.
Or perceived to be. such a wealthy country. Is that under consideration?
It is, but it's been a good country. It's been a good ally of ours. And, you know, these are unusual times. They were more than anybody else. I mean, it was shocking because we thought that they'd shoot missiles at Israel, but not every other country in the area. And, you know, UAE got hit with 1,400 missiles. Now, fortunately, they had the Patriots and they had a great defense and they were able to shoot down most of them. But they did get hit hard. They were hit the hardest of the group, actually. And they're really led by incredible people. And yeah, I mean, I'm surprised because they are really rich. You know, they invested a year ago. I went there and I got them to invest $1 trillion in the United States. They're building a tremendous plant in a great state called Oklahoma.
Well, they promised 1 trillion. I don't know if they have it.
Aluminum plant, melting plant, beautiful, incredible. It'll be the best anywhere in the world. You know, they're very good for this country. So, yeah, if I could help them, I would. I mean, we're helping them much more with what we're doing with the war because, you know, the bully of the Middle East was Iran. Iran was a bully and bullied all of these countries around, and they threatened them all the time. And they threatened about the Hormuz Strait. They threatened.
Guys, the UAE is effed if the Islamic Republic doesn't fall. This is why they're now, the UAE is now a bigger advocate for regime change in Iran than Saudi Arabia and Israel. I mean, it's getting close to Israel now, because their entire business model is collapsing. If the Islamic Republic is still there, guys, if once all of this military operation stops, if the Islamic Republic is still in Iran, then nobody's going to trust the business model of the UAE because they think, well, the Islamic Republic is still there. This might happen again to you. So the entire business model of the UAE is based on the idea that this type of crap doesn't happen here. Like the whole reason why tourism and investment and trade and the ports and everything and the airports go through, you know, through Dubai and the rest of the UAE is because the understanding was that kind of crap does not happen here. So a lot of people think that the UAE wants this military operation to stop. No, they don't, because they want this to continue until the Islamic Republic falls, because if the Islamic Republic is there, every single investor and tourist and commerce people and everybody else will always look at the UAE and especially Dubai as a place that these things could happen. And every single investment will be discounted by a higher rate, and it's going to be valued as so much lower. This is a huge challenge to everything that the UAE has been working on forever. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to collapse or anything. They have a lot of huge cash reserves, but they're not going to be making as much revenue as much as they have been so far unless we get rid of the Islamic Republic.
Sometimes some people call it the Strait of Hormuz, which is actually a more beautiful wording. But
wait, what?
And they threatened about the Hormuz Strait. They threatened. Sometimes some people call it the Strait of Hormuz, which is.
Oh, so Hormuz or Hormuz?
No. He's saying
the English and the Persian.
Nah, داره میگه. He's saying Hormuz Strait, but then he says Strait of Hormuz, and he's saying that Strait of Hormuz is more beautiful wording.
Oh, really? Okay, I thought because he pronounced it differently as well. Because so it's just moving it around. Okay, now I get it. Thank you, Gogo.
And bullied all of these countries around, and they threatened them all the time, and they threatened about the Hormuz Strait. They threatened. Sometimes some people call it the Strait of Hormuz, which is actually a more beautiful.
Okay, yeah. So he moved it around, but he also pronounced it differently. That's why I was confused.
Wording, but they threaten them all the time, so we're really doing a big job there. Those 5 countries have been great, and Israel's been great. Israel's been a great partner for us. It's like they say
the best partner. United States has never had a better partner than Israel, and once Iran is free, we're going to try to match that when it comes to being an ally of United States.
We're the big brother, they're the small brother, but the small brother's been very helpful to us. You know, they've displayed great.
That's so cute. The small brother has been very helpful to us. Oh, guys, that is so sweet. That was so cute. I hope we could join you guys as a third brother one day. Oh, that is so sweet.
Armin, we're the forgotten middle child. We were the forgotten middle child, and we're coming back now.
We used to be. Oh, that's it. By the way, guys, happy birthday to Israel. Happy birthday.
Oh yeah. You know, Armin, I was actually supposed to be in Israel right now. So I was actually like a while ago, like 3-4 months ago, I was planning a 2-week trip to Israel because I was gonna go to Israel for 2 weeks at the end of April. And I was gonna do like live streaming from there, and I was gonna like, basically show Israel from like the perspective of like an Iranian. I had a whole 2-week trip planned out and everything. And I wanted to make sure to be there for Independence Day as well, to celebrate with all my Israeli friends and Iranian Jews in Israel as well. And then of course the conflict started, so I had to postpone my trip to Israel. But I will go. I will go at some point when the conflict and the war is over. So yeah, happy Independence Day to Israel.
Happy Independence Day. And Goody, look, on their Independence Day celebrations, they didn't forget Iran. So look, Rebecca is saying, even on Independence Day, we remember that we can't be free alone. This is for Iran. So let me just play this. This was in their independence. So most of it is Hebrew, but the ending gets Persian. So just...
לכבוד הקהילה המפוארת של יהדות איראן, לכבוד העם האיראני האמיץ, הגדול ושוחר השלום, שרובו המוחלט אוהב את העם היהודי וחולם על חופש. למען האמונה שנזכה לראות בקריסת החומות ובנפילת המשטר האפל, ושיזכה לבקר שנית במקומות האהובים שהיו לי באיראן. באומید פירוזی نور بر تاریکی، באומید آزادی ایران و ایرانیان، בתקווה לניצחון האור על החושך.
So that part was Persian. It said in hopes of the victory of Iran, in hopes of the victory of light over darkness, which is a quote by our queen Farah Pahlavi.
ותפארת מדינת ישראל.
Anyways, I just wanted to share that because it was so beautiful that they remembered us on their Independence Day. So thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, let's continue with this.
Great courage.
The Saudis,
if UAE had a problem, I find it hard to believe, but if they had a problem, we would be there for them. Yeah.
Are the Saudis impatient now, or do they want? Are they on the other side? Where they?
Well, he's another great guy. He gave me the famous line that I used a little bit. He said, "A year and a half ago, sir, you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world." He said that to me, and it's true. We were a dead country. We had a guy that wasn't respected. We had a country that was laughed at. He couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. Forget about down. He couldn't walk up a flight. But he was falling all over the place. I have to be careful because if I do trip or fall, it's got to be the biggest. That's why when I get out of those planes, I walk nice and slowly. I'm not looking to set any speed records. But we had an embarrassing country. We had a country that was going to fail. If this country would have failed if I didn't win this election, I'll tell you, I've had many people.
President Trump has made fun of President Biden so many times for falling. He's trying to always like, oh no, I have to be so careful. I have made fun of that man so many times for falling. I have to make sure I don't fall myself. It's so amazing that he admits that. You're like, that's why I walk so slow. I'm not trying to break any records here, just to make sure I don't fall. Not breaking any records here. Oh my God.
Tell me that many people that aren't necessarily of the Republican persuasion or MAGA, but we've had many people say it, that this country would have failed if I didn't win this election. You people wouldn't be looking at the numbers you're looking at right now.
So
I can tell
the
you that.
Saudis are not, are they taking it economically on the chin to the point where they want you to end this, or are they saying
I think they're
finish the
doing
job?
great. I spoke to him yesterday. He wasn't asking for anything. He wants to, they're fighting. You know, they're helping us. They're helping us on the strait. They're helping us all over. The ones that aren't helping are NATO. You know, NATO said to me, no, we'll send somebody as soon as it's over. I said, that's not really, you know, we don't need them. We'll never need them, actually. They'll need us. They need us desperately because they're a paper tiger. But I've said that. By the way, I've said that for a long time. Before I was in politics, I used to say it. I was not in politics, but I sort of enjoyed it, and I liked watching things. And I always said they were a paper tiger.
Right,
and
well,
Europe, Europe has to straighten themselves out. Between energy and immigration, they have to straighten themselves out, or they're not going to have a Europe anymore.
Yeah, we could talk NATO, but I know you've obviously got a lot to do. We will be watching for any Truth Social posts about the negotiations, whether you hear what's happening. But thanks for all your time this morning, Mr. President. We greatly appreciate it.
Well, thank you. And
you know, President Trump is really available to media. Really available for questioning. I think he's the most available president. I don't see many people mentioning that level of transparency and availability. That should be something that gets more recognition.
He does a lot of media. Like, it's an insane amount of media.
Right.
And he doesn't get much credit for it either.
Right. Yeah.
And
it's actually, yeah.
No, sorry, I was just going to say this was a very good interview because he confirms so many things. He confirms, the over 42,000 murdered. He confirms that there's internal fractures. He confirms that, the military blockade is continuing. And I think what a lot of people seem to forget is that the Trump card here, the Trump card is the military blockade. The Trump card is preventing the Islamic regime from exporting their oil. And the Islamic regime is now running out of storage space, right? Everyone's just talking about, well, when are the boom booms going to happen? Okay, but there are other ways. And this is, you have to look at this holistically, right?
Right.
And right now, this military blockade, the naval blockade, is doing way more damage to the Islamic regime, because I have a feeling that this naval blockade is in and of itself contributing to the internal division and the panic within the IRGC and the various factions as well. Because they're not able to sell their oil. They're not able to ship it out. Their storage facilities have pretty much filled up. Their carriers are going to be gone soon, and the United States is seizing ships now. And President Trump exposed China.
Yep.
So
I wonder how they're going to respond.
Yeah.
Goldie, look at the regime supporters. They're getting more creative with their with their stuff that they're coming out. They're coming every night and they're showing like their support for the regime. Look at this. This guy has a missile in the back of his car.
I heard he had a child in the car as well, which is like, this is a total like hazard, right? Oh my gosh, like these people are insane.
Oh my god, they're really proud of their missiles. And let me see. I had another video. Look at this. That was just a replica, obviously. But look at all of this. They're bringing these into the streets. They're bringing their launchers into their streets. Look at this. This is one video. Ooh, look at that. I wonder if they're just using the people to be able to move the launchers from one place to another without the launchers getting bombed. Are these human shields? Look at this.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
That's a launcher, guys. Is that Arashi Kamange? And then we have.
Oh my gosh! They have Arashi Kamang. These people are crazy.
I think that's a permanent statue that was there. That they're moving past by it. And then look at this. Guys, the most dangerous job right now in the world is to be one of these people that works at this rocket launchers. Because as soon as you use them, and the Israelis will find out where you are and they will hit you.
You know what this is like giving me? This is giving me Planet of the Apes vibes. Do you remember one of the here, let me pull it up really quick. Do you remember one of the Planet of the Apes movies where I can't remember which one, but it's like a bunch of humans underground and they're like worshiping like some sort of like nuclear missile or something, like a bomb.
Okay.
And like they're all like worshiping it and praying to it. Like what we're seeing in the streets of occupied Iran by these Muslim Nazis, it's like the exact, like it's giving me Planet of the Apes vibes. These people are crazy. They've lost their mind. Yeah, Beneath the Planet of the Apes. That's the one. Yeah. Beneath the Planet of the Apes.
Do you want to see some regime propaganda? AI propaganda?
Go for it. Oh, AI? Sure.
Okay. Look, this is posted by an official gray checkmark government account of the regime. Oh, this has been posted by the Consulate General of the Islamic Republic in Mazar Sharif. And look at this. It says World Accessories. Goldie, watch this. Watch this. Government account is posting this.
That's Pezeshkian.
That's Pezeshkian. That's true. That's PB. Okay, so Pezeshkian has a like I don't understand why they gave him a Quran, because he's obsessed with Nahj al-Balagha. So instead of a Quran, they should have put a Nahj al-Balagha book there. They gave him a toy. Well, no. I mean, they gave him a rocket. They gave him a drone, a rocket launcher, and he's stepping on a American fighter jet, I'm assuming, that they have taken down. Like, this doesn't make sense to me. Shouldn't you be putting like Vahid Musavi? This is the wrong person to put here. Let me tell you, whoever made this AI video does not understand who's responsible for what within the Islamic Republic. You should have put this guy in Musavi, the person in charge of the rockets, the aerospace commander. Majid Musavi should have been here. But I guess this is, I know why you picked Pezeshkian, because foreigners don't understand that the president is a nobody, and that's why you put Pezeshkian. Because the foreigners would assume that the president is the person who's making these decisions. Okay, so that makes sense. And then we have to President Trump. They acting like he's a madman with a fighter jet, with a helicopter on fire, Epstein files, and also the reference to the Minab schoolgirls. And then we have Bibi Netanyahu. They have the flag of Israel as toilet paper. I don't know what that thing is. The third one. What is this? And I don't know what this is either. Oh, that's it. Huh?
I was just gonna say these people are crazy.
Yeah. I don't know what the rat reference here is. I think that's an air defense system, like the Patriot system on fire. And this is the UN being like blind, like basically the UN not condemning the Americans and Israelis. So guys, look at this. We have something in common with the Islamic Republic. They hate the UN as well. Okay. We have some. We're anti-UN and they're anti-UN as well for different reasons. But yeah.
I just wanted to share some things. So I know that President Trump posted about the 8 women that are sentenced to be hanged, but the Islamic regime is still murdering Iranians. And today we got the very sad news that the Islamic regime executed another Iranian freedom fighter. His name was Amir Ali Mir Jafari. He was one of the young protesters who was fighting for freedom on January 8 and 9. He was only 23 years old. Basically, they, made him do like a forced confession. They accused him of being one of the leaders of the uprisings. Pretty much everyone is a leader or Mossad or something. It's basically all forced confessions under torture, and they hanged him. They hanged him this morning. So for those of you who aren't Iranian, this is why, for us Iranians and, many of the Iranians who watch and comment, there is a sense of urgency, right? I mean, we know President Trump has a plan. We trust President Trump's plan. But at the same time, there is a sense of urgency because every day that the Islamic regime survives, they murder more and more of us. And so today we got the sad news about Amir Ali Mir Jafari. Not just that, we also received the horrific news today about a 14-year-old boy. So during the January 8 and 9 demonstrations, a 14-year-old student disappeared during protests near Tehran on January 8, only for his family to receive his body 60 days later with a gunshot wound to the temple. So a 14-year-old boy was also murdered by the Islamic regime. Yeah. So every day we're receiving more and more news of all the Iranians who have been murdered by the Islamic regime, whether during January 8 and 9 or afterwards. And guys, this is part of the reason why the internet has been shut down, because if the internet was to be open and available, there would be just a massive flood of news like this. But we're just, this news is just trickling out. But we are keeping an eye on this. We are monitoring all of this. So yeah, it is sad news. But I hope that for those of you who aren't Iranian, I hope this helps you understand why Iranians have this sense of urgency, because every day more lives are being lost and more people are being murdered by the Islamic regime. Yeah. They can't attack the United States. They can't attack Israel. They don't have the strength or the ability to go after the United States and Israel. All the Islamic regime can do is murder innocent, unarmed Iranians. Yeah. Okay, back to you, Armin. Sorry, I know it's a little bit of sad news, but I thought it was important to share.
No, it's okay. No, thank you. I guess this is just a missile launcher again that the regime is showing among the crowds of regime supporters in Iran. All right, let me actually show you a video from this Musavi guy because I want you guys to be introduced to him. Hold on, let me see if that's the video of. Let me see, make sure they have a propaganda video from the Islamic Republic. So yeah, let me just show you this propaganda video from the Islamic Republic regarding their missiles. This is, guys, you see the door opening, and this is like deep underneath the mountains. This is one of their missile towns. So, guys, people were asking if this is real. Yeah, this is real. Unfortunately, this is real. This is not AI. All of this is real. And you shouldn't underestimate this because there was, guys, during the Operation Epic Fury, the Americans and Israelis have been very successful in reducing the missile launching capacity of the Islamic Republic. But that doesn't mean that they destroyed the missiles. A lot of the missiles are still there. When they say they destroyed their missile launching capacity, and that is true that many of the missiles and missile launchers have been destroyed, but a lot of it is because they destroyed the entrance to these city towns, because these missiles are under so much granite that you can't reach them. You can't bomb these. Like they're covered under the mountains. You could destroy the entrance to the city so that they can't come out, meaning that they wouldn't be able to launch them. But that means that a lot of these missiles are still there, unfortunately. This is why I keep telling you that the only way to fix this problem is regime change. Like once every time there's a ceasefire, the regime is able to go and fix the entrances to these, and they have a lot of these missile towns. Like this is just one of them. They have so many of them, right? And when you blow up the entrance, they can't get the missiles out. But once there's a ceasefire, they can go and reopen the entrances, right? And they still have so much of this. And that's why the only solution is regime change if you want this to stop. And the reason why I want to show you guys this, because who's this? I've shown this man to you many, many times. You recognize him? Have you seen this face anywhere, guys, in the chat? Why would they show him in this promotional video, right? I told you this is like this is a name that I keep bringing up. This is him. Okay. This is Majid Mousavi in replacement of Hajizadeh. Hajizadeh, who died in the 12-Day War. Hajizadeh was one of the most important members of IRGC, and Mousavi is his replacement. He is, yeah, good. He's somebody saying space guy? Yes, the aerospace guy, right? Hava Faza. So that means aerospace commander of IRGC, that means he's in charge of the missiles and drones.
Armin.
So this is, yes, very important person. Yes.
Look at this.
When is this?
An explosion struck near an Iranian security forces patrol vehicle in Rasht. The cause of the explosion and who was behind it are not yet known. This was posted an hour ago. Look at this. So this is like the security forces vehicle, and I guess it was caught on live TV or something.
What the hell?
Something's happening internally. Someone's like, is the war officially over? Are you kidding me? Who said the war is over? Has there been a peace agreement? What's going on? So there's that. Armin, I have a video that I want to share, but I need to apologize in advance. Have you seen this one?
No, let me know. I was going to share one last thing from the video that I was going through, but yeah, but
okay,
after
go back, share that. Sorry.
So
I can share this after.
Yeah, just really quickly. So guys, the IRGC, it like, okay, so let me see. Yeah, this part. Look, they are writing on the missiles or whatever this thing is. They're writing on it به نیابت از شما مردمی که خیابان‌ها را خالی نکردید. Okay, so this is IRGC communicating to the pro-regime Iranians in the streets. They're saying in proxy of you people, the people who haven't evacuated the streets. Basically, the IRGC is telling pro-regime Iranians who are in the streets every night for the past 51 days that we are shooting these missiles on your behalf. This is a marketing. This video is meant to continue encouraging pro-regime Iranians to continue supporting the regime by motivating them and showing like, oh, like because guys, the pro-regime people, they hate the politicians sometimes, right? They hate they hate their pro-regime, but not all of the regime. The pro-regime Iranians, they love the soldiers. They love the IRGC. They don't like the politicians. They liked Khamenei, Ali Khamenei, and now Mujtaba Khamenei, and the armed forces, but not the politicians, right? So this video is meant to encourage these people, the pro-regime people, to keep coming out in the streets by showing that the IRGC is seeing them, because right, the IRGC is sometimes like faceless, like it's this machine. This is why Ali Khamenei was so important, because he was the face of the regime, and there was something that you could, have emotional connection with, right? But the IRGC, now that we don't have Ali Khamenei, this promotional videos like this is very effective to keep motivating the pro-regime Iranians that to love IRGC, instead of having Ali Khamenei as the point of emotional connection with these pro-regime people. And given that Mujtaba is missing in action, I call him Schrodinger's supreme leader. This is why this is a smart attempt to keep working on the direct bond between the IRGC and the pro-regime Iranians. Anyway, sorry, Goldie, just wanted to explain.
No, not at all. That was really important. Okay. So this video, it's a short video. So this is a message from like Muslim Nazi terrorist to the United States and Israel. But she does use the F word. So I want to prepare you guys in advance. So I apologize in advance. She uses the F word, but she mispronounces it. So just want to give that warning. So if children are watching, just, cover their ears. But Armin, here you go. I know you'll appreciate this.
Shut the fuck out, America and Israel.
Out?
Yeah. So apparently that's a new thing. Shut the F out, whatever that means. So I wish someone had maybe taught her English so that she wouldn't embarrass herself, because that's just
Goldie, I have children here, so I was holding her ears.
So, you know what?
The F out.
Well, she didn't even pronounce the F word properly.
One more time.
You know what? Is it still swearing if she F's it up? I don't know, man.
One more time.
Okay.
Shut the fuck out, America and Israel.
I mean, why not? Why not?
Like, oh my gosh.
Shut up.
Very, very, very embarrassing for her. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Guys, let's make it a thing.
No.
Shut out. Shut out. Oh, no.
Crazy. I also have a video from Iran International that I wanted to share before we go to more breaking news. They made another short video about the 2026 uprising, which was brought to a bloody end in 2 nights. So, there's unfortunately a lot of people who are questioning the authenticity of what happened, questioning the numbers. So I haven't seen this yet, but we should watch this together. Oh my gosh, guys, remember, this is how it started. Remember? So those of you who have been with us from the beginning, back in, end of December 28, December 29, remember, guys, this is how it began. All of what's happening right now began back on December 28 with the collapse of the rial, where it hit a historic low. And then the businesses went on strike. And then within 24 hours, that strike quickly spread, not just within Tehran, but around the country. And at that point, within 24 hours, it wasn't about the strike it wasn't about the economy anymore. Within 24 hours, people were already chanting regime change, right? So this is going back to December 28. They're chanting Bibandin, which means shut down, right? So they're encouraging other shop owners to shut down their stores and to join the strike. So this is back like December, the last week of December, basically. And then you can see all the security forces coming. Remember this iconic scene? Oh my gosh, Armin. And then this is when people are chanting, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. Mag bar dictator, death to dictator. And then Khamenei, Khabar Margesh, although he's dead now, he says rioters must be put in their place. Put in their place basically means boom, like exterminated, murdered.
John.
So they're saying Mag bar Khamenei Javid Shah.
شما دعوت میکنم 18 و 19 دی ماه را سر ساعت 8 شب همگی چه در خیابان ها.
So this is when His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi basically said, I invite you all to go out on January 8 and 9 at 8 p.m. chant slogans and make your demands heard. And he didn't say be violent. He just said go out and protest peacefully and let the world know what you want.
یا حتی از منازل خودتون شروع به شعار سر دادن بکنید.
So as you can see, everyone was peaceful. Everyone is out in the streets just saying Javid Shah, death to the dictator, right? It was a peaceful demonstration, and then this is when the massacre happened on January 8th.
این جمعیت اینجا واسه فراخوان شاهزاده.
They're saying Iranian shout, what is it? Iranian shout, shout your rights. And then this is the moment. This is the moment that they gave the order to start shooting into the crowds. And this is when, within the span of 2 days, over 42,000 innocent Iranians were massacred. Okay, that's the firefighter.
همش جنازه است. تو اصلا چششون نمیبینه.
رابط دارم میبینم پسرم بلند شو بریم خونه. رابط داره خدا من تنها نزن، من پیرمردم. آقای خامنه‌ای راحت شدی پسر من کشتی. راحت شدی پسر من کشتی آقای خامنه‌ای.
Yeah. And for those of you who have been with us for a while, Armin, remember, up until February 27, that's all we were talking about. We were sharing videos and footage and images of all of these funerals and demonstrations and rallies and yeah. Thank God for President Trump and thank God for Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu. February 28, everything changed. And we're very grateful. We're very grateful. Anyways, I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Armin, if that brought you down.
No, it's important, obviously.
But it's important to share.
تک-تکشون.
You want to see something insane, Armin?
Yes.
So this is why you can never ever negotiate or appease terrorists. Because look at this, Armin. So this is footage from 1979. It's right after the Islamic regime took over. So footage shows diplomats from the UK, USA, and France praying behind an Ayatollah. The diplomats from 3 countries prayed behind Ayatollah Montazeri, the regime's number 2 at the time, bowing and prostrating in a Shia Islamic prayer in October 1979, just after the revolution in Iran. If you wonder why the treacherous 3, the UK, France, and US Democrats have shown strong affinity for and historically supported the Islamic Republic. Now you know why. In this footage, you can see Bruce Lanegin, US Chargé d'Affaires, and Sir Anthony Parsons, British ambassador to Iran. Ayatollah Montazeri then delivers a speech afterwards. So guys, this is why we always say you cannot negotiate with terrorists. Don't be useful idiots for them. So you can see like the US ambassador or whatever is like behind the Ayatollah, and you know he's obviously not Muslim, but he's like, oh, we need to respect them. We need to respect them. So he's like pretending to like pray or whatever. And then guys, remember, literally a month later, a month after this, these same Muslim terrorists took the American embassy, took over the American embassy and held Americans hostage for 444 days. So keep that in mind. The next time, you know, you want to appease Muslim terrorists by going and like pretending to bow, pray, and whatever, don't do it. Because when you do that, they see that as a sign of weakness. They don't see that as like negotiation or friendliness. So look at this. The Americans. They're like pretend praying. They're pretend praying. Oh, look, it's the Dementors. Yeah, anyway, so don't be like these useful idiots, right? These useful idiots are like, oh yeah, we're just going to go and pretend to pray with the jihadi terrorists. And then literally a month later, those same Muslim terrorists took the American embassy and took Americans hostage for 444 days. Yeah. So all right, here's something to cheer you up, Armin, really quick. And then we'll go to whatever other posts you have.
All right.
Look what one of our viewers made.
Oh.
There we go.
We take you there, we take you back. I mean, they're not lying. They're not lying. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know,
thank
actually,
you.
so Eli actually made a few other images here. Let me pull them up. Let me pull them up really quick while you get the next thing you want to share. Let me just pull this up for you. These will cheer you up for sure. Wait, how do I download this? Okay. Sorry, guys. One moment. This will make you laugh. This is actually super cute. It's from our same viewer, Eli Goldman. So oh wait, how come it's not working? I'll just put it there. All right. Look at this, Armin.
Oh wow! Oh no! Oh wow! That's thank you guys. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh. my God. Thank you, guys. That's awesome. Wow. Okay. Oh, Goldie, can you send these to me? That's awesome.
I'll send it to you right now. So, yeah, we have a fantastic community on Discord. So the memes are amazing.
You guys are amazing. Thank you, guys. Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank
There you
you.
go.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
So,
oh my God. That's so sweet.
there you go. So, yeah. All right. I'm just trying to check the news because I mean there's so much happening, but honestly, a lot of it is just a lot of fake news.
Right.
And it's like, where do you even, and that's the challenge, right? Oh, CENTCOM posted something 6 minutes ago.
Oh, nice. Let's go with that.
Armin, I have a feeling something's going to be happening. I don't know what, but I have a feeling something's going to be happening. I have this sense.
Wow.
I mean, Armin, to me, this doesn't seem like the United States is backing down. If anything, with the messaging they just gave, it seems to me as if they're preparing for round 2. You know what I mean?
Maybe, or also it might be also showing to the regime that they're ready, like as a way to show that all options are on the table and you better behave. But Goldie, like when I see this, like if you're American, you should be very proud. You should be very proud. There is no higher power in the world than the US military. And it's the reason for the stability that the entire world is enjoying. A stability unlike anything the world has ever seen.
Apparently Master Splinter is still alive. Jihadi Master Splinter?
Oh.
That's him.
Okay, now I'm afraid because
he's
then
still alive.
they are. Okay, this is concerning, Goldie. Then the IRGC is a lot more prepared than I thought if they have him as a trainer.
Right? Because this old man is a source of wealth for the regime. His name is Ahmad Alamai, and he has a sports club called Razm Intizaran Hazrat Mahdi in Iran Street in the Sadat Akhui Mosque. And he claims to have founded a new style by combining karate and professional wrestling. His club is a hangout for the suppressors of the terrorist IRGC and the Basijis. So this is this is him. And then, guys, remember it's like this is like jihadi Pilates. Remember? Right. So it's jihadi Master Splinter and the jihadi Durka Ninja Turtles. Remember, guys? Remember jihadi Pilates?
This is how they're getting prepared for round 2 of the military operations.
Yeah,
I don't think we can handle this, guys. I think we should just cancel.
Yeah, like Americans, like just pack your bags, go home. Like
Yeah.
Marines, there's no way the Marines can.
I mean, look at that.
Like
there's no way to fight against them. Oh, that is impressive. I mean, come on, you see how far they stretch? Yep. No way you could fight against these warriors.
Armin, by the way, his sports club is literally in a mosque. So remember when we say that like there are mosques inside of occupied Iran that are hubs of terrorism? So he has a sports club that's meant for like the Basij, right? The Basij are the people that murder Iranians. So he's got like a sports club inside of a mosque meant for the jihadi terrorists to go there and train.
Right. That's what my dog does sometimes.
Yeah,
my dog does that on the carpet. Go back. Sometimes. That's exactly what my dog sometimes does on the carpet. Watch that. Hold on. Not that. That. My dog does that on the carpet sometimes.
Could you imagine like the Marines show up and then you're just like scooting your butt on the ground? Like what is this supposed to accomplish? And why are they not coordinated?
I'm kidding. My dog doesn't do that, guys. My dog is very clean.
They're not even coordinated.
It's to surprise the enemy, Goldie. It's a new tactic. So you're confused. See, because they're not coordinated, you have no idea where they're going to come from. It's just like if. No American soldier can do that. Let's be fair.
Yeah, I can't see the Marines doing this. There's no way the Marines can do this.
Wow, they're holding the wrist.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
It requires a lot of like hand and leg coordination.
Guys, by the way, this is not AI. This is real. You might be impressed. This is not AI. This is real.
I didn't know the human body could do this, Goldie.
I know.
They're really challenging the limitations of the human body.
I mean, the United States sends astronauts to the moon. We have, the Islamic regime has the jihadi pilates. Yeah.
When you don't waste your resources on trying to go to the moon, this is what you can achieve.
Yeah. They're not even coordinated.
It's frustrating you, and you're the enemy, so it's working.
Oh my gosh. Utter nonsense. All right, people were asking for the link. Here it is. Look. All right, here. I'll share the link. I'll put the link in all the chats. It's wild. Yeah, welcome to the Islamic regime. You know what? You know what's really frustrating? They are literally a joke, but they're also very dangerous, and they murder us at the same time, right? So it's just very, very frustrating how utterly insane they are, but yet they're still murdering us. So it's just it's a challenge there. Oh. there was a second ship that the United States boarded as well.
Oh, wow. I'm sure the speaker of Khatam al-Anbiya is going to have a very, very scary speech about this one as well.
Have we seen the speaker of Khatam al-Anbiya recently, though? Has he put out a message since the IDF called him out and said, we wonder if he's AI or not?
I think so.
I'm actually curious.
Yeah. But I think like IDF was joking because there are really easy ways to detect if a video is AI. Like we might not be able to detect it with our eyes anymore, given how impressive AI is getting. But there is like there's there are certain things that software, like expert people could figure it out in seconds. So I don't know. I think the IDF was joking, calling it AI.
Were they though?
Yeah, because I'm sure the IDF has experts that could easily tell them if a video is AI or not.
Maybe. Okay. So guys, I know we started a little bit late. That was on me. I apologize for that. I had some things I had to do earlier today. Armin, any other analysis or news or anything for us? Because I know it's getting to that time where you have to head out soon, and I don't want to keep you. I'll stick around for a little bit longer. I'm going to play Tusi. I'm probably going to play some Murad Baisi and provide analysis there. But I don't know. I feel like we're in waiting mode right now, and I feel like I don't know. I feel like something might be happening. I don't know. Because the whole situation is very weird. The whole situation is very, very weird. There's so many rumors going around. And I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like something is going to be happening soon, or something is happening like behind the scenes. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Armin?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, stuff are happening behind the scenes for sure. If you mean some sort of a military operation happening by the Americans, that is always possible. I just don't know if it's likely, given that President Trump truth social post saying that he's going to give them time. So it would be basically going against that post if they do anything like that, unless the Islamic Republic does something and then the Americans want to respond to it.
So here's the thing. I know President Trump is saying, yeah, okay, I've agreed to extend the ceasefire or whatever the case might be. But President Trump also said, yet like 12 hours ago, he said Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. So,
right.
so just because he's agreed to extend the ceasefire, it doesn't actually mean that he's beholden to it, because the Islamic regime has
constantly violates it.
Yeah, the IRGC has already violated this, which means President Trump can attack
anytime.
Right. Anytime. And then this message from CENTCOM was sent, and then that's the thing. So CENTCOM puts out this message 20 minutes ago. Guys, listen to this again. To me, this doesn't seem this does not sound very ceasefire-y. To me, this sounds like CENTCOM, President Trump through CENTCOM is putting the IRGC on notice. I mean, listen to this.
We're rearming. We're retooling, and we're adjusting our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There's no military in the world that adjusts like we do, and that's exactly what we're doing right now during the ceasefire.
IRGC side, right? Like the IRGC people, they've come out and they've said, oh, you know, we reject the ceasefire. We reject, so basically, guys, the reason that the negotiations aren't happening right now is because the Islamic regime has said that they're not going to negotiate until the United States lifts the naval blockade. However, President Trump has said that they're not going to lift the naval blockade until the Islamic regime comes to the deal that the United States wants. And remember, the deal that President Trump is looking for, like, he's made the deal very clear. It's unconditional surrender. And he said that from the beginning, right? So if I go to his Truth Socials, because I've saved it, where is it? It was like from a while ago, but he basically says the deal that he's looking for is unconditional surrender. Wait, where is it? I have it somewhere here. Anyways, I have to find it, but yeah, he says unconditional surrender at some point. So, like, that's the only thing President Trump is interested in. Wait. Right? So, he said back on March 6th, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. That's something that the Islamic regime is not prepared to agree to, which is why they're not coming to the negotiation table right now. So, yeah. It's crazy. Meanwhile, the internet is shut down. The Islamic regime is still murdering people. Spokesperson for so Khatam al-Anbiya did say something. In light of the repeated threats from the US president and the commanders of that country's aggressor and terrorist military, we issue a warning. Our capable and powerful forces have been at 100% readiness with their finger on the trigger for a long time. Okay.
See, I knew Khatam al-Anbiya will come out and just any minute now come out and say something. This is what they do every time. Every time you see any seizure of any ships, the Khatam al-Anbiya like, we're gonna do this and that, and then nothing happens. See, I saw this coming.
Yeah, of course you do. No, of course you're right in this. In the event of any aggression or action against Islamic Iran, they will immediately and powerfully strike predetermined targets, teaching the aggressor, United States and Israel, a lesson even more severe than before. There you go. All right, Armin, did you want to, before you leave, because I know people have been waiting for this, Durka dating? Because you've been promising Durka dating for a while.
Okay, I'll do Durka dating and then we could go.
Yeah.
Okay. But before I do Durka dating, can I share a meme from that I saw many regime supporters are posting around?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so this is regime propaganda. I like to show regime propaganda for you guys. So in response to the Americans saying that they're going to send J.D. Vance, and the Islamic Republic saying we're not going to send anyone, the regime people were posting this around. They switched Mr. Beam meme with J.D. Vance saying that he's going to arrive in Pakistan and there's not going to be for anyone from Iran to meet him there. And they were like, this is the meme that was going viral among pro-regime social media accounts. So just wanted to show you that.
Wow.
Yeah.
These people are completely tone deaf and shameless.
Right. Okay. So let's go to Durka dating. All right. Hold on. So let's go here first. So guys, on the Islamic Republic State TV, they confirmed that, like, basically, you know how I told you that they were encouraging Basiji boys and other boys to come out because there's girls? And you guys thought I was exaggerating, but look at what they're now saying they said on State TV. Look at this.
آقایی هستن یا آقای جوانی هستن و میگن که خب من مثلا
So you say there's a young guy.
شبام این تجمعات و سطح شهر و اینا میرم مورد برای ازدواج میبینم.
And he's saying the young guy was reporting that when he goes out into these gatherings of pro-regime Iranians out every night, they see potential girls potential that are good potential for marriages. So guys, it's important. And he also said there are a lot of girls that you could marry here, right? But please also understand, guys, when they say marriage, that is not the same marriage that you and I think of, right? Because in Islam, there's two types of marriages: permanent marriages and temporary marriages, otherwise known as sighe, which is temporary marriage is basically prostitution. Temporary marriage is basically Shia approved prostitution, right? So she's saying basically this is and by the way, this video that they're showing right here, this was a sighe video. Like I showed you this as well, right? I showed you these two. This IRGC person married this woman for a period of 1 month in exchange of one gold coin to marry her for 1 month, which is basically prostitution. And now on state TV, they're saying, like, guys, go out into the streets, come out and be present. There's so many girls there. So you can see I wasn't exaggerating.
آقایی هستن یا آقای جوانی هستن و میگن که خب من مثلا شبام این تجمعات تو سطح شهر و اینا میرم مورد برای ازدواج میبینم می نوشتن که زیادم هست.
So, for example, look, this is state media. This hijabless girl in the middle of the pro-regime protests every night that they have. They recorded her by this is not just on someone's social media. This was regime propaganda, right? That they put out on their own media. So this girl in Iran was saying, I always tell my husband my type is a Basiji boy, but I never was type for the Basiji boys, right? And by the way, she's already married, but she tells her own husband that you are not my type. Basiji boys are my type. And here's a marriage, like they're holding a marriage ceremony in the middle of the street gatherings by the pro-regime people.
تمام‌بهار آزادی به قیمت روز به نیت 5 تن آل عبا و 14 شاخ گل به نیت 14 معصوم در بیاورم آیا بنده وکیلم.
Wait, so this one was 5 gold coins? 5 gold coins, guys, am I getting it right?
و 14 شاخ گل به نیت 14.
Okay, so 5 gold coins and 14 flowers.
و 14 شاخ گل به نیت 14.
Wait, let me go back, see how much she's worth money wise.
تمام‌بهار آزادی به قیمت روز به نیت 5 تن آل عبا.
Yeah, okay.
و 14 شاخ گل به نیت 14 معصوم در بیاورم آیا بنده.
Okay, so 5 gold coins and 14 flowers. So I think this is a permanent marriage because that is a lot of money. Yeah, this one is a permanent marriage. Okay, so this is a temporary marriage. This one was for 1 month.
با اجازه پدر شما رو به عقد برادر عزیزم.
So this mullah is marrying them, and he doesn't even know his name. He's like, what's your name?
محمد عباسی با مهریه یک سکه تمام بهار.
Okay, so 1 gold coin
آزادی برای یک ماه در بیاورم.
For 1 month. So they're only going to be married for 1 month. And then let's go here. I want to show you more examples of these types of stuff, right? So here, let me see what's happening here. So look, they make these videos just to encourage more boys to come out. So they're interviewing this girl. Like, are you single? Yes. She says yes. Are you willing to marry a boy that hasn't registered as somebody who would sacrifice as a John Fado on the website? They have a John Fado website for people who want to sacrifice their lives for the country. So she's saying like, no, I'm not going to marry any boy that doesn't have their name registered. So guys, boys, if you don't want to miss out on this, make sure you go register on the John Fado website, okay? Because she's not going to, marry you if you're not registered. If you're not registered to sacrifice your life for the regime, she's not going to marry you, okay? You're going to miss out big time. Like, so is she saying somebody who's not willing to sacrifice their life for their country, they're no good for marriage? Oh, so okay, look at this. This is another type of girl. What? What was that question? Okay, same question. Will you marry? Oh, Mujarrad hasti. Sorry, are you single? She's saying yes, I'm single. Like, will you marry a boy that hasn't registered to sacrifice as a John Fado? Like, no, a boy that hasn't registered as a John Fado is cancelled. I will cancel him. Okay. So sad. Same question. Oh, she's saying, but I'm already married. Yeah, she's saying I'm already married, but my condition was always for my husband to be a John Fado for the supreme leader. Okay, she's holding an AK-47. Again, so she's saying, are you single? So guys, this is this actually works. Boys at these young ages, sometimes they get impacted by these things. Like, oh no, I'm missing out on girls if I'm not saying that I'm going to sacrifice my life for my country. So like, are you going to marry somebody who is not registered? Oh my God, she's saying if a boy hasn't registered, that it's not a boy anymore. It's a what? It's a princess? Oh my God, what the okay, I haven't watched this part yet. She's saying if a boy has not registered on that website, it's it's not a boy anymore, it's a princess. What the hell? Hold on. What the hell? Was that supposed to be a funny joke? Okay. And you can see that she says princess in English. She says princess. You see her saying princess? Look at this. Like, she's trying to say it in English, but she says princess. Yeah, no, people are saying princess. Princess. She's making fun of them. Like, she's saying you're not a man. If you're not registered on that website, you're not a man. She's calling them a princess as a way to basically say like they're not a real man. So this is okay. Look at. By the way, guys, I saw on regime supporters' accounts that some more religious-minded regime supporters are really annoyed by all of this, right? Because they're like, you're basically using the more religious-minded pro-regime people are saying that this is not an Islamic type of advertising. Like, what is this? You're bringing out the wrong type of people by doing this. So what is this? So look at this. This one is completely hijabless. This is what they hit. The more religious-minded pro-regime people are saying, like, what is this? Why are you even showing this on TV? So okay, so he's saying that when people like you without hijab come and support the regime, they say that you are being paid. They say you're, yeah, basically you're the type of people who get paid to come out here. So yeah, parastu is a word that they use to describe people who get paid by the regime. Again, I know that some there was somebody here whose name was parastu and they didn't like it, but that's the term that they use to refer to women and girls who get paid by the regime to come and I don't know, do propaganda for the regime. So they're responding to that. Like, yeah, why are like they keep coming us and tell us that you're parastu, meaning that you're getting paid to be here. Like, why? So they're asking her, why are you coming here with this flag, with the Islamic Republic flag? And she's saying it's my duty. Look, guys, look at this. This is in Iran, and the regime used to arrest people for being hijabless, and now they're recording them and using them as propaganda. Look at this. You know, the point of this is to be like, guys, look, there's girls here. Come out, come join. Look at, these are the types of girls that you might meet. I'm not joking. That's the strategy. Like, you guys might think I'm joking about this. The whole point of these videos is to, well, actually, there's 2 points. Point number one is there's 3 points, actually. Point number one is to show that, look, we're so accepting, come out here. Point number 2 is to show to foreigners that, look, they lie about us, we're actually tolerant. But point number 3 is to show the boys, come out, there's girls here. Like he's saying, we're Sayyid Ali's kids, like Ali Khamenei's kids. Oh, like she's saying, we're in a really good condition. Like we're in good conditions. We have no problem. Oh, she's like, we have freedom. We are completely free here. Yeah, same thing. These people are saying we already have freedom. We're free. We're free. Like, aren't you afraid? Like, she's like, I'm not afraid because you guys are here to protect me. Like, if a military officer came to propose to you, would you accept? See, guys, I know this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Why are they asking her that? If a military officer came to propose to you, would you accept? They're basically telling them, you know, the boys to come. There's girls available here. You're like, yes, 100%. Again, same question. If Basiji proposes marriage to you, would you say yes? She says yes. You're like, really? She's like, yes. Are you willing to marry one of these people? Yes. 100%. Like, why did you come here with this? So the translation is wrong. Like, why did you come here with this appearance, like without a hijab? Like saying for Iran. No, wait. The translation is completely wrong. She's saying for our Lord. And let's see what's on her phone. Sayyid Ali. Okay, so this is Ali Khamenei. So I'm here because of Ali Khamenei. Oh, the man is like, the man behind the camera is like, oh, so cute. Like, oh, so cute. Like, guys, look at this. You know what they're trying to show? They're trying to show, like, look, she's hijabless, but there is. What's that picture? Go back. Is that Hussein or Ali?
I think that's Mahdi or something.
Mahdi. No, I think because it's in. It looks like it's in. Well, it can't be all three.
I don't know. It's one of the jihadi Durgas.
There's a child there, so it's maybe Hussein in Karbala.
Maybe that's Muhammad and his wife.
That's true. True. Yeah, that's it. But look, the whole yeah. I mean that's true. I should. The point they're trying to show, like, look, even a hijabless woman, they're like into religious figures. Like, I'm here to do jihad. Look at this. The translation is wrong. This is why I translated for you guys, because these translations are all wrong. She's saying I'm here to do jihadi operations, not just some operations. All right. Same stuff. I'm here to basically as women can come in and basically, stand in the checkpoints. Like she's saying, but the other people that you're like people like us, right? He's saying they say that you're coming here with that hijab, and as soon as all of this is over, they're gonna shove you inside a van and arrest you. Now they tell me, well done, I'll sacrifice myself. And like, no, the Basijis, they don't bother me because not being hijabi, not having a hijab, I'm completely free, nobody's bothering me. Or they're so kind to me, like the Basiji people, the religious people, the military people here, they're so kind to me. These humans are so kind. She's like, I'm just waiting for somebody to just give me a gun. She wants a gun. Guys, she's sitting here. She's like, why is nobody giving me a gun? Oh my God, look at this. Look at her with that. Look at her with this type talking about Islam. What is this? These people. Okay, what is it? Who came up with this translation? This translation has nothing to do with what she's saying.
It could be
She's
just
saying,
like an AI translation or something, and they didn't bother to check.
Like she's saying, I like it Islamic under the shadow of this Allah here on this flag. She likes it Islamic, guys. Like, yes, we're here for the sake of the government, for our supreme leader. Mashallah, mashallah. Okay, so that was that. And then I have more. Okay, here, what is this? More girls.
Oh my gosh, it's Durka's Gone Wild. It's Armin After Dark. Jeez. Iran Revolution Live After Dark. Thanks, Armin, with the Durka's Gone Wild.
Yes. They have their own category in certain websites. But anyways, let's watch this. Wait, where's the audio? Oh no. Wait, there's no audio in this. This one has no audio for some reason. All right. So many Fatih commandos. Where's the audio? I don't know if any of them know how to use these weapons. All right, let me go one with audio. This one. Hijabless.
I mean, Armin, if you want audio, I can add audio to the audioless video. Bring it up. I'll add audio.
Bring it up? Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
I'll
okay.
add audio.
That was perfect. That went very well, actually.
Yeah.
It's a perfect match.
That's our copyright-free Durkheim music.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, Armin, really quick. This confirms everything we have been saying about the blockade and the oil wells. Look at this. So Scott Bessent just posted this. As POTUS has made clear, the United States Navy will continue the blockade of Iranian ports. In a matter of days, Khark Island storage will be full, and the fragile Iranian oil wells will be shut in. Constraining Iran's maritime trade directly targets the regime's primary revenue lifelines. The U.S. Treasury will continue to apply maximum pressure through economic fury to systematically degrade Tehran's ability to generate, move, and repatriate funds. Any person or vessel facilitating these flows through covert trade and finance risks exposure to U.S. sanctions. We continue to freeze the funds stolen by the corrupt leadership on behalf of the people of Iran. Thank you. So Armin, he's even confirming that they're freezing the funds on behalf of the people of Iran. So they're holding the funds in trust for us for when Iran is free.
Right. That's amazing. And Goldie, that means that even the few shadow ships that made it through, even if they manage to sell the oil, the money is not going to make it back into their hands because they have also cut all their financial lines. So the people who are buying the oil, they can't actually pay the Islamic Republic because all the different financial methods that money could have got is Scott Bessent is basically has figured out every single way that the Islamic Republic could have gotten paid for it, and they're basically stopping those as well, which is and it's keeping the funds for us. And gold.
And guys, listen, remember, this is something that we explained, Armin and I explained a few days ago. So I just posted, I'm like, if you've been tuning into Iran Revolution Live this past week, you would already be aware of this. Armin Navabi and I explained a few days ago to our viewers that the Khark and Jask Island oil storage will be full soon, putting huge pressure on the Islamic Republic. So guys, even you guys are even ahead. You guys are ahead of what the United States is putting out, because we're explaining all of this to you, and then a few days later, look, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent now just confirmed what we have been saying for the last few days and what Morad Vaisi has been saying as well. See, guys, this is why the only place you should tune into to get news about Iran is, of course, 2C TV, but Iran Revolution Live as well. Because we give you all the news, and guys, we give you the news before it becomes the news.
Yeah. True. Okay. Yeah, Goldie, that's exactly what we mentioned. Not only that the tankers are getting full, and that they have no room to put the oil, but also the damage that this could cause to the oil wells themselves, because there's no way to shut down an oil well. And if you basically stop extracting oil from it, you could actually damage the oil well. So they're running out of time very fast. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand how Scott Bessent, like what he's doing is very important. Like he's not getting as much of attention as much of the military operations, but everything he's doing is as devastating as the bombs that are being dropped on IRGC.
If not even more devastating, devastating, right?
Exactly, yeah.
But people don't realize that. I mean, you guys all do, because you guys are very, very educated now when it comes to Iran and all the issues, right? So again, like everyone who's been watching, you guys are like 99.9% more knowledgeable and educated on Iran and the situation than everyone else. Because you guys see all this, and like literally everything that Armin and I have explained and have spoken about in the past, it's now you're slowly starting to see it. Like Armin, today I saw so many all these OSINT accounts. Oh my gosh, Armin, it was so funny. All these huge OSINT accounts were breaking Vahidi now in control of the IRGC. And I was like, well, breaking. Yeah, breaking.
Breaking. Okay, breaking.
Armin's been speaking about Vahidi for like the last month. But now, all of a sudden, all these like big OSINT accounts are like, breaking, Vahidi is in charge. And we're like, oh, okay,
right.
cool. Yeah,
Wow.
great. Good job, guys. Good job. So.
Oh my God.
Anyways. But Armin, okay, you had one more video, or do you want to save that for later? Sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah,
no.
I have so many of these. Like I have, I don't know if you. I think I made my point, but I have like her, and then I have her, and I mean, I think I made my point though. Like there's just so many of them. Then I have.
Well, why don't we save some Durka dating for next time as well?
Yeah, no, it's okay. I forget. I think I was trying to just make the point, and I think I did. But I just letting you know, there's like endless number of videos. Like we don't need to go through all of them. I just wanted you guys to know that they are.
Well, I mean, maybe we should add like a Durka dating section to our show.
No.
Go through some of these. You can go through some of the hypocrisy as well, right?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I'm going to keep the show going for a little bit, but I'm going to tune in to 2C TV now because we did miss
Sounds good.
2C. But Armin, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, and guys, once again, happy birthday, Israel. Happy Independence Day. I asked my Jewish friends how you could say this in Hebrew, and it was unpronounceable. So they told me what to say. I'm like, yep, I'm not going to be able to say that. So I'm just going to say Happy Independence Day. And I bet you Goldie would be able to say it if somebody told her how to say it. But I was like, I'm not even going to attempt that. Happy Independence Day is good enough. Am Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javisha.
Payande Iran.
Payande Iran.
See you tomorrow, Armin. Also, Armin, I think it's hilarious how last night I made you say God bless America.
Yeah. Well, no, that wasn't me.
Oh, you're right. That wasn't me. That was me. You're right.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
All right, Armin. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for everything.
See you. Bye.
All right, guys. You're stuck with me. Mohahaha. Let's go to 2C TV. By the way, guys, guess who is live right now? Guess who's live right now? Guess who's live?
جدید F47 میخوان بسازن با شرکت بوئینگ. بمب افکنن B21 میخوان بسازن جایگزین B2 کنن.
I can't. There's no subtitles because this is live, so we have to wait for him to finish his live stream, and then we'll go to that because I'm very, very interested. I'm very interested in what Morad Baisi has to say with all the developments going on. Right? Oh, someone's in love with me. Okay, let me just ban you. Someone's in love. All right, ban. All right, there you go. Now you don't have to be in love with me anymore. Okay, let's go to 2C TV, and I'll be back in a little bit, and then hopefully by then Morad Baisi is done.
Well, welcome back to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we have some breaking news coming from the Middle East as the Islamic Republic of Iran have now rejected the ceasefire extension that was announced by President Trump about a couple of hours ago. The talks in Iran, well, the talks in Pakistan about the situation in Iran have now collapsed following the failure by the IRGC representatives to turn up to Islamabad. We also have a ongoing situation in the country as there is an ongoing coup, an IRGC military coup against the political leadership. Over the last few weeks, we've already had the IRGC guys technically trying their best to call the shots, by pushing aside the clerics, the ayatollahs, as well as the governments. But of course, the government faces were still the main faces, including the president, the foreign minister, and the so-called Speaker of Parliament. We are getting some updates about an official takeover by the IRGC military, and we are getting some other information that we will verify before confirming. President Trump has also confirmed that the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz will continue, which is basically paralyzing the IRGC on a financial level, and it's doing more damage than even the strikes that we've had for a few weeks. Now, there are also at least 2 explosions in 2 different Iranian cities that have been reported. We have one of the videos for you guys, which I will show you, and of course, get your reaction in the live chat as usual to see what we are dealing with. First things first, let's talk about what the IRGC and their members are up to tonight in the capital of Iran. We are getting some footage following the collapse of the talks with the US in Pakistan. They are now out on the streets. While these guys are out, we got the confirmation that Vice President J.D. Vance called off the trip to Pakistan for talks because he realized that nothing is actually happening. The reason for the cancellation of talks, especially from the United States side, wasn't just because nobody was turning up from Iran. It was because they got intel, and President Trump did mention earlier on, a short while ago, that there is a bit of a fracture at the top of the leadership in Iran. The Americans realized something is happening right now in Tehran, and we don't think anybody's going to turn up because the IRGC military and Vahidi, who is in charge of the IRGC military, seem to have officially taken control of the whole system. President Trump said, as I mentioned, that the blockade will stay. And there was a lot of speculations earlier on that President Trump will actually lift the blockade of Hormuz in order to compromise and to bring the IRGC back to the negotiating table. A lot of people who are anti-Trump, anti-war, they were saying that, yes, of course, President Trump is going to do this. Trump always chickens out, and he's going to fall for the trap set by the IRGC. And of course, President Trump didn't do that. And the blockade will remain in place, at least for now. And the IRGC, as I said, not only rejected the ceasefire extension that was announced by the American president, they've also said that we are now getting ready militarily to resume the fighting, and they have been threatening to hit the US Navy. Let's go to the latest we have from this get-together by the IRGC. Oh, hang on. Clowns everywhere. This is weird. So we got they got rockets, missiles, everything on the streets. You shouldn't do that. You should hide them. You do realize they're going to get hit. Not a good idea to bring them out in public. But going to President Trump again, he released this statement, which has now been obviously rejected by the regime in Iran. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or the other. This is absolutely brilliant because a lot of people were expecting, following the collapse of the talks, for the president to play the obvious card on the table, which is immediately launch an attack on Iran. Nah, but that would have been the obvious thing to do, right? That's not what President Trump does. He decided to make it even worse because he knows there is currently a civil war at the top of the regime and a coup, ongoing coup, and he knows they're not going to be able to have any unified proposal. He's just said, okay, so ceasefire has ended, right? We're going to consider the ceasefire ongoing, but the blockade in Hormuz continues, and that's destroying the regime, the blockade of Hormuz. There's no money. They're running out of money, and they're fighting among themselves. So basically, at this point, the Americans have decided to sit back, watch the fireworks from the outside, and then they'll decide. Of course, this is also forcing the IRGC to take action first, because one of the biggest things they are hating right now is the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. This is the red line for them, because this is actually crippling the regime. Now, they would be forced eventually to launch first. Having said that, while you wait for this to happen, there are mysterious explosions happening in Iran. At least 2 cities, we can now report, have experienced explosions. I'm going to quickly show you the situation on our in-house 2C TV map that we have, thanks to our team. So, in Iran, right now, let's zoom in quickly towards the northern parts of the country. Esfahan is in the center. So, you got Tehran, the capital, to the north of Iran. You had one explosion here. We also had one explosion right here, which is the city of Rasht. Now, we have a video for you guys from the city of Rasht, where the explosion has occurred. We don't know exactly who is responsible. Let's just quickly go to that, and I'm going to give my own theories. Of course, I can't verify the theories, but, well, they're called theories, not facts. Now, if you see in this video, hang on, the beginning of the video, where it explodes behind that car, that is a security force's vehicle in Rasht, in the northern part of Iran. Now, this doesn't seem to be airstrikes or anything like that, right? This was just an explosion, some device. Now, there could be a number of things. One, the car might be very old. One, the Iranian people. We've seen a lot of them in the north, near Rasht, who've been pretty active, the Immortal Guard, in terms of the guerrilla warfare against the regime. Or it could be, and it's still highly unlikely, but it could be the regime themselves killing each other. Now, depending on who was there, it's probably not, they wouldn't probably try to target it if it's just some sort of a minion, some sort of random soldier or whatever, or an IRGC member. But if somebody more senior is there, yeah, could be an assassination internally. But we can't confirm that. So we don't have that information yet. There has been another explosion in the southern parts of Tehran, to the south of basically downtown Tehran, which is the bazaar, where the commercial district in the capital. We are getting more information about that shortly from our sources in Tehran. But there is a report that we do know that the coup, the IRGC military coup, is ongoing. There is a report that we can't verify yet, as a lot of sources have said the same thing. Even other accounts in the Middle East, open source accounts as well. We can't verify this, but there is an indication. Again, take this with a pinch of salt. Definitely. There's a report that suggests that the IRGC have now placed the president of the Islamic Republic on the left, Masoud Pezeshkian, the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, in the middle, and the Speaker of Parliament, Ghalibaf, under house arrest. Now, we haven't seen or heard from them for a few hours. In fact, the one thing that we have heard from Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, is not actually from him so far. It's from his advisor, Mohammadi, who has come out to reject President Trump's ceasefire extension, saying that it means nothing and that the losing side, as in the US, can't dictate terms. He has also said that the blockade of Strait of Hormuz is the same as airstrikes that we've had previously and should be met with a military response from the IRGC. Mohammadi has also called the extension to the ceasefire a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike. I'm not really sure you can call it a surprise when everybody's talking about it. It's not really going to be a surprise strike. He said that the time for Iran to take the initiative has come. So this is a direct indication that the IRGC at least are claiming that they would fire first at the Americans and perhaps the allies in the Middle East, including UAE, Qatar, and the others. Just a quick thing. We are getting a lot of emails tonight. I forgot to mention at the beginning of the live stream. Some of you have emails saying you can't access the live shows that we do on YouTube from the 2CTV app. For the record, YouTube is separate to 2CTV Plus. That's the app that we have. You should watch the YouTube videos on YouTube, but we do have a tab on the app where it basically takes you to YouTube, just redirects it. That link is currently being worked on, so it's not enabled. But a lot of people, we've had millions of people, billions and billions, panicking, sending us emails saying they can't watch the shows. You can. It's on youtube.com. www. The button, the tab will come back on the menu on the app tomorrow morning. Anyway, so there is also this weird thing that's happening right now, which is the Houthis in Yemen, who have, guess what they've said? If you've been watching this channel and the conflict in general, Ansarullah chief, basically the Houthis chief, has said that if the enemies return to war, Yemen will also join the battlefield. Now, again, for those of you who've been watching this channel, you're kind of used to the fact that the Houthi leader continues to say the exact same thing every single day. From the moment the war started in Iran, he's been going around saying, the Houthis, the Yemenis, we are prepared, we are on standby, we will join the war. And we're like, okay, when is that going to happen? And then one day they woke up and they found a couple of rockets. They're like, oh yeah, we found some. So they launched them towards Israel. There were a few. A couple of them didn't even reach Israel. One or two of them hit Egypt, and the other ones got intercepted by the Iron Dome. And then they went back to sleep. We haven't heard anything from Yemen until now. Again, they're saying, we are ready to join. Just join. Stop talking about it. Just, you're embarrassing everybody, including yourselves. Now, speaking of embarrassments, the IRGC are continue to be out on the streets in Tehran, near the Ghalibaf Square, or the Revolution Square, as they would call it, well, as we would call it. And they have this Khorramshahr ballistic missile, one of the big ballistic missiles that they have. They are parading it in the capital, which is so weird. Let's watch this. I'm not sure what the point of this is, but they seem to be very excited about it. So it's a bit of a party going on in the capital by the IRGC militants before their funerals begin again. And we have a statement coming from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Before we get to that in a second, someone says it's time for the US to bring out the holy hand grenade of Alex. Surely we have it. Chris says, TC, Iran has rock pulled peace talks twice now. I think Trump's patience may have run out. He might feel that the lesson needs to be taught here, where it's happening now by keeping the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Mr. Tusi. You bring an elegance to the news and not seen since Rush Limbaugh. I used to, obviously, Rush was a legend because he was the father of political talk radio. But we've learned a lot from Rush. Having said that, let's quickly go to the IRGC. They are now saying that we are 100% ready. Well, that's good to know. Our finger is the trigger. That sounds dirty. And they're saying that powerful attack on predetermined targets will happen, a harsher lesson than before. Again, they're kind of speaking like the Houthis. You don't talk about it, you do it. Stop talking about it. Okay. We also have this statement by Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary in the United States, saying, as the president has made it clear, the United States Navy will continue the blockade of Iranian ports. In a matter of days, Khar Island storage will be full and the fragile Iranian oil wells will be shut in. Constraining Iran's maritime trade directly targets the regime's primary revenue lifelines. The US Treasury will continue to apply maximum pressure through economic fury to systemically degrade Tehran's ability to generate, move, and repatriate funds. Any person or vessel facilitating these flows through covert trade and finance risks exposure to the US sanctions. We continue to freeze the funds stolen by the corrupt leadership on behalf of the people in Iran. So, yeah, I mean, we mentioned this, I think, about a week ago, that the regime in Iran will only have a couple of weeks until basically they'll run out. And if the blockade continues, and obviously it's still going on, and they are financially suffocating and things are getting worse by the minute for the terrorists. Okay, now there is a couple of things over here as well. Someone says, did someone's pink rocket shoot prematurely? Oh, the pink rockets, that was my favorite actually earlier on. China's economy, will they force the IRGC Hormuz open? This is the thing, just like what happened to the Arab nations in the Middle East, where when the war started, the IRGC strategy, which was sound, was to hit the US bases in the Arab countries so that the Arabs could put pressure on President Trump. But as I've repeatedly said, they went too far and they started to hit the civilian areas. And what's going on? Okay. And the Arabs turned against them, saying, well, you've gone too far now. We're not going to put pressure on President Trump. We're going to put pressure on you. Same thing could actually end up happening with China, because China can't really put pressure on President Trump. They don't have that level of relationship. In fact, China have alienated the US even more by getting caught while sending weapons to Iran. Literally yesterday, when the vessel was taken seized by the US. This could actually ruin the relationship between China and the IRGC, because China is getting damaged massively. They are the biggest beneficiaries of the Strait of Hormuz. And if they can't get their stuff, it's going to be problematic. So Ghalibaf's pink, something cluster rockets. Hysterical, yeah. Crazy idiots. All right, let's just have a double check to see the latest developments. And like, they're still saying they're going to take military action against the US's blockade, but I'm not really sure if they're going to do anything tonight, because I think tonight they're slightly busy with this coup that is going on. We don't know exactly where the president, the foreign minister, and the speaker of parliament is, but if the report that they are under house arrest is true and gets verified, then yeah, it's highly unlikely we're going to see anything happening tonight, because the infighting is a priority for them. I'm just going to double check to see if any statements have at least been posted by any of them. So the president of the Islamic Republic, the last time he posted was over 5 hours ago. The Speaker of Parliament, Ghalibaf, who was one of the negotiators, has not posted in almost 8 hours. Even though he doesn't post it himself, obviously. He's got somebody else in California doing it for him. And the Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, has not posted for almost 5 hours, same amount of time. So again, this is not to say we definitely have confirmation that they are under house arrest. They might come out. I don't know. They might take it, send a selfie saying we're still alive. Everything's fine. We're still in control. Previously, we also had a situation where the IRGC do arrest their own people and then they release them to basically create a situation environment that no, we didn't arrest our own people. Look, this person is still around. He's out in the public while keeping an eye on them. So many times this has happened over the last few years. So President Trump's announcement that the ceasefire was extended, followed by the rejection by the IRGC. One of the funniest things that I'm seeing right now, looking at the rest of the legacy media feed, is that they are so behind. Literally, if you're watching this live, do me a favor, don't change the channel. Just keep this going on. Use your phone or something else. Just quickly go on any mainstream news outlet that you want, any of them, CNN, BBC, whatever you want to do. They are so behind the actual reporting. They are still reporting that the ceasefire has been extended. So, okay, this is so good. They're not even telling the truth that the IRGC have rejected the extension. It's so interesting. I'm just double checking with the BBC. Yep, no, nothing. Wow. Not much actual journalism happening. The problem with the mainstream establishment corporate media is that they no longer do actual journalism. Rarely they do it. What they end up doing is that they just wait for the news to come to them. So they rely on official statements by governments. And then they would say, I don't know, the government of Pakistan says this. That's how they do news. Well, everyone can see the statement. You don't have to report that. But yeah, we're still apparently getting more emails. People panicking, saying, we can't watch your YouTube lives anymore because the button has disappeared on the app. It's literally called YouTube. So you can go on YouTube and watch it. You can still watch it. The button will come back on the app in a few hours' time tomorrow morning. Everybody breathe. There's some sort of revolution happening against 2CTV as we speak. How is Greg doing, says William. Greg the goat, the representative of the 72 virgin goats, is on standby. He's literally on standby because he knows he's going to have a very, very busy few days and few weeks. Yep. Every time there is a martyr in the IRGC, Greg the goat will make the announcement. So he sits right here waiting for the fun to begin. All right. And okay, people who call Trump stupid are clearly the stupid ones. That's usually the case. Yep. And mama jokes, really? Good grief. Yeah, that was peak IRGC earlier on when they started doing the your mama insults. I joined 2CTV a while ago, but haven't been able to enjoy it. Wow. What a feedback. Because I'm too busy watching your live streams on YouTube. You're now my main source for global news. We love you on Argos. I should have finished the statement first. I was like, well, that's not a good feedback. I'm not enjoying 2CTV. Oh, busy watching YouTube. Also, am I glitchy? From what I can see on my screen, there's like a half a second pause every half a minute. Is it just me, or are we being hacked again? Oh my God. People, please stop being low IQ. For the love of Moses. Oh, stop it. gonna breathe. I'm gonna breathe. You see what I'm seeing, right? You see this? Greg, please explain to this guy what I just explained 1 minute ago. Okay, I'll do it if you're not going to talk. Fine. Because this person says, CNN last news, Trump announces indefinite Iran ceasefire. So what is it? There's been an update. There's been an update already, and the mainstream media, I don't know why you're following the mainstream media. They're not reporting it, but the IRGC have already reported, but they've already announced they have rejected the ceasefire extension. Someone says, you are glitching, yes. And someone else says, it's you. Okay, so which one is it? Pete says, not seeing any glitches here. And then someone else says, it's glitchy. Okay, so we seem to be having a bit of a bipolar situation in the live chat. I'm not taking responsibility. I don't care. Okay, so let's have a chat about this coup. And I think, Joe Kent. Who wants to hear what Joe Kent is saying? Joe Kent, who was he's the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center, best friends with Tucker Carlson, and got fired recently. He says the ceasefire extension announcement by President Trump is a good move. It buys us time. It's essential that we use it wisely. Acknowledge that under current conditions, there are no military solutions and a true settlement is unlikely. The escalation game is a losing hand. Dump it and walk away. So Joe Kent's solution is to just walk away, allow the enemy. So you've killed the Islamic Republic's supreme leader, right? That they really care about. They were very emotionally attached to Ali Khamenei. You caused so much damage to the IRGC, right? Joe Kent believes the best option is just basically just do nothing, no deal, and no military action anymore. Just walk away. Yeah, I'm sure the IRGC would say, yeah, cool, it's over. Let's just ignore America going forward. Yeah, but we don't need to do revenge. No, jihad? What's jihad? I don't think. Is he that stupid or is he paid? Could be both. Mainstream media are back to yellow journalism. Yep. What's this? Idiots ranting gibberish, clowns needing a goat fix. You make news great again. That's very true. Why not seize the IRGC's assets, not just freeze them and use them for reparations on damage inflicted? Why would you give them money? What damage? Wait, we need context because the damage is in Iran, not in America, right? So why would you use that to do that? So the idea is that they are keeping the assets until Iran is free, and then they're going to give it to the Iranian people. That's the point of it. And we're about to see stuff go kaboom here soon. Well, again, I think we have to wait for the infighting to calm down a little bit for them to decide when they're going to pull the trigger, the IRGC. Because I don't know, someone could go crazy right now and do something weird, but I think they're trying, because everything is rogue and a bit of anarchy at the top of the regime, I think they're trying to stabilize that first and then pull the trigger. Because I don't think even they're that stupid to decide to launch against the Americans, for example, or Israel, while they're also fighting with each other. But everybody is now on edge. The Americans are on edge. Central Command, they're literally waiting for something to happen. The Iranian side, they're on edge. The Arabs, the Israelis, everybody's like, okay, so there's no ceasefire now because the IRGC have rejected it. Blockade is still going on, and the blockade is provoking the regime in Iran. Any moment, anything could happen. Now, any moment could also mean the next 10 minutes, or it could be tomorrow afternoon, or it could be a week from now. But basically, as of now, there are no talks, and there is no actual ceasefire. There's no ceasefire that's been respected because the IRGC are not recognizing the ceasefire, right? But nobody has pulled the trigger yet. So This is some sort of dual situation where we have to wait and see who fires first. Have you ever had a dream that you had your something? Not sure what's going on with that. Greg the Goat, aka the Grim Bleater. James says Joe Kent and the IRGC are butt buddies. He's trying to ride the grift. So you're saying that Joe Kent would also like to touch the pink missile, the pink rocket from earlier on. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch the live stream from before. Tizzy John's Saleh Akbari's story, Will World Act. Which story? What? You want me to Google things? What, really? Now? What's he doing? What's going on? Oh, yes, that's the name. The Iranian. I'm so bad with names. The IRGC terrorists hunted down Saleh Akbari. He was a nurse that was injured. But obviously they injured the protesters in January during the uprising. They shot her in the heart in front of her husband, Ahmad Kodai, I think. And then they took her body, violated it, and then sent pictures of the husband. The husband was imprisoned and tortured until he eventually agreed to say that his wife died while climbing a mountain. Insane. And then he killed himself. This was one of the most insane things that happened, but this is not really a single story because this is happening to many people in Iran, a lot of families. But don't expect the international community to act. The European Union, the United Nations, none of those guys. They're not going to act. And the funny story about this, but the dark humor part of it, is that there are so many people in the West who claim to care about human rights. There are people who genuinely believe that they are the good guys. I'm not talking about those who lie about it, those who are socialists, for example. I'm talking about the so-called liberals who genuinely believe personally that they are good humans, but they are selective. Everything about them is selective. They don't care. And obviously not all liberals and not all socialists, and stereotyping, but there's a reason for that. The fascinating thing about all these stories is that even we are not hearing millions of other similar stories that are happening. So many, right? But even those that become a well-known report, still nothing. Absolutely nothing. There is a complete denial of what happened in Iran in January. The same level of denial that people have, the same people had about October 7th, 2023. Same level of denial about the Holocaust. The facts are now in front of them because we now live in the 21st century. We can see the footage. We can see the evidence. For example, on October 7th, Hamas were literally filming what they were doing. Proudly, the evidence was there. Yet, they still didn't do anything. They still denied. And again, the hard left from obviously the socialist side, at least you know where you stand with them because they don't care. They say, we have different priorities. They just want to have a revolution in the West. The liberals who claim that they care, again, not every single liberal, they seem to be very, very selective about it. There are reports that the IRGC is attempting to control the Strait of Hormuz using a military tactic called... I'm not translating that. Not good. Prepare to report on Cuba if Trump heads that way. Yeah, I think Cuba is eventually going to be an interesting story as well because I think there's going to be more pressure being used rather than direct invasion, by the way. Will your live stream in the middle of night if things pop off, or do we have to wait till tomorrow? It depends on when, if or when things happen, obviously. But I'll be around for a while. I'll be up for a while. Notification bell at top news will drop down. And Israel has been silent on this. Any news? Nothing official. The IDF are just on standby. That's it. They are that stupid to attack. I don't know. I think they're trying their best not to act stupid right now, but you never know. You're right. They are silly. I lived in Rafsanjani, Iran on 1974. Beautiful countries. Thank you for your message.
All right, guys, I'm back. Tusi's pretty much done with his update. So I had to get you guys. When you least expect it. Okay, let's go to Morad Veysi's analysis from earlier today, because I'm checking his live stream and I'm really, really curious to know what he is saying about what's happening right now. But his live just finished and the subtitles aren't there yet. So we're going to go to Morad Veysi. Amu Morad. And let me just add the banner here. Okay. So this is his analysis from earlier this morning. So again, guys, like I'm not going to translate the whole thing. So you're just gonna have to read along with the captions. Just remember, carpet weaver is Ghalibaf. When he says doctor, he's referring to Pezeshkian, which is the president, the useless president. If he says something and like the AI translation is like completely incorrect, I will translate it. But for the most part, I'm just going to let it play.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر سه‌شنبه اول اردیبهشت 2585 در ایران و صبح 21 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا، پاکستان به تلاش‌هاش برای راضی کردن آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی به فرستادن هیئت‌هاشون به اسلام آباد داره ادامه میده. اینی که مذاکرات از سر گرفته بشه، ولی تا اینجا شواهد نشون میده که فعلا هیئت‌های دو طرف نرفتن. در جمهوری اسلامی تاکید بر اینه که ما نمیریم. پاکستان داره به تلاشاش ادامه میده. 24 ساعت مونده به پایان آتش بس. ترامپ گفته آتش بس رو تمدید نمیکنه و جمهوری اسلامی هم مقامات نظامی و سیاسیش میگن آماده جنگن. در چنین شرایطی امید به برگزاری مذاکرات کاهش پیدا کرده، اگرچه کامل از بین نرفته، ولی احتمال از سرگیری جنگ هم افزایش پیدا کرده و دو طرف دارن آرایش جنگی میگیرن. غالیباف نتونست در برابر فشارهای داخلی مقاومت کنه و بره به اسلام آباد. فشار زیادی بود که غالیباف به این مذاکرات نره از طرف خود دوستانش، فرماندهان سپاه پاسداران. الان در جمهوری
Some people are asking where Morad Veysi is located. So he is in the United States. He lives in the United States right now.
اسلامی اونی که داره با هم رقابت میکنه، با هم میجنگه، فرماندهان سپاه پاسداران. بقیه اشکال جمهوری اسلامی اصلا وسط این دعوا نیستن. دولت که اصلا نیست، یعنی پزشکیان که رأس دولته اصلا کاری نیست. روحانیت که یک زمانی در جمهوری اسلامی همه کاره بود و پاسدارا محافظشون بودن، الان اصلا در این معادله جایی نداره. شما نمیبینید که مثلا یه روحانی قدرتمندی باشه جز اجهی که اون هم خیلی در امر مذاکرات ورود نمیکنه. الان اونی که جمهوری اسلامی در اختیارش فرماندهان سپاه.
Oh gosh, no, he's not in Iran. Guys, if he was in Iran, he would not be able to speak as freely and openly as he does. He's in the United States.
و فرماندهان سپاه به شدت با هم اختلاف نظر دارن در مورد اینکه بریم به مذاکره یا نریم به مذاکره. یک مثالی بزنم از این وضعیت، بعد بقیه خبرهای مذاکره رو بگم. اینی که جمهوری اسلامی به جای رسیده که پاسدارهایی که محافظ آخوندا بودن بعد تبدیل شدن به شریک آخوندها در قدرت، بعد یواش یواش خیلی از آخوندها رو کنار گذاشتن. الان قدرت سپاه پاسداران از آخوندان بیشتر شده. الان حکومتی.
Right, so he's basically saying that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Wait, someone is saying, does he not know English? Of course he knows English, but his channel is in Persian, and he does his analysis for Persian language speakers. So the reason that I share his analysis here is so that you guys can see what the top geopolitical analyst is speaking about. So, I mean, his audience is Persian speakers, and his audience is people in Iran and the Iranian diaspora. So, I mean, if you don't like the fact that he doesn't speak English, you don't have to watch the live stream right now. But the purpose of me sharing his analysis is to bridge the gap from Persian to English. So he's not obligated to speak in English. His audience is not English language speakers. His audience is Iranians. So you can follow along or you can leave. I mean, it's up to you guys. Because I mean, the reason that I play Morad Vaisi is that, I mean, I watch Morad Vaisi myself every night. And then I started sharing his videos here. And then a lot of viewers appreciate that, which is why I share. Basically, like, I could either watch this on my own on my TV, or I could watch it here and share it with you guys. And many people appreciate his analysis, so that's why I share it here. There you go. Anyway, so what he's saying is that the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, now has more power than the mullahs. And remember, guys, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps was created by the mullahs in 1979 in order to protect the Islamic regime and keep the mullahs in power. And what he's saying is now that power dynamic has flipped, right? So now that Khamenei is dead and there's no one controlling the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, right? Now that there's no one controlling the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the power has shifted, and now the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is pretty much in charge, and they've eliminated and gotten rid of a lot of the mullahs.
نظامی حکومت سردارانه تا اینکه حکومت آخوندا باشه. شبیه سالهای آخر خلافت عباسی بنی عباس. در اون سالهای آخر خلیفه فقط اسمی بود که در بغداد بر منبرها گفته میشد و سکه به نامش ضرب میشد. همین. وگرنه اونی که بنی عباس دستش بود سرداران خلیفه بودن که در پادگان اصلی اون زمان، پادگان سامرا، خلیفه تعیین میکردن. اینقدر قدرتشون زیاد بود که خلیفه تعیین میکردن. با وجودی که خلیفه عناوین پرطمطراقی داشت، المعتصم بالله، نمیدونم چی بالله، متوکل بالله، اون خلیفه های آخر بنی عباس از این اسما زیاد داشتن که یه اللهی تهش بود. ولی قدرت دست سردار خلیفه در سامرا بود، 100 کیلومتری بغداد، شبیه الان جمهوری اسلامی. میگن ولی امر مسلمین، رهبر انقلاب اسلامی حضرت آیت الله سید مجتبی حسینی خامنه‌ای، ولی قدرت دست سپاه است. فرماندهای سپاه که دارن جمهوری اسلامی رو اداره میکنن. کشورم که اداره نمیشه. اونی که اداره میشه جمهوری اسلامیه. کشور به حال خودش رها شده. سردار سپاه الان خیلی هاشون مخالف رفتن قالیباف بودن. خبرگزاری های تسنیم و فارس و روزنامه جوان که ارگان های رسانه‌ای سپاه پاسداران مخالف مذاکرات بودن. خب چه کسی میتونه به تسنیم و فارس بگه علیه مذاکرات بنویسید؟ معلومه احمد وحیدی میتونه بگه، فرمانده سپاه. باقر ذوالقرد میتونه بگه، دبیر شورای عالی امنیت ملی. اینا زیر نظر بخش رسانه‌ای سپاه. بخش رسانه‌ای سپاه یه موقع اون عبدالله زیغمی بود، الان نمیدونم چه کسی. اصلا یه معاونت داره فرمانده سپاه در امور رسانه‌ای. یکی از سردار سپاه این تسنیم و فارس.
Wait, guys, look at this. So there's a new Truth Social post by President Trump. Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore what they are losing if it is closed. They only say they want it closed because I have totally blockaded. So they merely want to save face. People approached me 4 days ago saying, "Sir, Iran wants to open up the strait immediately. But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we blow up the rest of the country, their leaders included." See, guys? So this naval blockade is really important. This naval blockade is hurting the Islamic regime more than even the military operation. It's the economic chokehold, right? And a lot of people aren't paying attention to this. Like, that's huge.
So, جوان و همشهری و کیهان و این روزنامه‌هایی که نزدیک به
Oh, wait, is someone asking if this guy's IRGC? No, of course not. Are you kidding me? Morad Vaisi is one of the most anti-Islamic regime people out there. He is a top Iran analyst. Do you see the lion and sun flag in the background, guys? Like, do you see the lion and sun flag? He also has like a lion and sun flag pin on his lapel. So he is pro-Iran and he is anti-Islamic regime. Why would I ever play like an guys, the only time, like if I'm sharing like Durka news, I will let you know. This is not Durka news. This is the real geopolitical analysis about Iran that you're not going to find in mainstream media. And the things that he talks about makes it to the mainstream media like 2 weeks later. And because he's very like, he knows a lot about the internal affairs of the country. So he's like a wealth of knowledge and information when it comes to the Islamic regime. He's basically, he always like spills the tea on the Islamic regime.
سپاه رو اداره میکنه. به هر حال غالیباف تحت فشارهای داخلی به مذاکرات نرفت. پاکستانی‌ها به رویترز گفتن چهارشنبه بعد.
Right, so guys, what he's saying is that the reason that Ghalibaf did not go to the second round of negotiations is because the internal factions within the Islamic regime prevented him from doing so because Ghalibaf wants to accept President Trump's terms of surrender in order for the Islamic regime to survive. However, the IRGC don't want to surrender. They want to continue the war. So they prevented Ghalibaf from going. And that's why these negotiations are not happening. So we don't know if he's under house arrest. There is a rumor. There is a rumor that he might be under house arrest, but it hasn't been confirmed.
برگزار میشه. ولی واقعیتش اینه که اول گفتن شنبه برگزار میشه، نشد. بعد گفتن
Right, so now he's talking about the negotiations. He's like, first they said that the negotiations would happen on Saturday. That didn't happen. Then they said it would happen on Sunday. That didn't happen. Then they said Monday, that didn't happen. Then Tuesday, that didn't happen. And now Wednesday. So it's just not the negotiations are just not happening.
یک شنبه نشد. بعد گفتن دوشنبه نشد، بعد گفتن سه شنبه نشد، حالا میگن چهارشنبه، در حالی که چهارشنبه آتش بس تموم میشه و ترامپ گفته من آتش بس تمدید نمیکنم.
So guys, just this part here, remember, this analysis is from this morning. So when he says President Trump said he will not extend the ceasefire, that's from this morning. Of course, just a few hours ago, President Trump did say that, you know, he's willing to extend the ceasefire. So just keep that in mind, because a lot of news has passed. And I would rather watch his more recent live stream, but he just finished live streaming that, and the AI translation hasn't gone through yet. So I'm waiting for the AI translation, and then once the AI translation is processed, we'll go to that. So just keep that in mind.
همین الان هیئت‌های آمریکایی حرکت بکنن، موقع میرسن اسلام آباد که آتش بس عملاً تمام شده یا یکی دو ساعتی بهش باقی مونده و طرفین دارن با لفظ جنگی با هم صحبت میکنن به جای لفظ مذاکراتی. معمولاً یک مذاکره موقع انجام میشه.
Oh wait, is Hannity on? Okay, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you for reminding me. Let's go to Hannity. I was waiting for 9 p.m. Let's go to Hannity.
For the CIA were killed when their car, quote, plunged 600 feet off a cliff and burst into flames. Plus, in a moment, we're going to contrast President Trump's efforts to save the lives of 8 Iranian women that are scheduled to be executed to that of a top Democratic senator from Connecticut who is literally cheering for Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Senator John Fetterman will weigh in on that. But we begin in Iran tonight, where President Trump offered a short temporary lifeline to the disjointed Iranian regime, writing on Truth Social, quote, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Pakistan's prime minister, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. But this is no cause for celebration among the hardline terrorists running Iran, because the president has, quote, directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects, remain ready and able. And the president just put out that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Iran doesn't want it to be that way. They want it to be open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore the reason that's how much they're losing as it is closed. They only say they want to close because I've totally blockaded it and closed it. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, pointed out because of this blockade, quote, in a matter of days, Karg Island, their storage will be full, and the fragile Iranian oil wells, then they will be shut in, constraining Iran's maritime trade, directly targeting the regime's primary revenue lifelines. And breaking moments ago in this new post, let me read it in full. Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore what they are losing if it is closed. They will only say they want it closed because I have it totally blockaded, closed. So they merely want to save face. And people approached me 4 days ago saying, sir, Iran wants to open up the strait immediately. But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we blow up the rest of their country, their leaders included. As Napoleon once famously stated, never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. As we speak, infighting is now. Put simply, they are desperate. Not only was our military beat down, their military beat down, and ours on them a huge success, but tonight, there is no doubt this blockade is causing massive pain inside of Iran's government. In fact, they are reportedly desperate for President Trump to lift that blockade, which, according to U.S. Central Command, has directed 28 vessels to turn around, return to port, and even seized a belligerent Iranian tanker just yesterday. The question tonight, will economic ruin force Iran's hardline Revolutionary Guard to negotiate? and just who will ultimately win the power struggle inside a fractured Iran. And by the way, can we get arms in the hands of the Iranian people? That might be helpful. And soon time will tell. The clock is ticking. The pressure from both inside and outside Iran is immense tonight. Here at the very latest, our very own Greg Palcott. He is once again in Tel Aviv tonight. Greg.
As Sean, as you have been noting, the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran set to run out has been extended, at least on the American side, as talks for a deal between the two countries are on hold. Negotiations were supposed to take place in Pakistan, Iran, then the U.S. were no-shows. According to the president in a post later Tuesday, because the Iranian government is so fractured, his words, they haven't come up with a unified response. And so he wrote, I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or another. The naval actions include the U.S. military interdicting an Iranian-linked tanker ship on Tuesday away from the Gulf in the Indian Ocean southeast of Sri Lanka. U.S. service members went on board.
Oh, man.
Near the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, too, has been taking its shots at shipping with its own chokehold on the waterway. One Iranian official brushed off the ceasefire extension, claiming, quote, the losing side cannot set the terms. Iran's foreign minister citing the U.S. naval blockade and the seizure of ships as violations of the ceasefire, acts of war, adding Iran knows how to neutralize restrictions and bullying. Still, Sean, the next days will show how real this new ceasefire is, and more importantly, how good this pressure tactic by the administration is at delivering the goods. Back to you.
All right, Greg Palcott in Tel Aviv tonight. Thank you. Joining us now with more insight into what's happening behind the scenes inside both the U.S. military, what's left of the Iranian military, former special envoy to Ukraine and Russia, Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg is with us.
Oh, man. It's not going well.
Opportunity, a little more time. They don't have the ability to communicate with each other. For example, you might have the head of the IRGC in one place. You might have the people that are negotiating in another place. It's not like they can pick up a cell phone, General. And the president rightly pointing out, it's costing them $500 million a day. At some point, it is their entire economy. They can't survive much longer, regardless of who may think that they're in charge. So, again, it's the hard way or the easy way, is it not?
Yeah, Sean, thanks for having me tonight. Look, I would just say let's not negotiate anymore. Let's just walk away. Let's finish the job. And when you think about their fractured command and control, Vahidi's in charge of the IRGC. Under the Mosaic Doctrine, they've broken that down to 31 IRGC headquarters, and they've thought about fighting the United States. So my point to them being fractured in their leadership.
Stopped audio. Sorry, guys. Give me a moment. Sorry, guys. It's giving me some issues here, but we'll be back. All right.
That's why I keep going back to take something like Kharg Island or seize the islands in the Strait of Hormuz with the Tripoli and Boxer ARGs that you've got there. And you've got elements of the 82nd Theater. They can take Kharg Island. And all of a sudden now you're creating and compounding the problem for them to try to solve. And I don't think they can solve it because they don't have the leadership left that can figure this out. And you now control it. You could put a provisional government if you want to on Kharg Island and try to figure it out as well. But this is the whole way of trying to give them problems that they can solve. And constantly say we're going to negotiate, that's right out of their playbook. You know, when you have somebody like Kalachi, who's their foreign minister, who wrote a book on negotiations, this was part of his negotiation strategy. He called it the market strategy. It's like being in a bazaar, trying to buy a rug, bartering back and forth. I would say, done, we're done. The president gave them ample opportunity. He was very gracious in an attempt to talk the way through it. Now let's just finish it out. And I think we can finish it out. We can strangle them economically. We're doing that with the blockade. Let's compound the problem. Not only do we have terrain, we've got the blockade as well. And instead of bombing like their power plants, bomb something that really hurts them. that their fuel industry or something like that, instead of going after things that hurt the people. So I think we still have cards to play. The president sure does. I wouldn't bet against the president of the United States at all on this one.
All right, their currency is currently zero. It's worth nothing. They have a 180 to 200% inflation rate. Half of their working population is no longer working. They're losing $500 million a day. That is 90% of their entire economy. The president, the military operation aspect of taking out their infrastructure and Carg Island, if he chooses to do that, wipes out their economy permanently. Now, there are outside forces the president's thinking about. He's been asked by the Pakistanis. We cannot get a hold of both sides inside of Iran for them to come up with their agreement. Can you give us a little more time? I don't think the president loses anything by giving them a little more time. They're still losing their economy in the process. The blockade has been 100% effective. So, and then I think in the back of the president's mind is like he knows that there's 90 million people that will be impacted by a very easy military decision, which is to wipe out this place.
Yeah, you know, Sean, the problem, you know, one of the principles of war, that are principles of war, is simplicity. And you want to make it as simple as you can, but you want to make it complicated for the other side. So you create problems for them. You give them options that they have to address at the same time. And they don't have the capacity, the capability to do that because they don't have people that are really experienced in that and are in charge. You look at somebody like Vahidi, if you look at his background, he's only there because we got rid of the last Revolutionary Guards leader, and now he's in charge of it. He's distributed his command and control to the 31 regions due to this mosaic doctrine they've got, and now you're asking them to do some command and control. They can't do it. So my point is you make it so hard for them, it eventually breaks. You compound the problem they've got. They're trying to figure out what they're going to do with the blockade, add to the problem with. And I think if we do that, we keep adding pressure to them, they're eventually going to buckle. And then remember, the IRGC is not the Army. There's two separate activities. You've got the Army, which is twice the size of the IRGC, and you want to fragment them as well. And then you've got the IRGC, or zealots, and you look at a theocratic government, which are zealots. And now you look at the people that are trying to lead that, Ghalibaf, you look at Arashi and Vahidi, and they're all zealots, and you want to get rid of them as well. So you create friction for the Iranians that they cannot control. And I would just like to see the president do that more and more, keep ramping it up. There's ways to do it, not necessarily bomb stuff, because we bombed the heck out of them already. And I'm sure there's still more on the target list, but you create problems for their leadership. And problems for the leadership is not that, oh, they just bombed this factory. It's command, control, and what they actually control in their economic standards, and take away that economic ability. So I would say eventually they're going to fall. If you want to take a long time, do it with the blockade. Do it with a shorter time, compound the problem, create issues for them that they have no ability to operate with and control.
One last part that doesn't get talked about enough, in my view, and that is arming the Iranian people themselves. Very effective when Reagan armed the Contra rebels in Nicaragua. Very effective when the Mujahideen got Stinger missiles in their war against the former Soviet Union. The Soviet Union lost that war as a result. Is that a good idea?
I think it's a good idea, but I'm on the hard side when I'm saying using military force, in the sense, use the agencies, a group that does that, their special operations group, or you use special forces to do it, go in with weapons. You just don't give them weapons to use. You actually have advisors with them to help them train that, and you create a guerrilla warfare. I think they're ready for that. They'll be able to do that, but you compound the problems they've got to try to solve, and that's what you want to do. You got to break their will. You got to break their command and control, and I think eventually they're going to fold. Economically, especially, the president has it right. He had the guts to do it.
All right, $500 million a day. That's a lot of money to lose in revenue. I would imagine they want the strait open. Lieutenant General Kellogg, thank you. We appreciate you joining us. Now, today, President Trump personally called on Iran to release 8 women set to be executed for merely protesting the regime, writing, quote, "I would greatly appreciate the release of these women. I'm sure that they will respect the fact that you did so. Please do them no harm." would be a great start to negotiations. Sadly, this push for peace and mercy was not echoed by Democratic leaders. Listen to this. Instead, one senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy, retweeted Iranian propaganda from a foreign news site posted by a former UN hack. The article falsely bragged, quote, at least 26 Iranian shadow fleet vessels bypass U.S. blockade. Senator Murphy replied, awesome. By the way, that is absolutely not true, that any Iranian ship was able to slip past the blockade. It didn't happen. He later then claimed, oh, he was just being sarcastic. Chris Murphy does not deserve the benefit of the doubt. Murphy was just in Europe comparing our duly elected American president to a fascist while speaking before an audience full of socialists and communists. This radical senator also has a long history of cozy relations with Iran. In fact, in 2019, during Trump's first term, Senator Murphy, he secretly met with Iran's foreign minister, admitting, quote, for years, I have met on occasion with Iran's foreign minister during both the Obama and Trump administrations. I wonder what Senator Murphy talked about. Senator Chris, you care to tell us your shared disdain for the great Satan and the little Satan and the U.S. and Israel? Now, keep in mind, Senator Murphy has publicly advocated for Iran's evil Revolutionary Guard to be removed from America's terrorist watch list. Take a look at this.
Would you take the Iran's Revolutionary Guard off the terror list in order to get a deal?
Yes. I mean, the practical impact of designating them as a foreign terrorist organization is,
oh my gosh, it's this loser.
Is inconsequential.
We mean it's inconsequential.
Dozens of other terrorist designations
Shame on you,
IRGC
loser.
that would remain. And so.
What a traitor. Oh my gosh. You evil, evil person.
For the murderers, the terrorists inside the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, than his own fellow Americans right here at home, should make every American sick. Here to respond to Murphy's Murphy's colleague, Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Him. Senator, you want to respond to that?
Well, I think it's fair to say, and I don't mean that as an insult one way or the other, but I would say that my colleague from Connecticut and I are on the opposite spectrum on a lot of these issues with Iran and Israel and essentially the Democratic Party too. You know, joke about it, sarcasm, whatever it is. But without a doubt, the Democratic Party, and I'm the only Democrat effectively left in Congress to support epic fury. It's almost as if, you know, we've forgotten on the Democratic side that the real enemy, the real threat, the real danger is Iran and its proxies too. And, you know, every single Democrat, we want to break Iran. We make sure they never acquire a nuclear bomb as we are approaching that 60 day of the war powers in the law. You know, Iran must be so excited by the American media and the Democratic parties, the way it's like, as long as we can hang on for 60 days, more and more people continue to vote against, you know, the Trump administration to end the Iranian regime. And so why can we be this close and allow them to acquire a nuclear bomb? So that's my real concern. And I don't ever want to be on the wrong side of history to say, I'm going to walk away from it. You know, I'm not going to finish this why we showed up. I've supported it the entire time. And I don't know where the votes are going to be if it takes 2 or 3 on the Republican side. I don't know, but I'm going to say where my vote is, because I'm firmly on the side of Israel. I'm firmly on the side of, Iran is the evil regime. And why is really, we are the only one talking about the 8 Iranian women that are going to be hung, you know, like why, you know, people on the left aren't talking about that. Why aren't they protesting that Iran's about to hang women in Iran? You know, they are the evil regime. And this is a 47-year-old experiment in a war crime. You know, we're a little over 47 days. You know, here we are. We're at a very important inflection point in the Middle East. So that's why I'm going to continue to support this, because Iran can't ever acquire a nuclear bomb. That's not a radical idea for the Democratic Party, not even recently, back in 2024. until you're not willing to really do anything about it, then those are empty words. We should be firmly on this side to hold Iran fully accountable.
Let me ask you, Senator. I mean, obviously the embargo's been effective. They can't get $500 million a day in revenue. That's a lot of money. Obviously, the military campaign has been effective beyond any comprehension, I think, of most people, especially when you compare it to past conflicts. Now it's a matter of wrapping this up. How do we define wrapping it up? That would be retrieving or entombing the nuclear dust. And number two, opening the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, it has to be in the Iranians' best interest that they want any economy at all to do so. Your thoughts?
What I absolutely hope. I mean, one of the primary issues for Iran is once they become a nuclear power, they become untouchable in the region, and they can toll the strait and do it effectively whatever they want. And remember, if there's the Democratic Party is becoming increasingly aggressively anti-Israel. Democrats now are voting against Iron Dome now. They're willing to vote and support, Israel soon. So imagine we can't leave Israel in that position if we're not going to fully put Iran in its appropriate with its. I think overall it's been a strong campaign up to this point to break the military. I don't hope we walk away. I think we should ask and give the president the opportunity to provide the support to take those nuclear materials to prevent Iran from ever building a nuclear bomb.
One thing I can assure you, Senator, President Trump's not walking away. And if people want to misinterpret him being gracious to the Prime Minister in Pakistan and the people of Iran and give them time to communicate, considering. All right, Senator Fetterman, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, also tonight, Democratic power grab in Virginia, which ultimately will eliminate all in a state that the president only lost by 5 points. A blatant power grab had support from high.
I think that's probably it on Iran, right? Like, he opened up with Iran, so I think he's going to other issues.
And we'll have analysis from Reince Priebus, Ari Fleischer, straight ahead.
Okay. You know what's really interesting about this is that pretty much everything that Armin and I have been speaking about, in the last few weeks, now you're seeing it in the mainstream media. So I noticed some of you in the comments were like, oh yeah, this is old news. Well, this might be old news for you guys because you guys have been watching Iran Revolution live, and we've been explaining all of this. So it's old news for you, but this is new news for everyone who doesn't watch Iran Revolution live, right? So they're talking about the 500 million, they're talking about the internal fracture, they're talking about Vahidi, right? And remember, this guy is Vahidi. So remember our Durka Jihad bingo sheet, right? This is Vahidi here. So, and remember the person that Sean Hannity was speaking with was like, yeah, they got rid of the two other commanders, and Vahidi is the third person now, right? So for those of you who've been following Iran Revolution live, that's exactly the Durka, the boom boom jihad bingo sheet. So Salami is gone, Pakpur is gone, and that's why you have Vahidi now. So basically, Vahidi is in charge of the IRGC, and this is where you're getting the internal tension between Vahidi and then Ghalibaf and of course IRGC, right? But one thing I was really impressed with what the gentleman said is he said, regardless of whether it's Vahidi, Ghalibaf, or IRGC, doing this internal power struggle, I was really impressed and I really appreciated the fact that he said, regardless of which one is in power, they're all evil and they're all murderous, right? So that's really important because there are some elements in mainly in the leftist media who are trying to portray Ghalibaf and Araqchi as moderates, but they're not. They're all evil. They're all ruthless. Okay, there are no moderates within the Islamic regime. Just because they're fighting against one another doesn't mean there's like a good side and a bad side. They're all terrorists. They're all evil. It's literally like Durka versus Durka. Okay, so it's terrorists versus terrorists. There's no good guys at all. They're all bad guys. They're all bad guys. We want them all gone. We want them all exterminated. And ultimately, we Iranians want a totally new system of government. No, there's no so someone is saying lesser of two evils? No. There's no lesser of two evils. They're all equally evil. There's no lesser of two evils. They're all evil. They're all evil. Because Ghalibaf at one point was the IRGC commander. And when Ghalibaf was the IRGC commander, back in the 1990s, he murdered a whole bunch of university students who were protesting for freedom by throwing them off rooftops. Yep. So he threw like young university protesters off of the rooftops of various buildings, and then he bragged about it. So there is no lesser of two evils, right? It's like Nazis. There are no good Nazis. They're all Nazis, right? And these people, they're the equivalent of Muslim Nazis. So yeah, all of them 100% evil. There is not a single person in this chart that is less evil. They're all Nazis, they're all demons, they're all evil. So I just want to make that very clear. Okay, so let's go back to Murad Vaisi and his analysis now. And I'll be listening in the background. I'll be here.
برای اینی که فضای مذاکراتی داده بشه، طرفین اگر ملایم صحبت نکنن، تندم خیلی صحبت نمیکنن. الان مقامات جمهوری اسلامی آمریکا دارن تند علیه هم صحبت میکنن. ترامپ همین الان گفت که جمهوری اسلامی بارها آتشبس رو نقض کرده. این یعنی این که از نظر ترامپ آتشبس به طور جدی نقض شده و جواب میدن. خبرگزاری تصمیم زده آمادگی کامل جمهوری اسلامی برای جنگ مجدد. به پایان آتشبس نزدیک میشویم تصمیم گفته، در حالی که زیاده خواهی آمریکا مذاکرات رو به خطر انداخته. تصمیم نوشته تا این لحظه تصمیمی برای شرکت در مذاکرات نداریم. تصمیم گفته برای آغاز مجدد جنگ آماده. موقع خبرگزاری اصلی سپاه اینجوری همش از جنگ صحبت میکنه، معلوم امید به مذاکرات کاهش پیدا کرده. بازم عرض میکنم کامل از بین نرفته، ممکنه در آخرین لحظات برن شرکت بکنن، ولی فضاییه که امید به مذاکرات کاهش پیدا کرده، الفاظ جنگی طرفین بیشتر شده، دو طرف میگن آمادن برای جنگ و 24 ساعت هم مونده به پایان. پاکستان که میانجیگر اصلیه برای که مذاکرات شکست نخوره در حال تماس با هر دوتاشونه. وزارت خارجه مصرم که کمک پاکستانه تماس گرفته با ترکیه، پاکستان و عمان که اگر میتونن فشار بیارن بر آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی که هیئتاشونو بفرستن برای مذاکره. علی عبداللهی فرمانده قرارگاه جنگی خاتم الانبیا، مهمترین قرارگاه جنگی جمهوری اسلامی، آمریکا رو تهدید کرده، گفته ما آماده‌ایم برای جنگ. قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا گفته ما شگفتانه‌های جدید.
Okay, let's bring up Abdullahi. Where is he? Where is he? Let's find him. Shakarchi, Najat. This guy. So the person right now that is threatening President Trump and basically saying that we are ready to return to war and defeat the United States. He's speaking about this guy, Ali Abdullahi. That's the guy on the Durka bingo boom boom sheet. The one that's threatening President Trump. Well, and then apparently this guy, which is insane. So he's not only did he say that we are ready to resume war with the United States, he also said that we have like some new surprises and like new weapons or something, which is absolutely wild. Yeah. So basically he's saying that like we have new surprises for the United States. Yeah, okay, buddy. Guys, they live in Delulu land.
خیلی این روزا در جمهوری اسلامی از این صحبت میشه که ما ظرف این 2 هفته خودمون رو تقویت کردیم، شگفتی‌های جدیدی داریم به لحاظ نظامی.
So what he's saying is the last 2 weeks, the Islamic regime has put out a lot of like these statements where it's like, in the last 2 weeks, we've really we've strengthened ourselves and we've we have new surprises and like blah, 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 right? Which is pretty much all nonsense.
از نظر سلاح
You just look at his expression when he says that. So he's like, the last few weeks, the Islamic regime has said that we have strengthened ourselves and we have new surprises. And then he just like pauses and he looks at the camera. You can just tell by his expression that it's basically a load of nonsense. And that's basically what he's saying with his expression.
که ما ظرف این 2 هفته خودمون رو تقویت کردیم، شگفتی‌های جدیدی داریم به لحاظ نظامی.
Look at his face.
از نظر سلاح جدیدی ندارن. سلاح جدید.
And so he's like, in terms of weapons, they have no new weapons.
اگر داشتن در جنگ 12 روزه حتما خرجش میکردن.
He's like, if they had new weapons, they would have used them back in the summer when Israel first attacked them in the 12-day war.
سلاح جدیدی ندارن.
He's like, they don't have any new weapons. It's basically like just pure BS.
پس چیه این شگفتانه جدید؟
So he's like, so what is this new wonder that they're talking about?
تنگه باب المندبه. جمهوری اسلامی میگه
Oh, so he's like, so this new surprise that they're speaking about is the Strait of Bab el-Mandab, which we've spoken about before, right? The Bab el-Mandab, which is where the Houthis are. So I think he's probably going to say that, the new surprise from the Islamic regime will be shutting down the Strait of Bab el-Mandab. Let me bring that up for you guys. So it's here. So the Bab el-Mandab Strait is the strait here, okay? So the Persian, actually, you know what? Let me bring it up on Google Maps because that might be easier. Okay. What's going on? There we go. So this is the Bab el-Mandab Strait. Okay. Oh, I forgot to share my screen. All right. So this is the Bab el-Mandab Strait. Okay, so this is the Strait of Hormuz, okay? This is the Persian Gulf. This is the Strait of Hormuz. This is the Bab el-Mandab Strait down here. So what Murad Vaisi is saying is that if the Islamic regime is threatening or like talking about like a new surprise, Murad Vaisi is saying that he thinks they're probably referring to the Bab el-Mandab Strait because this is where the Houthis are. And of course, another way to travel is through the Bab el-Mandab Strait and then going through Egypt. So what he thinks is that one of the ways the Islamic regime could potentially put economic pressure, how could they shut it down? Well, this is where the Houthis are. And the Houthis are under the control of the Islamic regime. So he's saying that this could potentially be what the Islamic regime might be targeting next through the Houthis, because Yemen, right? This is where the Houthis are. So we don't know. I mean, he's saying that could be it. Wait, let me switch over. Okay.
میگه تنگه هرمز رو که من بستم جواب داد، بحران انرژی در دنیا درست شد، آمریکایی ها اومدن محاصره دریای عمان کردن که این رو از خاصیت بندازن، حالا من دست روی دست میکنم، منم میرم پشت سر آمریکایی ها در دریای عمان، میرم در دریای عرب، در تنگه باب المندب و با کمک حوثی‌ها به خطر میندازم، عبور و مرور کشتی‌ها رو از
Right? I just said that. So the Islamic regime might go to Bab el-Mandab and use the Houthis to close down the strait and basically hold the world, economically hostage once again.
مندب و با کمک حوثی‌ها به خطر میندازم، عبور و مرور کشتی‌ها رو از اقیانوس هند به دریای سرخ و از اونجا به مدیترانه به خطر میندازم، عبور و مرور کشتی‌های تجاری و نفتکشا رو به خطر میندازم، جلوی صادرات نفت احتمالا عربستان از اونجا میگیرم، باعث میشم بحران انرژی در دنیا تشدید بشه، از اون لحاظ فشار بیاد بر ترامپ و مجبور بشه جنگ با ما رو پایان بده بدون سرنگونی جمهوری.
Oh, someone is asking if conduit is safe. Yes, 100% conduit is safe. I've been running conduit on my computer nonstop. Here, let me just show you really quick. Every time I restart my computer, I have to restart conduit, but let me just show you really quick. So conduit's been running for I think my conduit's been running nonstop for about 5 days now since the last time I restarted my computer. And so in the last 5 days, I've transferred almost 130 gigabytes, and I have 25 connected peers. So yeah, conduit is 100% safe. It's if you have unlimited internet, unlimited data, unlimited high-speed data, it's the easiest and best way to support the Iranian people. No, this is not a Bitcoin miner. This provides internet to people in Iran. This basically, it's like some sort of peer-to-peer or B2B or I don't know, something. But yeah, you just turn it on and you run it. And then this helps give Iranian people in occupied Iran access to internet. So yeah, that's, just one way to help. But of course, if you don't have unlimited internet, probably you want to limit how much internet you give. But for people, yours has been running for weeks and nobody connected. Maybe try turning it off and restarting it maybe. Or maybe uninstall and reinstall maybe. I know that mine was running for a while and there was no one connected for the first few weeks of the war. But now people are starting to connect. So yeah, literally one of the fastest and easiest ways to help Iranian people in occupied Iran is helping them get access to internet. So yeah, conduit is 100% safe, and I've been running it on my laptop. So, all right, let's go back to Morad Baisi now. All right, let me go back a little bit.
باعث میشم بحران انرژی در دنیا تشدید بشه، از اون لحاظ فشار بیاد بر ترامپ و مجبور بشه جنگ با ما رو پایان بده بدون سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. جمهوری اسلامی طرح نظامی جدیدش که من امروز و فردا راجع بهش بیشتر صحبت خواهم کرد اینه که ما
Sorry, someone is saying, yeah, guys, there's something wrong with my YouTube. I don't know if I'm shadow banned or something. But for the last few days, it doesn't show that I'm live. It's really frustrating because a lot of people have no idea that I'm live right now, and I have no idea what to do about that. So I've sent an email to YouTube support about it, but it's really weird because I'm live, but it doesn't show me as live, and people aren't getting notifications that I'm live. So it's really frustrating. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Sorry, guys.
تنگه باب المندب رو ناامن میکنیم. صادرات نفت عربستان.
Okay, so some people got a notification. Oh, you guys can see me as live? You know what? I can't see myself. I haven't been able to see myself as live. And I have no idea why. Like, it's so frustrating. Like, I'm looking at myself right now and it doesn't show me live. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. All right.
رو در دریای سرخ هم جلوش رو میگیریم. اقتصاد دنیا رو بیش از اون بحرانی که با تنگه هرمز ایجاد شد به خطر میندازیم، چون دیگه 2 تا تنگه میشه، تنگه هرمز و تنگه باب المندب. این رو به خطر میندازیم. شروع میکنیم استفاده از این بستن این 2 تا برای که بحران انرژی رو در دنیا تشدید کنیم. دنیا فشار بیاره به ترامپ و ترامپ تحمل نکنه و جنگ با ما رو آتش بس دوم هم بده. این طرح نظامی جمهوری اسلامیه که من بیشتر راجبش صحبت خواهم کرد. ولی همه بچه زرنگا تو شاه عبدالعظیم جمع نشدن. آمریکایی هم ایده دارن، اسرائیلی هم ایده دارن. اونا ممکنه با ایده های جدید بیان که حتما هم میان. دیروز معاون قبلی سنتکام میگفت که ما 200 تا هواپیمای نظامیمون الان روی ناوهای هواپیمابره و 2 برابر دفعه قبل هواپیمای جنگی داریم. 2 برابر 2 هفته قبل. آمریکایی ها ایده جدید دارن، اسرائیلی ها ایده جدید دارن. اینجوری نیست که فقط سپاه بگه خب ما فکر کردیم تنگه باب المندب هم میبندیم، محاصره دریایی آمریکا رو بیخاصیت میکنیم، بحران جهانی درست میکنیم، فشار بیاد بر ترامپ، جنگ رو پایان بده. طرح جمهوری اسلامی کاملا روشنه که میخواد چیکار بکنه. و حتما هم موقعی که من تحلیلگر متوجه این میشم، حتما هم کسایی که در پنتاگون و اسرائیل در ستاد ارتش اسرائیل بازی جنگ رو اجرا میکنن میفهمن که جمهوری اسلامی ممکنه این کارو بکنه. من که نه به اخبار سری دسترسی دارم، نه به گزارش‌های نظامی دسترسی دارم، میتونم حدس بزنم حرکت بعدی جمهوری اسلامی چیه. خب اونا که به گزارش‌های نظامی و گزارش‌های اطلاعاتی و محرمانه دسترسی دارن، سالها در دانشگاه‌های جنگ در آمریکا و اسرائیل درس جنگ خوندن و بازی جنگ بلدن. بازی جنگ اینجوریه که شما بخشی از دانشجوهای نظامی و فرمانده‌ها میشن ارتش خودی، بخشش میشه ارتش دشمن. شروع میکنن حرکات همدیگر رو انجام میدن، بر اساس حرکاتی که انجام میده حریف اینا هم حرکت جدید انجام میدن، بهش میگن بازی جنگ، که البته الان با کمک کامپیوتر انجام میشه دیگه، خیلی مدرن.
Thank you everyone in the chat. That's crazy. So some people are saying that they see me as live and some people are saying they don't. That's so weird because like when I go to my YouTube, I don't see the live, right? Like it hasn't shown me as live in a few days. And even like this won't pop up. Like I have to manually put my live stream at the top of my channel so that people who like go to my channel can see it. But yeah, like usually I have like the live circle and I don't see it there. So I don't know. It's weird.
خب حتما اونا متوجه میشن که جمهوری اسلامی میخواد تنگه باب المندب رو ببنده. کما اینکه مقامات جمهوری اسلامی اینو اومدن گفتن، یعنی دیگه خیلی هم غافلگیری نداره که بخوان این کارو بکنه. بنابراین اونی که جمهوری اسلامی میگه شگفتانه، سلاح جدیدی نیست، استفاده از موقعیت تنگه باب المندب برای که بحران انرژی در دنیا رو تشدید بکنه. و به احتمال زیاد گام بعدی اینه که در دریای سرخ مزاحم صادرات نفت عربستان میشه. خب آمریکایی‌ها فکر اینو کردن، نه هواپیمابر جنرال فورد رو آوردن دریای سرخ گذاشتن. من احتمال اینو زیاد میدونم که نه هواپیمابر جنرال فورد از دریای سرخ تکون نخوره، یعنی نه به دریای مدیترانه بره، نه بیاد سمت ناو لینکلن در منطقه دریای عرب و دریای عمان، شمال اقیانوس هند. احتمالاً به اون سمت نمیاد. احتمالاً جنرال فورد در دریای سرخ وای میسه که 3 تا کارو بکنه. یکی اینه که جلو حملات موشکی به اسرائیل رو بگیره، دوم اینه که جلوگیری کنه از حملات موشکی حوثی‌ها به صادرات نفت عربستان در بندر ینبو که جایگزین خلیج فارس شده با 7 میلیون بشکه صادرات نفت، اون خط لوله‌ای که بردن به اونجا. و کار سومی که جنرال فورد میکنه اینه که اجازه نده حوثی‌ها و سپاه پاسداران تنگه باب المندب رو ببندن. سپاه داره برای این آماده.
Okay, so what he's saying, sorry, I'm just like, I'm eating in the background. I've been eating all day. So guys, what he's saying is that he thinks that the USS Gerald Ford is going to the Red Sea. Where's the Red Sea? Right? So he believes the USS Gerald Ford is going to the Red Sea and will remain in the Red Sea in order to act as a countermeasure to the Houthis. Yeah, because this is Yemen and this is the Red Sea here. So he's saying that the Gerald Ford will probably be somewhere in the Red Sea so that if and when the IRGC through the Houthis, right? The Houthis are in Yemen. So if and when the IRGC through the Houthis decide to close the Strait of Bab el-Mandab, right? The Bab el-Mandab Strait, which is this here, the USS Gerald Ford can act as a counter to the Houthis and the IRGC trying to close down this strait. So that's what Morad Vaisi is saying about the USS Gerald Ford.
یه بخش مهمی از جنگ جدید که اگر شروع بشه و احتمال شروعش هم زیاد شده، بخش مهمی از جنگ جدید در دریای سرخ و تنگه باب المندب خواهد بود. این ارزیابی جمهوری اسلامیه. البته ما نمیدونیم واقعا حوثی‌ها چقدر به حرف جمهوری اسلامی گوش میکنن.
So he's saying that, that's his analysis. Like he's predicting that that's what's going to happen. He doesn't know if it's actually going to happen or not. But then he's saying, of course, we also don't know how much the Houthis are actually going to listen to the IRGC. Because the Houthis have not been very active in this conflict.
در جنگ قبلی حوثی‌ها خیلی به حرف جمهوری اسلامی گوش نکردن.
Yeah, so he's saying in the previous war, the Houthis didn't really listen to the Islamic regime. They just kind of did their own thing because they're crazy. Guys, remember, the Houthis are insane, right? Like remember, the Houthis are like the stereotypical, like, third world Durka jihadis, right? Remember? Like, let me find a video. The Houthis are the ones that like wear like these, outfits and then they dance barefoot on the flag of Israel, right? Like they're like the insane ones, right? Like these are the Houthis. These are the Houthis. They basically just chew something called khat. Khat is like some sort of drug. And they just like chew on the leaves. So they're basically like, they're high 24/7. So they're just constantly high. And then they have like these big, like their cheeks are super big. And then they just like dance, right? It's like the weirdest thing. Like these are the Houthis. Guys, these are the Houthis. These are the Houthis. They basically just spend all their time getting high and just like throwing missiles at random people. Oh my gosh, there's one where like, there's one of them where it's like okay, like these are the Houthis. Look at this. Do you see the bulge in their cheek? So the bulge is because they're constantly chewing khat. So basically they just put these like these like, I don't know, it's like similar to cocaine or something. And literally they're the ones that are like, and then they like shoot in the air and they just like, No, it's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. It's the khat. And then there's one of them that was like singing like a Justin Bieber song or something. It was like the weirdest thing. Let me see if I can find it. Like, I'm telling you, these guys are insane. Where was it? Oh man, Houthi. Wait, I think Neo Berg might have posted it. Let me find it. It's the most insane thing. Like, I'm telling you, the Houthis, it's just like, I can't even say that they're 7th century. They're literally like Stone Age. If I can find something here. Ew, yeah, okay, like look at this. Yep. So do you see that green stuff in its mouth? That's the khat. That's like the drug. It's like these leaves, and they just like they chew these leaves and then they just keep on adding to the leaves, and that's why their cheeks are always bulging. Yep. Yeah, they're like super gross. Yeah, here more Houthis. Like they're the Durkaiest of the Durkas, and see like their cheeks are always bulging. Like see this guy, see this guy, see this guy, see this guy. Like literally, they're always high. Yeah, see, always high. But I want to find the one where he's like singing. There was one that's okay. Here's more like. Oh, that was my video. I can't play that though because it's copyrighted. Oh yeah, see? Guys, this is what they do. So when the Houthis are not like bombing people, they literally just sit around and they just have like drug parties, right? So see like these green leaves? This is khat. So they just basically sit around. It's just a bunch of men in like a stinky, smelly room, and they just sit around and they just like chew on these leaves to get high. Watch this. Oh wait. Someone added goat sounds to this video. Okay, the goat sounds are not accurate, but like literally they just pass around the drugs, and they just like sit around chewing on the drugs. Oh man, I want to find the Justin Bieber one. It was so funny. Where's the Justin Bieber one? Wait, maybe I have it. Let me see if I can find it. I might have it. Huh? Oh gosh, look at this part. This part is so funny. So in the middle of this like dance video, this Houthi guy, he's so high that he just like puts his hand on like a child's face and like pushes him back. Look at this. Did you see that? Like he's just like using the child as like, I don't even know what. He just like pushes the child's face back. Like, what is that? Who are these people? Do you see that? Like, and then you see his face is bulging as well. Literally insane. He's super high too, right? You can just see the bulge in his cheek. So, but wait, I wonder if I can find the actual. No, I can't find it. Shoot. Come on. I want to find this video now. It was so funny. There was like this Houthi and he was like singing. All right. I know, like, I'm going to find it when the live stream is done. But anyways, there you go. This is a Houthi. These are the Houthis. I already shared that one. Oh yeah, here's another video. Here's a full one. So guys, literally, these are the Houthis. Like, this is like full like Durka. Like, I obviously I don't know what they're saying because this is all in Arabic. But yeah, these are the Houthis in Yemen. Can they be redeemed? Probably not, because they're literally like, they're the Durkaiest of the Durkas, and no one in the Middle East wants them except for the Islamic regime, right? Like these, remember, Yemen is currently in a civil war as well because the Yemenis, right? Yemen is occupied. Guys, so remember, the Houthis are different than the people of Yemen, okay? Very similar to how Lebanese people are different from Hezbollah. So Hezbollah is occupying southern Lebanon. The Houthis are occupying parts of Yemen, and Yemen, unfortunately, is currently in a civil war because of the Houthis, right? So the Yemenis government is fighting the Houthis, and Yemenis people are fighting the Houthis, and there is, you know, this famine in Yemen right now, and there's a lot of war, internal conflict in Yemen because of the Houthis, which, by the way, the Houthis are also funded by the Islamic regime. So getting rid of the Islamic regime is not only good for Lebanon, it's also good for Yemen, because the Islamic regime is fueling and funding the civil war in Yemen, which people don't talk about. Right? People want to say that like Israel is colonizing. Absolutely not. Israel and Israelis, they're indigenous to the land of Israel. It's the Islamic regime that has been colonizing the Middle East. The Islamic regime has not only colonized Iran, but they've used Iran as a base to colonize Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, Syria, a bunch of other places. So yeah, and these ones are like the Durkaiest of the Durkas. Yeah, we need to free Yemen as well. We need to free Yemen from the Houthis. But anyway, so going back, so now that you know who the Houthis are, so what Morad Baisi is saying is that he believes the USS Gerald Ford, I think he said, is going to the Red Sea to be a counter to the Houthis and the Islamic regime, right? Because this is the strait. And he thinks that the United States is now going to be like, you know, anticipating and taking putting that ship there to counter if and when the Islamic regime to counter if and when the Islamic regime decides to put a chokehold on the Strait of Bab el-Mandab in order to hold the economy hostage. Okay. But what he's saying is that the Houthis don't really listen to the Islamic regime very much lately. They didn't listen to the Islamic regime last time. So he's like, he doesn't know how much that they're actually going to listen to the Islamic regime this time around.
حوثی‌ها چقدر به حرف جمهوری اسلامی گوش میکنن. در جنگ قبلی حوثی‌ها خیلی به حرف جمهوری اسلامی گوش نکردن. 3 تا موشک شلیک شد به سمت اسرائیل. حوثی‌ها ورود جدی به جنگ نکردن. این یه سوال ایجاد کرد. آیا خود حوثی‌ها نمیخواستن وارد جنگ بشن؟ یا سپاهپاسداران اون مقطع نمیخواست تنگه باب المندب رو فعال کنه؟ من معتقدم سپاهپاسداران میخواست فعال کنه. شاید حوثی‌ها حاضر نبودن وارد درگیری بشن. حوثی‌ها این امکان رو داشتن و در گذشته این کار کرده بودن که به سمت امارات و عربستان سعودی موشک و پهپاد شلیک کنن. حوثی‌ها در گذشته یه بار با پهپاد امارات رو زدن و به کرات عربستان رو هم زدن. چرا در جنگ 40 روزه اخیر این کار نکردن؟ این یه سوال جدیه. ما باید ببینیم که طرح جمهوری اسلامی اینه که میخواد تنگه باب المندب رو ناامن کنه، چقدر حوثی‌ها باش همکاری میکنن؟ چون بالاخره حوثی‌ها هم حساب اینو میکنن دیگه. میگن ما یه حکومتی هستیم، در یمن رقیب داریم، حکومت که سازمان ملل در یمن به رسمیت میشناسه تو عدن در جنوب یمنه، القاعده هم در یمن فعاله، قبایل دیگه هم علیه ما هستن، شورای انتقالی جنوب هم هست. ما حکومتمون در صنعا خیلی حکومت محکمی هم نیست. آیا میارزه به نفع جمهوری اسلامی وارد جنگ بشیم یا نه؟ این تحلیلیه که حوثی‌ها باید جوابشو بدن. ولی به هر حال جمهوری اسلامی اون شگفتانه‌ای که میگه تنگه باب المندب و دریای سرخه که از اونجا یه جبهه علیه اسرائیل باز بشه، یه جبهه علیه عربستان باز بشه و یه جبهه هم علیه اقتصاد جهانی باز بشه. من برآوردم اینه ناواپیمابر جنرال فورد به احتمال زیاد در دریای سرخ میمونه، چون در دریای عمان خب 2 تا ناواپیمابر دیگه دارن میان کمک لینکلن. ناواپیمابر جورج بوش آفریقا رو دور زده داره میاد، طی کمتر از 1 هفته میرسه به منطقه. ناو کوچیکتر آبی خاکی تریپولی که البته حامل F-35 عمود پروازم هست کنار ناو هواپیمابر لینکلن هست و ناو هواپیمابر کوچیکتر USS باکسر که اونم هواپیمای عمود پرواز داره و داره از اقیانوس آرام میاد، اونم داره میاد. یعنی 2 تا ناو هواپیمابر بزرگ و 2 تا ناو هواپیمابر کوچیکتر در دریای عمان جمع میشن. حالا جنرال فورد در دریای سرخ باشه به عنوان ناو 5م، موقعیت نظامیش به نظر میاد اونجا بهتر باشه. تو این شرایط عرض کردم امید به برگزاری مذاکرات خیلی کم شده. امروز صبح در ایران گفتن مجتبی اجازه داده هیئت جمهوری اسلامی بره، ولی هیچ شواهدی نشون نمیده که مجتبی اصلا خیلی مؤثر باشه در این قضیه. سپاه مخالف مذاکرات بوده، باندهای مختلف در درون سپاه، و ما اثرگذار.
So guys, he's going back to talking about the internal fractures and internal divisions within the Islamic regime, right? And ultimately, as we know, no delegation actually made it. No delegation left.
عملی از مجتبی نمیبینیم، نقل قول ازش میشه.
And he's still calling out the fact that like no one has seen anything from Mujtaba. The only thing that we've seen are statements, right? He's only being quoted, but no one's seen him, no one's heard from him. He hasn't shown up on video. He hasn't he hasn't put out a voice message, right? So he's constantly pointing out the fact. Like there's no sign of life from the supreme leader of the Islamic regime.
داره با نقل قول از مجتبی جمهوری اسلامی رو اداره میکنه. کشور
Right, so he's saying the Islamic regime, so the IRGC. So when when he's referring to the IRGC, he's referring to Vahidi, right? Because Vahidi is currently the head of the IRGC. So remember the boom boom bingo sheet. It shows all the different branches. So this is the IRGC. Okay, this square here, the IRGC, and what Morad Baisi is saying is that the IRGC is controlling the country, the Islamic regime, through Mojtaba, which basically means this guy. So that's Vahidi, right? That's the one that you're starting to hear more and more about on mainstream media. And, you know, all of like the OSINT accounts on X are now like breaking news, Vahidi in charge. Yeah, that's what we've been saying for the last like 2-3 weeks. So basically what Morad Baisi is saying is that this guy is running the show. Right? So he's saying the IRGC is running the Islamic Republic by quoting Mojtaba's words.
برام که عرض کردم که اداره نمیشه. به حال خودش رها شده. جلوتر خدمتتون میگم که به لحاظ اقتصادی چه بحرانی درست شده. و معلوم نیست اصلا مجتبی باشه یا هوشیار باشه.
And then he's saying, this is incorrect translation. He's saying, we don't even know if Mojtaba exists or not. We don't even know if he's alive.
از نظر جمهوری اسلامی علتی که به مذاکره نرفتن اعتراضشون به محاصره است. بعد از اینی که دور اول مذاکرات تموم شد و موفق نبود، آمریکایی‌ها شروع کردن به محاصره دریای جمهوری اسلامی. جمهوری اسلامی میگه تا موقع محاصره است ما نمیایم مذاکره، شما حرف زور میزنید. و واقعیتش اینه که بعد از این محاصره که شده دست جمهوری اسلامی خالیه. جمهوری اسلامی
So it's not that the Islamic Republic has nothing to do. When he says, the translation here is that after the blockade began, the Islamic regime has no cards left. So what he's saying is that now that this blockade has started, there's nothing the Islamic regime can do. All the cards are in Trump's hands. The Islamic regime has no cards.
تنگ هرمز دستش بود. ولی آمریکایی‌ها اومدن کل دریای عمان رو محاصره کردن. یعنی محاصره تنگه هرمز رو کاراییشو برای جمهوری اسلامی کم کردن. ضمن اینه که در جمهوری اسلامی خودشون این فضا رو دامن زدن که مذاکرات اسلام آباد تسلیم نامه است. میز تسلیمه و اون چیزی که قرار امضا بشه تسلیم نامه است.
So he's saying the Islamic regime was pushing the narrative that if they go to negotiate, it's basically surrender, which I agree with. Because, yeah, 100% I agree. That's what President Trump wants. President Trump wants unconditional surrender. So, of course, like the Islamic regime has finally recognized that, right? President Trump, the only deal President Trump is interested in is unconditional surrender.
و گفتن ما نمیه. خود غالیباف هم به این دامن زد، مخالفینش هم بیشتر بشه.
So carpet weaver, that's Ghalibaf, right?
دامن زدن. از مخالفین غالیباف هم جبهه پایداریه، سعید جلیلی اینا.
So now he's turning to some of the opponents of Ghalibaf. So he's referring to Jalili. Jalili is this guy. So on the Boom Boom Durka bingo sheet, right? This is Ghalibaf, okay? This is Vahidi. So Ghalibaf is one camp. Vahidi is another camp, like another faction. This is Jalili up here. This is Jalili. And you know, so he's like a different faction as well. So these are all various people that are like vying for power. So now he's going to be speaking about this Durka jihadi dude.
گفتن که یکی از پایدارچی‌ها گفته که اکثریت مردم خواهان ادامه جنگن نه مذاکره.
Okay. So this is actually, so this is important. So this guy, right? So this Durka jihadi Jalili guy, he came out and said that the vast majority of the Iranian people, basically he's referring to his own supporters, right? He's saying that people want the war to continue. They don't want to negotiate, which is insane. I mean, it's true though, but like you have to remember, he's speaking about Islamic regime supporters. He's not speaking about Iranians. Although to be fair, we Iranians, we also want the conflict to continue because that's how you're going to exterminate the Islamic regime, right? So, I mean, I guess on that point, we kind of agree because we all want the conflict to continue. We don't want negotiations. We want, the United States to boom, boom these people to hell, pretty much. Let's see if I can find the video. I know I had it somewhere here. Let me pull it up. I had it bookmarked somewhere. Let me find it. Okay, let me just come here. No, that's not it. Was it this one? No. So I have a lot of bookmarks here. Where are you, Jalili? So many Durkas to keep track of, guys. Oh, someone's like, here's a new picture of Khamenei. Oh no, my browser lost audio. Oops. Give me a moment. Let me reshare my screen because my browser lost audio. Okay. All right. Apparently this is a new picture of Khamenei. There you go. We found him. Oh, I'll show you guys Jalili in one moment. Oh, look at that. People are making AI videos of the Durka gone wild. Where's it? Oh, here we go. I found it. Okay, so this is Jalili here. So this guy here is Jalili, and then this is where he's basically saying that the vast majority of people want the war to continue.
نظرسنجی‌های بسیاری دیگه هم داشتیم که راجع به جنگ یا تسلیم جنگ یا توقف جنگ اصلا به قول ماها overwhelming majority یعنی اکثریت قاطع دارن میگن جنگ.
یک دو شب پیش یکی از مرکز دانشگاهی اومده بودن نظرسنجی کرده بودن، از نگاه اونا 87% مردم گفتن که
دارن میگن
مقاومت رو ادامه.
رسانه‌ها این کارو انجام دادن، مرکز دانشگاهی انجام دادن، مرکز نظرسنجی برای نهادها انجام، همه دارن انجام میدن دیگه. دارن میگم اکثریت قاطع دارن میگن آقا یک بار برای همیشه این دندون کرم خورده رو بکن بنداز و تمومش کن، چون همه میدونن بری تو فضا.
Oh my gosh, so they're basically, guys, these are the Durkas. This is Durka TV. So they're basically saying, oh, like the vast majority of people want us to pull out this rotten tooth. They're referring to the United States and Israel. Do you see how delusional these people are?
باز کردن تنگه و صلح و اینو دفعه دیگه ممکن اصلا تو غافلگیر شی و تنگه هم نتونی ببندی. درسته. گرچه بازم خیلی سخته برای اونها چون خاک ماست.
آره اتفاق دیگه ممکنه
نظرسنجی‌های
These people are crazy. People are crazy. They're crazy. I know you guys want to see Durka's Gone Wild memes, but I don't know if I can, I saved one, but I don't know if I can share it because it's not family friendly. I mean, it's available on Instagram, but it's not exactly family friendly. I don't know. It's PG-13. It's PG-13, and I know a lot of children watch, so I'm not going to play it. But it's basically women in chador with their legs showing and they're holding pink machine guns. So I'm not going to show that. And I don't want to risk my live stream going down again. But you guys can go find that thing yourself. So, all right, let's go back to Morad Vaisi. So Jalili, right, again, so this is the guy, Jalili, who's basically saying that the vast majority of our supporters, want the war to continue so that we can decimate the United States and Israel, right? That, again, that's how insane these people are. So.
گفته اگر نظرسنجی بشه 70% مردم میگن بجنگیم و مذاکره رو ادامه ندیم، که البته من معتقدم طرفدارای مذاکره در ایران الان به شدت پایینن، در دو طیف مختلف هم هستن. کسایی که مخالف مذاکره‌اند در دو طیف مختلفن.
Okay. I think I know what he's going to say here. So he's going to say he's like the vast majority of people in Iran are against negotiations, but there's two different groups. There's two different groups. So I think what he's going to talk about is the pro-IRGC people who are against negotiations. And then I think he's also going to talk about the pro-free Iran people who are against negotiations. I think that's what he's going to talk about, which is true, which is basically what I just said.
اول اکثریت ملتی که خواهان سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی.
Yeah, see, I called it. So it's absolutely correct. The vast majority of Iranians in occupied Iran do not want negotiation because they want the United States and Israel to destroy the Islamic regime, right? So they don't want negotiations. It's true. We don't. We want the United States and Israel to boom the Islamic regime. And that's basically what he's saying here. Okay, so I was right. I was right. I called it.
اسلامیه. این اصلا عمدهشون میگن مذاکره نه، جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون کنید. تو خود اون اقلیتی که طرفدار جمهوری اسلامیه، تو خود اون اقلیتی که طرفدار جمهوری اسلامی دو دستن. یه عده که میگن
So now he's saying within the small minority of people that support the Islamic regime, they're divided into two camps. One camp wants negotiations and the other camp doesn't. So now he's going to explain that.
بریم مذاکره کنیم، جمهوری اسلامی نگه داریم. یه عده مثل پایداریچی‌ها میگن نه نریم، این تسلیم نامه است. بنابراین اکثریت ملت مخالف مذاکره است. چه اون اکثریتی باشه که میخواد سرنگون بشه جمهوری اسلامی، چه از این بخش اقلیت پایداری باشه که اصولاً با مذاکره به این شکل مخالف. ضمن اینه که قالیباف کل سپاه رو نمایندگی نمیکنه الان.
Right. So now he's speaking about the internal fractures, right? So again, he's saying Ghalibaf, this guy, he does not represent the entire IRGC because there is internal division. So there's Ghalibaf versus Vahidi versus Jalali. There's someone else as well. Who's the other one? There's another Durka, and I spoke about him. I mentioned him. Where is he? Oh, this guy. This guy's like another camp as well. We haven't spoken about him too much, but I think... No, wait, no, that's not him. It's not him. I don't know, man. These people all they all end up looking the same to me. Look. They're all just they're all Durkas. Anyways, so so there's one faction, there's another faction, and then there's that faction too. And then this guy's Pezeshkian's trying to be a faction, but he's completely irrelevant. No one even cares about him. He's just such a loser. He's still evil. He's still an evil terrorist, but he's an idiot.
یه مشکل قالیباف اینه. مشکل هیئت مذاکره کننده اینه. قالیباف کل سپاه رو نمایندگی نمیکنه.
Yeah. So the problem with the negotiating team is that Ghalibaf does not represent the entire IRGC. So this is what Armin and I have been saying for a while. This is what Murad Vaisi has been saying for a while. He repeated that this morning. And then remember, guys, remember President Trump's Truth Social post. So President Trump said earlier today, remember? He said, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, right? So even President Trump is aware of the internal fracture and the fact that not one person is representing the entire regime. And that's why these negotiations are going to fail, because there's not one person who can speak on behalf of the entire country. And President Trump knows that, and he's calling them out. So he's exposing their inner weakness. But you're not seeing this in the woke leftist media. Now, in the last 1 or 2 days, you're starting to see this in mainstream media. But guys, remember, this is literally what I have been talking about on my media interviews for the last few weeks, right? Before this made it to the news. I was talking about this internal fracture and this internal division. Let me pull it up here. anyways, like I've spoken about this in like my earlier interviews, right? So, and now it's finally catching up to the mainstream media.
و مخالفت امثال احمد وحیدی فرمانده کل سپاه و محمد باقر ذوالقرد دبیر شورای عالی امنیت ملی.
Oh, okay. So guys, so he's saying Ghalibaf does not represent all of the IRGC, and now he mentioned Vahidi. Remember, Vahidi is like, that's like Armin's number one. Yeah, Armin's gone for the night. So you guys are stuck with me. So Murad Vaisi mentioned Vahidi as one camp, and then he mentioned Zolqadr. Where the heck is that Zolqadr guy? Where is he? Where's Zolqadr? This guy. Okay? So he's talking about the fractures between Ghalibaf, Vahidi, Zolqadr, right? So the internal power struggle between these different factions.
با مذاکره با غالیباف از زاویه جنگ قدرت اینا میخوان غالیباف خیلی زیر پاش محکم نشه. علی عبداللهی تو این وسط من فکر میکنم به غالیباف نزدیک.
Oh, okay. So he thinks that Abdullahi, where's Abdullahi? Where's Abdullahi? This guy. So Murad Vaisi thinks Abdullahi, even though Abdullahi is part of the IRGC, the security commander, he thinks that Abdullahi is closer to Ghalibaf than Abdullahi is to Vahidi. That could be, guys, it could be because Ghalibaf used to be the former IRGC commander. So that's probably why, because there are certain people within the IRGC who are probably more loyal to Ghalibaf by virtue of the fact that Ghalibaf used to be IRGC commander, but now it's Vahidi. So basically, Murad Vaisi is exposing the inner dynamics, right?
چون همیشه آدم غالیباف بوده.
Yeah. So basically, he's saying that this guy is a Ghalibaf guy. So Ghalibaf and this guy are close, which is why Ghalibaf probably controls some aspects of the IRGC through this dude, but that this dude is vying for power, right? So these two are opposed because this guy is supporting Ghalibaf. There you go. Guys, it's like Durka Game of Thrones. It's Game of Durka. You know how there's Game of Thrones? This is Game of Durka. This is the Boom Boom Bingo sheet for Game of Durka.
علی عبداللهی در دوره جنگ ایران عراق فرمانده لشکر 16 سپاه در قدس گیلان بوده. لشکر 16 قدس گیلان. بعد از جنگ عمده سمتایی که داشته زیر نظر غالیباف بوده. سال 76 تا 79 غالیباف فرمانده نیرو هوایی سپاه بود. این اونجا جانشین غالیباف بود. بعد غالیباف رفت شهرداری تهران، اینم باهاش رفت شهرداری تهران. بعد رفت نیرو انتظامی، اینم باهاش رفت نیرو انتظامی.
So what he's saying is that everywhere Ghalibaf went, so he's saying everywhere that Ghalibaf went, okay, wherever Ghalibaf went, this guy would follow him. So when Ghalibaf was in like some sort of like command position, Abdullahi was there with him. And then when Ghalibaf went to like a different area, this guy went with him. And then Ghalibaf went to IRGC, and then this guy went with him. Ghalibaf is now the legislative branch, but this guy's still in IRGC. So he's saying based on their history and the fact that he's always been Ghalibaf's like right-hand guy, he's assuming that he is loyal to Ghalibaf, which means that there's probably some internal tension between these two, right? Because this guy is the IRGC commander, Vahidi's the IRGC commander, Abdullahi is a security commander. So, Game of Durka, guys. It's Game of Durka.
غالیباف 79 تا 84 فرمانده نیرو انتظامی بود.
By the way, guys, that's not 1979 to 1984. What he means is 1379. So 1379 is actually 2000. So when he says 79 to 84, that's actually 2000 to 2005. It's just not translating properly.
نیرو انسلامی بود.
So it's not 1979 to 1984. It's 2000 to 2005. He just, because he's speaking in Persian, he's using the dates from the Islamic regime calendar.
علی عبداللهی اون موقع یا معاون بود یا جانشین قالیباف بود. اول فکر کنم معاون بود، بعد شد جانشین. حتی سال 84 که قالیباف رفت شهر.
So here it translated properly. So he says 84, but now the AI properly translates it to 2005.
داری یه مدتی هم سرپرست نیرو انسانی بود. همیشه با قالیباف بوده.
So he's saying the Abdullahi guy. So he's saying Abdullahi has always been with Ghalibaf. That's what the sentence means when he says it's always been with a carpet weaver. Remember, carpet weaver is Ghalibaf. It's just an AI translation.
بنابراین علی عبداللهی با قالیباف، احمد وحیدی و ذوالقد تا اینجا ما میفهمیم که با هم.
Oh, okay. So interesting. The plot thickens. So what he's saying here is that if Abdullahi and Ghalibaf are together, then he's assuming that Vahidi and Zolqad are together, possibly. So he's anticipating a little bit of like internal power consolidation between the camps as like the lines are being drawn out, right? So you have Abdullahi and Ghalibaf on one team, and then you have Zolqad and Vahidi on like another camp there as well. So yeah, guys, Game of Durka is heating up here. Do 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 do.
و بعد جالبه در این جنگ قدرت‌ها تجربه چین کمونیست و شوروی کمونیست هم نشون داده. موقعی که رهبر قبلی میمیره و جانشینا میافتن جون هم دیگه که یکی بیاد بالا بقیه رو حذف.
Okay, so guys, now this is really interesting. So now he's gonna talk about what has happened in communist China and communist USSR when the leader dies, and then there's an internal power struggle, and then they kill one another until someone rises and becomes like in charge, right? So now he's going to give examples from that.
میمیره و جانشینا میافتن جون هم دیگه که یکی بیاد بالا بقیه رو حذف کنه. اونی که میخواد قدرت بگیره یه ترکیبی میکنه از ایدئولوژی حاکم، حالا اونجا کمونیسم بود، اینجا مثلا اسلام سیاسی شیعی، یه ترکیبی میکنه از اون با عملگرایی، اینی که نظام رو باید حفظ کنیم، الزامات حفظ نظام باید رعایت کنیم. مخالفین معمولاً چه مخالفین خروشچوف باشن در شوروی، چه مخالفین مثلا دنگ شیاوپینگ باشن در چین، چه مخالفین قالیباف باشن، مخالفین در درون نظام معمولاً میگن این جدیده آرمانهای اون قبلی ها رو داره زیر پا میذاره. در چین کمونیست اینطوری بود، در شوروی اینطوری بود، در جمهوری اسلامی هم الان اینطوریه. اصلا معادله اینی که یه دیکتاتور میمیره، باندهای قدرت میفتن جون هم دیگه، بعد یه نفر میاد بقیه رو حذف کنه که دوباره تمرکز قدرت درست کنه. اتفاقی که الان در جمهوری اسلامی میفته قبلا بعد از مرگ استالین در شوروی افتاده 1953 5 مارس 1953 که استالین مرد، و در چین هم بعد از مرگ مائو 1976 افتاده که میافتن به جون هم دیگه. تو این شرایط اژه‌ای هم اومده گفته احتمال آغاز جنگ هست، 100% باید آماده باشیم.
Okay, so now this is AJ. AJ is this guy. this evil, the evil judge, who is responsible for sending so many innocent Iranians to their death, right? So this evil demon mullah is now also coming out and saying that, yeah, he's killed so many people. He's horrible. He's evil. He's a demon. He's now coming out and saying we have to prepare for war as well. Yeah, they're all evil. They're all evil. But AJ is, oh my god, pure evil. Like AJ is a bloodthirsty mullah who he actually takes pleasure in signing death sentences.
و مثل همیشه که اون بخش اعدام ها و تهدید و سرکوب قضایی با اژه‌ایه بر اعدام های بیشتر تاکید کرده و توقیف اموال بیشتره و سریعتر مخالفین و منتقدین.
I was on mute. This is how evil this Durka jihadi mullah is, okay? So he's saying that in order to prepare for the upcoming war with the United States and Israel, we need to fast track executions. Like that's how insane he is. So he's like, in order to prepare for the upcoming conflict with Israel and the United States, we need to fast track the executions of innocent Iranians. Like, how evil are you? How evil? Like, this is the horrific reality that we Iranians are dealing with. Pure evil. Pure evil.
چرا بر اعدام بیشتر تاکید میکنن؟ امروز هم اعدام کردن. امروز اگر
they didn't execute him. He's saying the Islamic regime did execute today, and we spoke about that. They executed a 23-year-old innocent Iranian man, Amir Ali, right? So they're emphasizing executions and they're murdering more people. It's horrifying.
امیر علی میر جعفری.
Yeah, Amir Ali Mir Jafari.
از بازداشت شده‌های دیما رو اعدام کردن.
So whenever you see Dima, it's Dema. It doesn't translate properly. So Dema, so he's referring to the January 8 and 9 uprising, right? So he's referring to the January 8. So Amir Ali Mir Jafari is a young Iranian man. He was one of the Iranian freedom fighters, and during January 8 and 9, he was executed today.
همش کردن که عامل با آتش کشیدن مسجد جامع قلهک بوده، ولی میفهمیم که بازداشت شده ها رو دارن اعدام میکنن و یه جنایتی در درون زندانا داره رخ میده و اصلا این اتهامات هم مهم نیست برای اینی که مردم رو بترسونن که دوباره
So these executions are happening under that's not the Muay Thai champion. This is someone else. Another young Iranian man. And what Morad Vaisi is saying, and Armin and I have said this as well, is that the reason that these executions are happening, first of all, it's all under torture, right? It's forced confessions, it's under torture. The reason that they're executing Iranians is because they want to scare the Iranian people into not overthrowing the Islamic regime. So they're just murdering people every day, executing people every day. And this is meant to scare Iranians to not rise up and try to overthrow the Islamic regime. So basically he's saying that these executions are being fast-tracked in order to prevent the Iranian people from rising up and trying to overthrow the regime when the foreign attack happens from the United States and Israel.
جمهوری اسلامی نگران بین سه چیز قیچی بشه. همون سه چیزی که در مهر ماه تحت عنوان ابربحران خدمتتون گفتم. اعداما به دلیل اونه. جمهوری اسلامی نگران بین سه چیز قیچی بشه. بین حمله خارجی، قیام داخلی و اوضاع اقتصادی.
Okay, so he's saying, this is really important. The Islamic regime is afraid of being torn apart and destroyed by three factors: a foreign attack, a domestic uprising, and the economic situation. Now he's going to talk about
و هر ستاش الان داره بر جمهوری اسلامی فشار میاره.
And he's like, all three of these are now putting pressure on, well, this should be Islamic Republic, Jomhuri Islami. So he's like, all three of these factors, the foreign attack, domestic uprising, and the economic situation are putting pressure on the Islamic regime. And, you know, for those of you who've watched his previous videos with me, he's already said that he is 100% certain that the Islamic regime is on its way to collapse, right? He's like, the Islamic regime is collapsing. It's just a matter of whether it's going to be sooner or later.
حمله خارجی میبینیم، قیام داخلی در دیما دیدیم، کماکان خطر جدی برای حکومته و بحران اقتصادی بسیار شدیده. الان جلوتر خدمتتون عرض میکنم اینی که اعدام میکنن چون نگرانن این ستا به هم بپیوندن و نظام رو از پا بندازن، میخوان مردم رو بترسونن. و اینی که اموال سلبریتی های هنری و ورزشی و خبرنگارا رو دارن میگیرن، نکته جالبی داره که این همه تعداد کسایی که توقیف اموال شدن بیشتر شده. یعنی چی؟ یعنی چهره‌های سرشناس بیشتری مقابل جمهوری اسلامی قرار گرفتن. موقع خبرگزاری تصنیم یک لیست بلند میده، میگه ورزشکارا، هنرمندا، روزنامه‌نگارا اموالشون توقیف شده. این چی رو نشون میده؟ اقتدار رو که نشون نمیده، نشون میده چهره‌های سرشناس بیشتری با جمهوری اسلامی مخالفن. و این
So, yeah, welcome to living in a brutal Islamic dictatorship. Anyone who speaks out is either jailed or, you know, their property is confiscated, their assets are taken away. So he's referring to a whole bunch of like athletes and celebrities and, you know, publicly known people who've been, you know, with the Iranian, of course, obviously, right? Who've been speaking out against the Islamic regime, and all of their assets have pretty much been confiscated. And this just goes to show that more people are speaking out and the Islamic regime is scared of them.
به ضرر نظام خودشون هم نمیفهمن که نشون میدن تعداد چهره‌های بیشتری که در بین مردم محبوبیت دارن، هر کدوم به یک تعدادی.
And what he's saying is that by the Islamic regime publishing these lists of, you know, these people that are well known in the public sphere, whether they're actors, celebrities, musicians, athletes, artists, whatever, what he's saying is that by publishing this list and adding to this list constantly, this is actually working against the interest of the Islamic regime, because they are in fact admitting and demonstrating that more and more people are taking the side of the Iranian people and opposing the Islamic regime. So publishing these lists is actually to the detriment of the Islamic regime, because they're basically admitting that they're losing support and more people are going against them.
جمهوری اسلامی به خاطر اینی که اینها از جمهوری اسلامی فاصله گرفتن، علیه جمهوری اسلامی موضع گرفتن، اموالشون رو داره توقیف میکنه. خب خود این نشون میده که نظام داره در بین مردم چقدر جایگاهش رو از دست میده. توی این خبرها یه خبر اومده که یه ابر نفتکش جمهوری اسلامی از حلقه محاصره گذشته وارد خلیج فارس شده. چرا آمریکایی‌ها کشتی‌هایی که میخوان از خلیج فارس و دریای عمان عبور کنن به سمت بیرون برن جلوشونو میگیرن، نمیذارن برن؟ چرا اجازه دادن یه سوپر نفتکش برگرده داخل؟ به نظرم میخوان همه اجازه بدن تمام توانایی نفتی جمهوری اسلامی بیاد داخل خلیج فارس، بعد دیگه اجازه عبور ندن، بعد در جریان جنگ اگه لازم شد کاملا اینو قفل کنن و دیگه اجازه ندن سوپر نفتکش‌های جمهوری اسلامی در سراسر دنیا تردد بکنه. امروز اعلام شد که دسترسی محدودی که ایجاد شده بود به گوگل از طرف کاربرای داخلی قطع شد. اجازه بدید که یک خبری رو بگم. وزارت جنگ آمریکا اعلام کرد نیروهای این کشور کشتی باری تیفانی تحت تحریم را رهگیری و بازرسی کردن. اون کشتی قبلیه رو توقیف کردن، اینو بازرسیش کردن. و آمریکا قبلا شرکتی رو که مدیریت این کشتی تیفانی رو به عهده داشته به دلیل حمل نفت جمهوری اسلامی و انجام انتقال کشتی به کشتی با نفتکشای تحریم شده تحت تحریم قرار داده بود. اجازه بدید آخرین اخبارم یه لحظه از یک منبع دیگه هم چک بکنیم. ترامپ گفته جمهوری اسلامی بارها آتش بس رو نقض کرده. خبرگزاری سپاه گفته فعلا موضعمون تغییر نکرده، موضع عدم شرکت در مذاکرات. پاکستانی هم گفتن دارن تلاش میکنن چهارشنبه اگر بشه مذاکرات برگزار بشه. چهارشنبه روز پایان آتش بس است. اما اوضاع بدتر اقتصادی در ایران. عرض کردم خدمتون جمهوری اسلامی تحت 3 تا فشار داره قیچی میشه: حمله خارجی، قیام داخلی و اوضاع بد اقتصادی. این سومی رو امروز میخوام یه خورده بیشتر بپردازم و بگم در چه شرایطی است. حسین سمسامی عضو کمیسیون اقتصاد مجلس گفته تقاضا برای پول نقد افزایش پیدا کرده، بانک‌ها بیشتر از 15 میلیون تومان پول نقد نمیدن و بهشون دستور داده شده که بیشتر ندن، در حالی که مردم چون احساسشون اینه که ممکنه دوباره جنگ از سر گرفته بشه و اوضاع بدتر از این بشه دارن هجوم میبرن بانک‌ها که پول نقدم بگیرن، چون ممکنه در شرایط جنگی کارت‌ها کار نکنه. گزارش‌های مکملی داریم راجع به بحرانی که به وجود اومده در پرداخت حقوق کارگرا و کارمندا. حقوق سپاه و بسیج رو میدن، حتی حقوق ارتش رو در یک مواردی ندادن. موج تازه تورم مواد غذایی در ایران به وجود اومده، موج تازه افزایش قیمت مواد غذایی و تخم مرغ شده شونه بین 450 تا 500 هزار تومان. 2 کیلو تخم مرغ بین 450 هزار تا 500 هزار تومان. پارسال این عدد هشدار بود. پارسال شونه 250 هزار تومان بود، 210 هزار تومان بود، بعد شد 250 هزار تومان. بعد هشدار دادن، گفتن اگه
Oh, okay. I'll explain Toman. So, because the value of the real has dropped so much that it's pretty much become worthless, we use Toman. So, one Toman is 10 reals. Okay, so when he says, like over here, when he says 500,000 tomans, add a 0 and you get the real. So basically, like a dozen eggs right now, a dozen eggs is worth 5 million reals. That's the price. So yeah, kind of like dime and dollar. Yeah. Real is the like official currency, but because the real is worthless, we use Toman. And so 5 million real. So here's the thing. So 5 million reals, this is how bad the currency is. 5 million reals is $3.79. $3.79. So the currency is collapsed. The currency is done, right? Now here's the thing. This might not sound expensive, but we're looking at this in terms of like American, right? Like we're looking at it from like an American perspective. 5 million reals is it's insane, right? Like because I think like the average monthly income for people in Iran right now is like, it's very low. I think it's less than 100. Let me see. Like the average monthly salary in Iran is about like $100, 100 to 200 American. So imagine, guys, you're getting, let's say you're getting paid $200 a month, and a dozen eggs is $3.79. And that's if you're employed. Oh, someone wants it to AUD? Yeah, sure. All right, I can do AUD. Where is it? Australian dollar. So 5 million Iranian rials is 529. How do they live? They don't. We can't. Guys, the economy has collapsed. The economy has completely collapsed. Guys, remember, all of this happened because back on December 28th, the rial collapsed, and then the store owners went out and they started striking, and then within 24 hours it went from protesting about the collapse of the rial to regime change. How are people getting by? With difficulty. People are buying things on loan, right? So people are actually, like, for example, they're buying meat and they're paying like loan installments, right? Like it's terrible. The economy has collapsed. People are barely getting by, but a lot of Iranians are helping one another. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. One egg is 20,000 tomans. Yeah. Yep. Meanwhile, the Islamic regime has spent billions and billions of dollars on their underground nuclear facilities. They have spent billions of dollars on their underground missile facilities, right? Because the Islamic regime, and they've also, they've also sent billions of dollars to Hamas and the Palestinians and Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hashd-e-Shabi, right? So the Islamic regime has basically used Iran as an ATM for terrorism, and 70% of Iranians live below the poverty line. Iran wasn't like that before. Guys, Iran should not be a poor country. Just the oil on its own is worth $500 million a day. $500 million a day just for oil, okay? And yet, the Iranian people are poor. Why? Because those millions and billions of dollars, right? Those millions and billions of dollars that should be going to the economy instead is going into the pockets of these mullahs and their children are living lavish, luxurious lives in Western countries. The mullahs are worth billions of dollars, and yet Iranian people are poor. They've stolen all of our money. Yeah. It's very frustrating.
شونه 250,000 تومان بود، 210,000 تومان بود، بعد شد 250,000 تومان. بعد هشدار دادن، گفتن اگر جلوش نگیریم ممکنه یک موقعی برسه که به شونه 500,000 تومان برسه. اون موقع رسید. الان شونه 500,000 تومان، بین 450 تا 500,000 تومان در جاهای مختلف فروش میره. 2 کیلو تخم مرغ، هر دونه تخم مرغ در ایران شده 20,000 تومان. یه دونه تخم مرغ 20,000 تومان. در واقع تومان هم نیست دیگه، 200,000 ریاله. اگه
Great. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, no, it was my stream just cut out for a second. But I lost audio and I lost my microphone. But I'm back now. Okay. Sorry guys. That wasn't YouTube. That was me. My browser just went wonky for a moment. Okay. Look, he's saying it here right now. He's saying, so someone in the chat said your friend told you that one egg costs 20,000 toman. Yeah, look, Morad Vaisi is saying that right now. So, yeah, one egg is 20,000 tomans.
واحد اصلی پول ایران حساب کنیم، یه دونه تخم مرغ 200,000 واحد پول ایران رو باید بدی که یه دونه تخم مرغ بخری. ببینید چه بلایی.
200,000 riyals for one egg. That's how worthless the currency is. Thanks to the Durka jihadi mullahs. 200,000. Oh, you saw this episode earlier. I see. Oh, you were quoting Vaisi. Awesome.
جمهوری اسلامی سر این کشور آورده.
See? Hey guys, this is important. This is important. Guys, you have to pay attention.
بلای جمهوری اسلامی سر این کشور آورده.
So, Morad Vaisi is not blaming the United States or the sanctions or the blockade for the state of the economy, right? He is blaming the Islamic regime, and rightfully so, because within the Iranian media and Iranian narrative, we already know that the economic sanctions imposed by the United States have absolutely nothing to do with the poverty that Iranian people are faced with, right? So it's not even a matter of debate. Like, we don't even debate it because it's just not within the framework of discussions. And yet one of the most frustrating things for us is when you have non-Iranians who blame the United States for the poverty in Iran as if it's like it has anything to do with the sanctions, right? It has absolutely nothing to do with the sanctions. In fact, we welcome the sanctions because the sanctions have limited the Islamic regime as much as they have. And yet you have these ignorant non-Iranian, woke, Democrat, lefty, whatever, and they blame the United States as if it's like a common knowledge and common fact, and it literally has the poverty in occupied Iran, nothing to do with the sanctions. It has everything to do with the Islamic regime being thieves. What does this mean for the IRGC's pay? Well, that's a very good question. The Islamic regime, they haven't been able to, from what I've heard, they haven't been able to pay salaries. They haven't been able to pay wages. So let's see how this plays out. But this naval blockade, this is the Trump card. This is President Trump's Trump card. No pun intended, but it really is his Trump card, because the naval blockade is putting a chokehold on 90% of the Islamic regime's economy. And remember, even Morad Vaisi is saying that the state of the economy is 100% the fault of the Islamic Republic.
و صادرات تخم مرغ ممنوع شد از دیروز به دلیل اینکه کمبودش داره ایجاد میشه. این دیگه مبنای ساده ترین غذاست دیگه. یعنی مردم اگه نیمرو هم نتونن درست بکنن دیگه ببینید وضع کشور.
It's not Nimru. He's like this is pretty much the baseline. He's like if people can't even make scrambled eggs, look at the situation of the economy. So it's not fixed half of it. Nimru refers to like scrambled eggs. So he's like there's an egg shortage. He's like there's an egg shortage in the country right now, and if people can't even make scrambled eggs, this defines the economic situation of the country.
چجوریه؟ و معلومه که برای خیلی‌ها سخت میشه. شونه 500,000 تومان، دونه 20,000 تومان.
Right? He's like it's very difficult for people to spend, 20,000 tomans or 200,000 riyals on one egg because a lot of people live below the poverty line.
و فقط هم شامل این نیست. گزارش‌های خود جمهوری اسلامی، آمار رسمی اسفند ماه نشون میده که مرغ، تخم مرغ، لبنیات، روغن، گوشت قرمز بیشترین افزایش قیمت رو داشتن. چقدر افزایش داشتن؟ در اسفند آمار افزایش قیمت خوراکی‌های اصلی 112%. نرخ تورم برای مواد خوراکی 112% داره.
So he's saying in the last month alone, the inflation rate has been 112%. So from February to March, the price of food and basic necessities rose 112% in 1 month. From February to March.
اون نرخ تورمی که میگن 60-70% کلیه. برای مواد غذایی
He's like saying the inflation rate that they claim is 60 to 70% is false.
اسفند ماه میگه تورم 112%. در مورد بعضی از اقلام خوراکی تورم 200%.
And then for some food items, the inflation rate is 200% from last month to this month.
در مورد روغن تورم به 200% رسیده.
So for cooking oil, inflation has reached 200. We don't know what's happened to the monarchy jewels. The Islamic regime might have stolen them. When the Shah and the Empress, when they left Iran, all of the monarchy jewels remained in Iran because the Shah said that the monarchy jewels are the property of the Iranian nation. So everything was left there. They didn't steal anything. They didn't take anything. But the Islamic regime has stolen a lot of it. They've sold a lot of the monarchy jewels. So we don't know where the monarchy jewels are. We're going to have to go on a hunting mission afterwards to collect all of the monarchy jewels that the Mullah Durka jihadis have stolen from the Iranian people.
بانک جهانی گفته ایران بالاترین تورم خوراکی ها رو در دنیا داره. کشوری که
Okay, yeah, look at that. So Iran has the highest food inflation in the world thanks to the Islamic regime and the Durka mullahs.
دارنده دومین ذخایر گاز جهان.
Right? So this is where he's really upset now. He's saying a country with the second largest gas reserves in the, like, guys, remember, Iran is a very, very resource-rich country. This is why the Islamic regime is desperate to remain in control because they want to use Iran as an ATM. They've been using Iran as a personal ATM, and the lives of Iranian people is expendable to them. They don't care about us. They don't care if we're poor. They don't care if we're starving. Right? They don't care about any of that. Iran, guys, Iran is so rich. Iran is so rich that the vast majority of people, like, if the economy was run properly, the vast majority of people probably wouldn't even have to work, given how rich the country is. And yet 70% of people live below the poverty line because the Islamic regime is stealing all of the money and spending it on terrorism. And this is the reason why they don't want to surrender. This is the reason why they don't want to give up because Iran has been their personal ATM for the last 47 years. There is no excuse. There should not be a single poor person in Iran. There should not be a single poor person in Iran, and yet there is.
کشوری که دارنده 4مین ذخایر نفت جهان و کشوری که دارنده 5مین ذخایر کل مواد معدنی در جهانه،
Fifth largest mineral reserve.
الان بالاترین نرخ تورم مواد خوراکی در جهان داره. این فقط از یه جا میاد: حکومت نالایق، بیکفایت، دزد و فاسد. غیر از این
Right? So he's saying this poverty, this inflation comes from only one place: an incompetent, thieving, and corrupt government. And he's like, there's no other reason. It has nothing to do with the sanctions, nothing to do with the blockade. The poverty in Iran is due to the Islamic regime itself. And they're thieves, they're corrupt, right? Like, we all know this. We all know this. So that's what he's saying here.
هیچی نیست. چون ما دومین کشور گاز دنیاییم. کلی منبع داریم. قطری‌ها همینو دارن دیگه. قطری‌ها مثل ما گاز دارن، از یه جا گاز برمی‌داریم، از یه حوزه مشترک. قطر الان یکی از بالاترین درآمدهای سرانه در جهان داره. قطر الان در شرایطی که برای که مردمش راحت باشن، کف خیابوناش دریچه کولر هوای خنک گذاشته. ممکنه آدم بخنده که خیابونی که اصلا دور و برش دیوار نداره و این سرمایه از بین میره، چرا باید به عقلشون رسیده باشه که زیر خیابونشون کولر بذارن، شبکه سرد کننده بگذارن، هوا سیستم های سرمایش بذارن؟ خب برای که مردمش راحت باشه. براش مهم نیست که این هوای خنک که میاد بیرون در فضای باز از بین میره. بله اینو میفهمن، ولی میگه من شهروندم، موقع میره تو خیابون احساس گرمای کمتری بکنه برام مهمه. یکی از بالاترین درآمدهای سرانه جهان داره. همین کشور ما هم از اونجا گاز برمیداریم، بیشتر از قطریام گاز داریم، ولی الان تخم مرغ در کشور ما شده دونه 20,000 تومان، شونه شده 500,000 تومان. مردم یه نیمرو سادم با ترس و لرز درست بکنن. بعد
That wasn't translated properly. He said مردم یه نیمرو با ترس و لرز درست میکنن, which means people make scrambled eggs for themselves with fear and trembling. So this wasn't translated properly. It's nimru. Nimru means scrambled eggs. So he's like, people, like Iranians are making scrambled eggs with fear because they don't know if they're going to be able to afford buying eggs in the future because of the high cost of inflation. So you know, they're afraid to like use up the resources they have because they won't even, because when they buy eggs, they don't even know if they're going to be able to afford buying eggs down the road because of how quickly the prices are going up.
برید وضع زندگی قطر و دبی اینا رو ببینید. اصلا من خدمتتون عرض کردم علت اینی که 1000 تا موشک و پهپاد به قطر به امارات زدن مال این بود عقده دبی رو داشتن. که چرا دبی اینقدر وضعش خوبه؟ که چرا مردم دبی شیخ محمد رو ستایش میکنن و مردم ایران لعنت میفرستن به خامنه‌ای و خانواده و پسراش و همه آخونده حاکم؟ جمهوری اسلامی از عقده این به امارات حمله کرد. دیروز دیدم یکی از وزراشون حرف درستی زده بود. گفته بود جمهوری اسلامی به این دلیل به ما در امارات اینقدر حمله کرد که ما آنچه که ما هستیم اونا نیستن. خیلی جمله جالبی بود. گفته بود دلیل حملاتشون به ما این بود که آنچه که ما هستیم اونا نیستن و اونا از این عصبانی‌اند. راست میگه. کشور ثروتمندی مثل ایران جمهوری اسلامی کاری کرده که مردمش تخم مرغ و بالای دونه 20,000 تومان بخره. با این همه ثروت. ما کشور فقیری نیستیم. ما کشور ثروتمندی هستیم از نظر منابع. ما کشوری هستیم که از ابتدا اینجوری فقیر نبودیم. ما کشور برخورداری بودیم، در اثر جمهوری اسلامی برخورداریامونو گام به گام داریم از دست میدیم. اگر پدر مادرهای ما قبل از انقلاب یه نوبت میرفتن سر کار، ساعت 2:30 ظهر برمیگشتن خونه، الان شب و روز باید بدون 2 شغل 3 شغل اگرم باشه در اثر جنگ که زندگیشون بچرخه و نمیچرخه. زندگی اکثریت مردم نمیچرخه. اون اقلیتی که خیلی خیلی پول دارن به خاطر رانت جمهوری اسلامی اون رو نگاه نکنید.
So it's not because of the rent. He's like, the 1% at the top that are very rich because they're affiliated with the Islamic Republic, like don't look at them. Those people are all part of the Islamic regime.
چون من میبینم قبل از همین جنگ اخیر بعضیا میرن داخل ایران، یه 2 هفته داخل ایرانن، میبینن میگن که همه جا رونق، همه مردم رستوران. نه، اون یه اقلیتیه. اکثریت مردم به زور نون شب دارن که بخورن. اکثریت مردم صورتشون رو با سیلی سرخ نگه میدارن. بله یه رانتی توزیع شده از نفت، ثروت‌های نجومی هم هست، طوری که اصلا نمیدونن با پولشون چیکار کنن.
Yeah, that's the 1%. That's basically the people affiliated with the Islamic regime. They are wealthy beyond words. But the other like 99% of people are poor.
ولی اکثریت مردم فقیرن. اکثریت مردم نون شبشون رو ندارن. اکثریت مردم درآمدشون به سختیه. اکثریت مردم چند تا شغل باید داشته باشن. اکثریت مردم ماشین مناسب ندارن. اکثریت مردم درآمد مناسب ندارن. ما الان در ایران گزارش داریم مردم برای که مواد غذایی و دارو بخرن دارن وسایل خونه‌شون رو میفروشن.
Right? So he's saying we have reports that people in occupied Iran are now literally selling household items in order to afford to buy food and medicine. That's how bad the situation has become.
این باب شده، بیشتر شده در ایران. برای که مواد غذایی و دارو بخرن دارن وسایل خونه میفروشن. نون بربری، من آماراشو دارم، نون بربری که قیمت مصوب دولتی آخرش 5500 بوده الان در بعضی جاها 25000 تومانه.
واو.
نون سنگک که قیمت مصوب دولتیش 7600 تومان بوده در بعضی جاها الان تا 35000 تومان فروش میره. آرد یارانه‌ای حذف شده. کمبود آرد در نونوایی‌ها هست. یک همکار محترمی دارم آقای آرش آذرمی، مسئول بخش اقتصاد ماست. عبارت جالبی داره. میگه ما در ایران قحطی مدرن داریم. قحطی مدرن در ایران شروع شده. به این معنا که جنس ممکنه باشه ولی اینقدر قیمتش زیاده که مردم نمیتونن.
Wait, some people are saying sangak and then some people are saying barbari. Guys, I'm like sangak is good, but I'm like a barbari person. There's just something about like fresh noon barbari that I love. Although sangak is good too. Sangak is good too, but I'm like a barbari person. Oh, I don't know, but sangak is a close second. Sangak is a close second. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm team barbari for sure. What is that? Okay. Barbari bread is the best. Okay. Let me pull up a good photo here. Okay. So this is barbari bread. Okay, so it's like all the different types of bread in Iran are basically flat bread. So can I make bread? No, I'm not a baker. I don't make bread. I buy bread like most people. But barbari bread is delicious and it's my number 1 favorite bread. And yeah, you have it with like cheese and like, you know, cucumber and like herbs. Yeah, it's the best. Like my favorite breakfast bread is barbari, right? So this is like a traditional Persian breakfast as well. You have like barbari bread and it's got like toasted sesame seeds on top. You have it with like cheese and walnuts and cucumber and mint. Here you go. This is like the traditional Persian breakfast right here. This right here. It's got the barbari, tomatoes, cucumber, walnut, and cheese. One of my favorite meals. I'll show you sangak as well. Sangak bread is my second favorite though. So Sangak is thinner. Just as good, but it's thinner. Some people prefer Sangak, which is fine. I don't judge you. I don't judge you guys for liking Sangak. But I definitely prefer Barbari. That's just me. I'm just a Barbari person. So here's the difference between the two. So Barbari is like more thick. Sangak is a little bit thinner. Here you go. Here's another example. This one's Barbari. This one's Sangak. So yeah, there you go. Anyways, but going back to Morad Vaisi, so he's basically saying, Toftun, no, I like Toftun too. I like them all. Toftun دوست دارم, Lavash دوست دارم. I like it all. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, what Morad Vaisi is saying is that even like the price of just like, I guess like a loaf of bread is like double or triple what the government says it should be. Right? So he's saying the price of bread is so high that people can't even afford to buy bread. Like that's how bad the economy has become in Iran.
میگفت این قحطی مدرنه. راست میگه. جنس ممکنه باشه. خیلی از مردم نمیتونن بخرن.
Right? So what he's saying is that the products are there. The products are there, but people just can't afford to buy them.
از این به بعد چقدر از مردم فقیر ما میتونن تخم مرغ و شونه 500,000 تومان بخرن اگر بیشتر از این هم نشه. و گرانی مواد غذایی روی خانواده‌های ضعیف‌تر و فقیرتر بیشتر اثر داره، چون به چند دلیل. تورم خوراکی‌ها از بقیه تورم‌ها بیشتره. این بیشتر فشار میاره به خانواده فقیر و ضعیف‌تر. در خانواده‌های فقیرتر و ضعیف‌تر بخش عمده بودجه خانواده خرج خرید مواد غذایی میشه. تورم اونجا بیشتر فشار میاره. یه گزارشی دیدم در تهران هزینه یه سرماخوردگی ساده به 2 میلیون تومان رسیده. یه سرماخوردگی بخوری.
Wow, so he's saying the cost of like cold medication is 2 million toman, which is 20 million riyals. What is that in? Wow.
میلیون تومان رسیده. یه سرماخوردگی بخوری، بری دکتر و دارو بگیری 2 میلیون برات خرج برمی‌داره. خب مردم چیکار کنن؟ سرما نخورن؟ دست خودشونو مگه؟ اینو که دیگه دست مردم نیست که. یه موقع مردم میگن آقا من گوشت نمیخورم، نون و تخم مرغ میخورم، تازه تخم مرغش اگه گیر بیاد. ولی سرماخوردگی که دست خودش نیست. بعدم یواش یواش موقعی که اینقدری دیگه، من پزشک نیستم ولی اینقدری آدم از وضعیت سلامت متوجه میشه دیگه، یواش یواش که فقر مواد غذایی بشه، کالریای مناسب به بدن نرسه، ویتامینای مناسب به بدن نرسه، وضعیت عمومی بدن ضعیف بشه در اثر کیفیت بد مواد غذایی، معلومه آدم بیشتر مریض میشه، بیشتر سرما میخوره.
Right, so he's basically saying, you know, people can choose not to like eat meat and, you know, just stick with eating bread and eggs and, you know, maybe even foregoing the eggs. But he's saying, you know, I'm not a doctor, but it's obvious that if you have a sustained diet where you're not getting enough calories, you're not getting the proper nutrients, obviously your body is going to weaken and then you're going to become more prone to getting sick, and you're probably going to like catch a cold more often. And then what are you supposed to do? You're already struggling buying food, but then at that point your body becomes even weaker and then you're going to become sick more often, and then you can't even afford your cold medication because the economy.
بعد میگه یه سرماخوردگی ساده هزینهش در ایران الان شده 2 میلیون تومان. یارانه ای که حکومت به شکل نقدی به مردم میداد در اثر تورم اثرش از دست داده دیگه، اون یارانه هم جایگزین نیست. بعد اینا مدام روی جنگ تاکید میکنن، تمام آقازاده های خودشون هم آمریکا و کانادا و استرالیا و
Right, I just said that. So the Islamic regime is saying to everyone, oh, war, 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 but all of their children are living lavish, luxurious lives in America, Canada, Australia, and Europe, right? So they've stolen the money that belongs to the Iranian people, and they're all living with the stolen blood money of Iranians in the United States and Canada and Australia, Europe, and elsewhere.
الان یکی یکی معلوم شده این جنبشی کارزاری که راه افتاده در خارج از کشور، بچه‌های این سردارا و مقامات سپاه رو میگن در فلان جا، بچه معصومه ابتکار رو گفتن، بچه فلان سردار رو گفتن، یکی یکی دارن میگن دیگه، بچه لاریجانی رو گفتن، بچه‌های خودشون رو فرستادن آمریکا و کانادا. نوه خمینی میگفت من موقعی که بچم رفته کانادا کیفیت نمازش رفته بالا. ای بخوره تو کمرتون اون نماز که مملکت رو به جایی رسوند.
How do you translate that? So okay, so basically he's saying like so like Khamenei's grandson is saying that like ever since like he came to Canada, like the value and quality of his prayers have gone up. And then Morad Vaisi says, "Ey bokhore tu kamaratun." Basically he's saying like you know, damn your Islamic prayers. He's basically saying damn your Islamic prayers. That's what it translates to.
ای بخوره تو کمرتون اون نماز که مملکت رو به جایی رسوندید که مردم تخم مرغ شونه 500,000 تومان باید بخرن. بعد نوه خمینی از نبیره خمینی تعریف میکنه که کیفیت نمازش در کانادا بیشتر شد.
Yeah.
روزنامه هفته صبح در تهران گفته مردم برای حفظ ارزش پول خودشون گوشی موبایل میخرن. روزنامه هفته صبح گفته برای حفظ ارزش پول خودشون گوشی موبایل میخرن.
Wow.
هیچ جای دنیا اینطور نیست.
Wow. So guys, in order to protect the value of their money, people in occupied Iran are buying mobile phones because apparently the mobile phones, the value of the mobile phone will go up. But if you just have the money, because of inflation, the money becomes worthless, but the mobile phone, it's basically like an investment. Yeah. And he's like, nowhere in the world is it like this, because usually you buy a phone, the value goes down. But nope, in occupied Iran, you buy a mobile phone, that's an investment because the value goes up.
آمریکا تقریبا، نمیخوام با قطعیت بگم، تقریبا گوشی مجانیه.
So he's saying like, in America, like I don't want to say this with certainty, but he's like, in America, cell phones are practically free. And when he says practically free, like, you know, he's kind of referring to like, you know, if you want to, you know, buy a new phone, you know, you can get like one of those like prepaid or like fixed term plans where like the value of your phone is like, you know, a portion of it is like deducted monthly or something, right? So he's saying like, you can pretty much get like a new phone in the States for free. You know, and he's referring to like those sort of prepaid plans or whatever.
تو گوشی‌های خیلی گرون سامسونگ و اون یکی چیه عنوانش؟ من الان تو ذهنم
Apple. He's like, what's the other one? I can't think of it right now. Apple.
گوشی تقریبا مجانیه. نه همیشه ها.
Well, he says almost.
ولی شما موقع یک خطی رو داشته باشی به اپل، بله. موقعی که میری توی این مغازه هایی که مال این کمپانی ها هستن، تی موبایل و ورایزن و نمیدونم شرکت های دیگه، شما اگه قرارداد داشته باشید موقع میری گوشیتون رو بروز کنی، گوشی رو مجانی بهتون میدن تا تقریبا.
Yeah, so that's basically what I just said, right? So he's like, you know, when you go to one of these stores and you want to get like a new plan, if you get it on contract, right, they pretty much give you the phone for pretty much almost free, as long as it's like part of like the contract or whatever, right?
یک پول ماهیانه بابت خطتون میدید. همین گوشیایی که در ایران با قیمت‌های نجومی فروخته میشه، اینجا اگر شما مشترکشون باشید موقع میرید گوشیتون رو عوض میکنید تقریبا مجانی در میاد.
Guys, he's not saying free. He's saying almost for free.
در ایران آثار دیگه وضعیت اقتصادی هم داره دیده میشه. رئیس اتحادیه سوپرمارکت‌های تهران گفته قوطی کنسرو داره گرون میشه به دلیل اینکه صنایع فولاد بمباران شدن و تولید فولاد دچار مشکل شده. قوطی کنسرو گرون شده. خب قوطی کنسرو گرون میشه، مواد غذاییش هم گرون میشه. مواد پلاستیکی، همین کیسه پلاستیکی های ساده هست. 2 تا اتفاق براش افتاده. دیگه این دیگه بی ارزش ترین چیز در ایران این بود دیگه. کیسه پلاستیکی ساده قیمتش شده بین 3500 تا 5500 تومان. یک کیسه پلاستیکی ساده میوه 3500 تا 5500 تومان و کمبود پیدا کرده. چرا؟ چون صنایع پتروشیمی بمباران شده. بعد اینا هی برن بگن آماده جنگیم. خب جنگ به مردم فشار میاره. شما که با آقازاده‌هاتون اینقدر چپاول کردید از این مملکت که اصلا هیچ حسی نسبت به این فشار ندارید. و نکته مهم، در اوج این جنگ، در اوج این فشارهای سیاسی، در اوج این اقتصاد بحران زده و جنگی، مردم در کنار حکومت نیستن. چرا؟ چون مردم این حکومت رو از خودشون نمیدونن. اگه حکومت رو از خودشون میدونن در کنارش بودن. ولی میگن این حکومت هم حکومتی که 3 ماه پیش، 100 روز پیش در دیما اونجوری ما رو کشت. با قساوت تمام کشت. با کشتار جمعی کشت. در بزرگترین کشتار خیابانی تاریخ کشت. ما چرا باید کنارش وایسیم؟ اتفاقا ما منتظریم که سرنگون بشیم. در 2 تا نشانه دیگه از بدتر شدن اوضاع جمهوری اسلامی، یه عضو کمیسیون امنیت ملی مجلس گفته حجاج نمیرن عربستان چون شرایط جنگیه. انتخابات مجلس و شوراها برگزار نمیشه چون شرایط جنگیه.
Wait, guys. Oh, what is this? Wait, what is this? I hope this is not clickbait. If this is clickbait, I would be so pissed off.
Fox News alert, Bridge and Power Plant Day could now be any day of the week. A fierce power struggle breaking out in Iran. And President Trump showing a lot of patience. 47 says U.S. airstrikes have seriously fractured the regime. So Pakistan asked us to hold off on B&P Day until Iran can get it together. Tonight, there could be a coup. No one knows who's calling the shots.
There could be a coup? Either there is or there isn't. This is what I don't like. Like, just, don't be like there could. Yeah, there could have been a coup like 2 weeks ago. Eli Goldman is not news. This is what I mean. Like, guys, this is what I mean. Like, all these like links from random people, it pisses me off because these people are not verified news outlets. But anyways, let's see what Fox News is saying. This is not live. No. This is not live. This was posted by someone like 2 hours ago. But he's saying there could be a coup. Okay, either there is or there isn't. Like, why are we speculating?
Fractured the regime. So Pakistan asked us to hold off on B&P Day until Iran can get it together. Tonight, there could be a coup. No one knows who's calling the shots. Vance, Witkoff, and Kushner were supposed to leave for Islamabad, but they never took off because the Iranian delegation never took off, which is suspicious because this morning, Trump said the gay Ayatollah authorized the deal.
They just got the okay to go forward, which I knew they were going to do anyway. I mean, I don't think they had a choice. They have to negotiate. And, you know, the one thing I'll say is this, Iran can get themselves a...
Oh my God, wait, I'm so sorry. I thought I saw like Eyal Yacobi, which sometimes like is like clickbait. So that was totally my bad. No, that was totally my bad. That's not you. I totally misread that. Sorry. I didn't mean your post at all. But guys, look what Eli posted. I actually really, really like this. This is really good. This is really good. But no, there are like not, there are so many accounts that just post like clickbait. And I misread which account you were mentioning. My bad.
Delegation never took off, which is suspicious because this morning Trump said the gay Ayatollah authorized the deal.
They just got the okay to go forward, which I knew they were going to do anyway. I mean, I don't think they had a choice. They have to negotiate. And, you know, the one thing I'll say is this: Iran can get themselves on a very good footing if they make a deal. They can make themselves into a strong nation again, a wonderful nation again. They have incredible people. But they seem to be, you know, bloodthirsty.
So the gay Ayatollah told his ministers wheels up, but the military said not so fast. We're basically looking at another Iranian hostage crisis. This time they've taken themselves hostage, and therefore the negotiations. The IRGC won't agree to sign over the Strait and the uranium, and they're the only votes that matter because they're the ones with the guns. The generals are demanding Trump lift the blockade as a precondition for more peace talks. They want to play an economic game of chicken.
Iran sees this as a game of endurance. They believe that time is on their side and that ultimately the domestic pressure when it comes to energy markets and the stock market will.
Okay, but time is not on their side, and they know that because of the US, like the naval blockade. Guys, time is not on their side. Time is not on their side. That's totally the incorrect analysis.
Force President Trump to make a deal that's in their favor. That is not the truth. That is not the reality.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, wow. For a moment, I thought Trey went woke there. Thank God.
Sees this as a game of endurance. Okay. They believe that time is on their side and that ultimately the domestic pressure when it comes to energy markets and the stock market will force President Trump to make a deal that's in their favor. That is not the truth. That is not the reality. The president and his counterparts in Israel have the ability to continue this operation for months if they need to.
It's the Iranians up against the clock. The blockade's already cost them over $1 billion. Checks are bouncing, and their economy's in a death spiral and facing a Great Depression. Scott Bessent says, quote, in a matter of days, Carg Island storage will be full, and the fragile Iranian oil wells will be shut in.
They should have quoted me because that's what I said like a few days ago. This should be me, guys. This should be me. I'm the one that said this like 2-3 days ago.
The blockades turned around 28 ships sailing to or from Iranian ports, most of them oil tankers. And we took custody of a runner sailing in from China with missile ingredients.
Okay, so the rest of it is just like updates, but oh my gosh. See, this is like what is this? The Iranian guard just took the Ayatollah hostage. What the heck? Like that didn't happen. That didn't happen. So that's just frustrating. Ugh. Anyways, let's go back to, this is why, guys, this is honestly why I avoid mainstream media. Like I'll watch it sometimes because I want to know what like President Trump is saying or what like American politicians are saying. But when it comes to like the analysis is completely useless to me. With all due respect, like I say it respectfully, right? Like that's why I prefer Morad Vaisi, because Morad Vaisi, yeah, I don't know who the Iranian Guard is either. It's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. But yeah, this is why when it comes to analysis, I prefer Morad Vaisi, because this is where we get like objective, fact, truth, no nonsense, no clickbait. Like he basically tells it like it is.
نیامالی وزیر ورزش هم گفته تیم ملی جام جهانی نمیره به خاطر این شرط. یکی داره میریزه جمهوری اسلامی.
Yeah.
نشانه‌های فرو ریختنش داره دیده میشه.
Islamic Republic is showing signs of collapse.
از ترسشون یه تعداد دیگه هشت شعبی رو بردن میناب، وارد کردن همین دیروز بردن.
So he's saying out of fear they've taken a whole bunch of Hashd Shabi, so like Iraqi terrorists, they've taken them to Minab.
اونجا دو تا
Remember, there's a huge military complex at Minab, right?
سه تا خبر دیگه بگم بعد بریم سراغ پرسش پاسخ. چون احتمال درگیری زیاده، قانی رفته عراق برای دو تا کار. خودش هم تایید کرده رفته.
So he's saying Ghani is in Iraq.
یکی اینی که احتمالاً به هشت شعبی بگه در درگیری‌های جدید علیه کویت و عربستان چیکار کنید، چون در درگیری قبلی علیه کویت خیلی فعال بودن. احتمال این است در درگیری جدید علیه عربستان هم فعال بشن. دوم اینی که عراق از نوامبر گذشته، یعنی 8 ماه انتخابات کرده، هنوز نتونسته نخست وزیر تعیین کنه. نوری مالکی رو شیعه ها میخواستن بگذارن، آمریکا مخالفت کرد و جلوشو گرفت. الان دنبال اینن یک کسی دیگه بذارن. قانی رفته عراق فشار بیاره یک کسی نزدیکتر به جمهوری اسلامی باشه که البته آمریکایی‌ها اجازه ندادن. بعد گفته نباید دیگران در تعیین نخست وزیر عراق دخالت کنن، اولین کسی که دخالت میکنه خودشه. نتانیاهو یه سخنرانی داشته، دارن نزدیک میشن به 78مین سالگرد تأسیس اسرائیل. 16 می هست سالگرد.
Okay, it's not 18, it's 78. That wasn't translated properly.
اسرائیل در 1948 16 می تأسیس شد. گفته در هر دوره یه عده خواستن ما رو بکشن، آخرینش حکومت جمهوری اسلامی بود، ولی میگه ما باشو مقابله کردیم و اگر مقابله نمی کردیم نتنز و فردو یه چیزی میشدن مثل اردوگاه آشویتس علیه ما، خاطره اینجوری برای ما میساختن. میگه ولی ما دست به کار شدیم و بمبارانش کردیم. آخرین خبر هم این که زلنسکی اومده وضعیت اوکراین نسبت به جنگ آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی توضیح داده. گفته این جنگ به 4 دلیل علیه ما بوده. گفته باعث شد که روسیه تقویت بشه، چون روسیه نفت بیشتری فروخت، توجه بهش کمتر شد. گفته اروپا تحت فشار انرژی، اینم به ضرر ما شد، چون اروپا مهمترین متحدشونه. این جنگ میگه آمریکا رو فرسوده کرد، توان آمریکا رو گرفت. زلنسکی میگه به ضرر ماست. و چهارم این که میگه پدافندهایی که برای ما میتونست بیاد حالا رفته خاورمیانه. گفته به این 4 دلیل به ضرر ماست. اوکراین البته 3 تا قرارداد با قطر و عربستان و امارات امضا کرد، قراردادهای 10 ساله برای فروش سیستم‌های ضد پهپاد و میگه 11 کشور هم در خاورمیانه این سیستم‌ها رو از ما خواستن. بریم سراغ پرسش و پاسخ.
Okay, so Morad Vaisi's pretty much done his analysis. He's going to go to the questions, but it's getting late and I want to run a few errands before I go to bed. So we're just going to finish off with my favorite Morad Vaisi meme. I've already, what do you mean browser lost connection to audio? All right. Let me remove this and then I'll bring it back. I already explained this meme yesterday, I believe, yesterday or the day before. So I'm not going to explain the meme again. You guys can just read along the subtitles. But this is my favorite meme where someone asks Morad Vaisi, is there a God that's going to stop the Ayatollahs? And then Morad Vaisi says, well, people who believe in God say God exists. People who don't believe in God don't believe God exists. Then he looks at the camera and he's like, but America exists.
آیا خدایی هم وجود داره که جلوی ظلم آخوند رو بگیره؟ حالا کسایی که معتقد به خدا میگن خدا وجود داره، کسایی که معتقد نیستن خدا ناباور هستید. ولی آمریکا وجود داره. آیا خدایی هم وجود داره که جلوی ظلم آخوند رو بگیره؟ حالا کسایی که معتقد به خدا میگن خدا وجود داره، کسایی که معتقد نیستن خدا ناباور هستید. ولی آمریکا وجود داره.
Always cheers me up. All right, guys. We'll see you all tomorrow for day 116 of Iran Revolution Live. And until then, I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Javid Shah and Payande Iran. Wait, let me bring up the song here. I should have had my song ready before we go. All right, where is it? Okay. All right, guys, I'll do the ending again. So, guys, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for day 116 of Iran Revolution Live. I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Payande Iran and Javid Shah. See you guys tomorrow.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. They're not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. On every street, IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed, 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. We stand with you. Morning rises in every sea. We shout King Reza Pahlavi, our hope, our future, and unity. A future built on justice and peace, where hatred ends and nations breathe. We honor the brave American Air Force and Navy. Through all our lives, we will be free. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. Aurelian, stand with you. God bless the USA. Javid Shah.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردم بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست، دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش،